This story began when 3 moons rose over the Red Desert. That night, Orca, the shaman of the Pareya tribe, was climbing one of the many dunes. But on the other side of the dune, a whole horde of demonic beasts awaited him. Looking at the horde of monsters below, Orca thought irritably that no matter how much you try, they are endless. However, then the shaman raised his staff and cast the spell Ether Sphere to blind the enemies with bright light. And in the next moment, Orca cast a second spell called Union, and at that very second, the dazzling light incinerated the entire demon army. However, the victory demanded a lot of strength and ki from the shaman, causing him to sigh wearily. Meanwhile, from behind approached the general of the Red Storm, Shubion, who thanked Orca for the help. But in response, the shaman stated that for strong demons, this was still not enough, which surprised Shubion, who said that if this is not enough, then Orca might be even more fearsome than his brother. The shaman shyly admitted that he had long been using a sacred artifact that maximally increases his power. Therefore, Orca does not dare to compare himself to his brother, but Shubion stated that the shaman lacks confidence and that Julian definitely could not do the same. Meanwhile, the strongest of the remaining demons began to approach the sand dune. The orc's spell only wounded them but did not kill, which worried the shaman. But Shubion smirked and encouraged his friend, reminding him that he had already greatly reduced the number of enemies, so now the orc could calmly sit down and watch. Then the general of the Red Storm shouted sternly to his warriors behind him not to make the great shaman worry and to move their asses more actively. One of the warriors caught up with Shubion and noted that among the horde of enemies there was one huge demon, but the commander declared that he would take care of that one himself. And in the next moment, Shubion commanded his squad to attack and, rushing into the attack first, promised to personally conduct training for those who killed the fewest demons. While the warriors were catching up with their commander, he had already directed his horse towards the biggest demon. But before reaching the target, Shubion jumped off the saddle and rushed towards the giant. And the giant had already swung his fist and brought it down on the general of the Red Storm. But Shubion parried the blow, striking the demon's arm with an axe. Only Shubion intended to cut off the demon's arm, but it turned out to be too strong. However, this fact did not puzzle the general at all. On the contrary, Shubion smiled because he had finally met someone on whom he could train. He had long desired to try the technique called the Great Power of Flowers, and so without holding back, Shubion struck the demon's head with all his might using an axe. However, this blow possessed such destructive power that the weapon in the general's hands could not withstand it, and simply shattered. Following this, the struck demon collapsed into the sand, causing all the warriors of Pareya to be stunned. Meanwhile, their commander did not hold back a strong word, for his axe was forged by one of the most famous masters of the empire. But then Shubion indifferently threw aside what remained of the weapon and asked his squad, were there any killed or wounded among them? In response, the squad answered in unison that everyone was intact, upon which Shubion ordered them to collect magical crystals and retreat. But when the Red Storm squad left the battlefield, the last surviving demon appeared from the dune. He looked intently after the people and suddenly spoke in their language. Strong, become stronger. However, in the next moment, someone attacked the demon and in the blink of an eye, beheaded him. The sudden hunter turned out to be a sand fox named Derek, who was now peacefully feasting on the demon's magical crystals. Julian thought that after the unification of the desert there would be no more war, but reality was different. New monsters began to appear everywhere, and the Pareya tribe started a new war against them. However, the warriors of the tribe did not feel strong fatigue from it. For them, monsters were simply a target to be defeated, and they had no reasons for worry or despair. Thus, while the monsters were being exterminated, the Pareya tribe lived in peace. And since Pareya was a tribe founded on peace, one of the most remarkable golden ages began in its history. On that day, during a walk, Pear met with Grace to report on the food supplies received from the Henhel fortress. Pear thanked his daughter-in-law for her work, as the distribution of resources caused her quite a few problems, and he also heard that production had increased this year compared to the last. However, in response, the chief's wife stated that even if these rumors were true, if Pear spoke to Luna like that, it could bring trouble for him. Perry admitted that he and Luna had only recently begun to reach an understanding, but he still did not like that Luna demanded the implementation of the concept of money. Then Grace warned Pear that Luna was an extraordinary person, and if one spoke with him unprepared, he would definitely dominate the interlocutor. In response, Pere said that it would not be easier for him in Grace's place, since Luna at least pretends to yield to the chief's wife. But with him, he never backs down from his point of view. Then Grace told Pere that if he was so convinced that nothing could be resolved without an argument, he should push harder, especially in the work on building the fortress. But in response, Pere admitted that he doubted this project, since they were already holding back the monsters well. However, the next moment, as if to spite his words, the ground beneath their feet trembled, signaling the opening of a new portal to the demon world. However, Grace remained calm and only told Pere that this was exactly why she supported Luna. His work on building the fortress was necessary. Meanwhile, far away in the Red Desert, a portal began to open. When it appeared for the first time, the Parea tribe could not react properly, which almost caused a great disaster. But now everything was different. Now on the tribe's side was the power of the Mother Tree, whose roots could stop an entire horde of monsters. Its power was truly colossal. Besides the tree forming an entire forest around the oasis, most demonic beasts could not use their powers under its aura. And thanks to the tribe of elves helping the Mother Tree, the oasis was safe. At least everyone thought so. Because this time, after killing all the demons and monsters, the portal was not in a hurry to close. 2 squads were sent for reconnaissance. The first from the Orc tribe, under the command of the supreme warrior Hambaba, and the second from the Parea tribe, under the command of Chanatu. The Orcs were the first to dare to enter the portal, but Chanatu's squad was not far behind them. However, after passing through the strange portal, the warriors of the 2 tribes found themselves in a place never seen before, and they were separated. The Chanatu squad found themselves on a huge slab levitating in the middle of a gray void. The Kambaba squad was not visible nearby, but now Chanatu and his people were more worried about the flock of winged demons that descended on them from above. Warriors of the Parea tribe, who have closed hundreds of portals in over 10 years, and the 5th generation of the Red Storm, who have just recently begun fighting in the war, engaged in a fierce battle with the demons. However, the battlefield was limited, and the demons simply began to push the warriors off the slab. One of them faced death in the monster's claws, but fortunately Chanat came to the rescue in time. However, victory was still very far away. The enemy outnumbered them and kept advancing. And it was at that moment that Chanat noticed Kambabu. The supreme warrior of the Orc tribe called upon chaos, intending to close the portal from within. And his spell worked. The exit from the dimension opened and all the wars rushed towards him. But on the other side of the portal, they were all awaited not by the Red Desert, but by the shore of the Shadow Sea. Neither the Kanat nor Kambab had ever seen anything like it before, but most importantly, they both had no idea where they were at all. Meanwhile, in the Parea tribe, a meeting of the Supreme Desert Council took place. Karedos, the second wife of the chief, spoke out against the construction of the fortress, considering this project too costly for the tribe. The supreme warrior, Luna, would have liked to agree with her, but he could not refuse the construction. Karedos perfectly understood that the construction of the fortress would benefit the tribe, but in the future and in the current situation, it was reckless. But Luna did not agree with the chief's wife. He believed that it was precisely because of the current situation that the tribe could not concentrate all its forces on construction. Then Pere intervened in the dispute and tried to explain that it was not about abandoning construction altogether, but about doing it gradually. But Luna was adamant and declared that there could be no retreats or delays. This is the path of a hero, so the construction must be completed. However, everyone in the council understood that this would not be just a construction, but a grand flight across 2 closed regions, the eastern and western deserts. Then Pere admitted that the construction of the fortress was necessary, but many in the tribe were currently under great pressure. But Luna assured that these factors were taken into account in the current plan, which was developed for the well-being of all the desert tribes, so it could not be postponed. And then he reminded everyone present that this was a matter of the future of their desert, and for this their deity sacrifices himself. Against such an argument, neither Karedos nor Pere had anything more to say. However, the next moment Shubeon entered the tent and from the threshold declared that he agreed with Luna's opinion. But then he informed the Supreme Council of the Desert that the demons are beginning to organize. Pere asked what that meant, and then Shubion explained that the demons are starting to think like humans. Moreover, they are beginning to acquire more definite forms. The new types of demons now look the same and differ only in size. But then Karidos asked, "Isn't that more convenient, since instead of studying many different demons, they would only need to study a few new ones? That would indeed be good." But Shubion explained that in reality, demons have different characteristics. It's like if a giant scorpion moved and attacked like a sand dragon. Because of this, knowledge about the old demons became practically useless. New research is necessary, and until then, the warriors have no choice but to risk themselves. That is why Shubion agreed with Luna. The tribe simply needs walls. Meanwhile, while the Supreme Council meeting was taking place in the Red Desert, the story moves to the Henkel Fortress, Empire of Silence. For 10 years now, Haisha Sanakin has lived here, one of the former commanders of the Red Storm Squad, and now the Emperor's son-in-law. Life behind the fortress walls weakened Haisha, so he tried to regain strength with daily training. However, this morning, Asha, Haisha's son, decided to visit his father during training. Syra, Haisha's wife and at the same time princess of the Silence Empire, asked her husband to rest properly at home, but he assured her that training was rest for him. Meanwhile, Asha asked his father, when will they go to the desert? In response, Haisha explained with a smile that when Asha turns 10, he will have to live in the desert and undergo warrior training. However, then the boy suddenly remembered and asked, "Where is Uncle Slint?" Haisha himself wondered about this question, but Sarah explained that Slint had gone to the Devil's Field. Then Haisha reasonably asked why, to which Saira told how Asha saw a mercenary squad and liked the armor of one of them, so Slint went to find materials for the same kind. However, then the princess became sad because despite numerous requests from the Pariah tribe, the Silence Empire remains silent, which makes her feel awkward in front of her husband. But Haisha calmed his wife, reminding her that only thanks to her the portal is safe. Syra thanked her husband for his words and told Asha that his father needs to rest. Haisha did not mind playing with his son a little longer, but the boy said that Khatun's brother also misses their father, but is holding on, so he will hold on too. At this, Haisha said goodbye to his family, and when they left, he thought that it was time to marry off Slint. Meanwhile, in the main castle of the Kingdom of Rossini, a meeting of lords and nobles was also taking place. Duke Wilhelm proposed sending a delegation with a punitive squad to the border of the Red Desert. But Duke Albrecht objected since the Kingdom of Rossini and the Kingdom of Pariah had no connections so far, and who were they to tell them what to do? Then Wilhelm reminded that the Kingdom of Pariah was only a developing state, but Albrecht was not behind, and also reminded that above all, Pariah was an ally of the treacherous Silence Empire. Wilhelm did not deny that perhaps Pariah was looking for a reason to unite with the Silence Empire and invade them, to which the king himself asked, "What then does the Duke propose to do?" In response, Wilhelm suggested sending a punitive squad to the border to partially satisfy Pariah's demands, but Albrecht again protested, as this was tantamount to submission. A dispute broke out again between the dukes, and then the king turned to the wisest woman and asked, "What does she think?" In response, the woman who hid her face behind a mask agreed that the Kingdom of Pariah would not be a weak opponent. However, if even Shaoni so easily gave up the Henkel fortress, then Pariah had a strength that the Kingdom of Rossini could not appreciate. Then Duke Biffet reminded that Pariah was just a tribe of desert savages, to which the wisest woman advised not to underestimate the enemy so thoughtlessly. The Duke wanted to object, but the wisest woman stated that she had met the king of the Pariah tribe, and she also added that he was an unusual man, and only in his gaze was felt greatness and strength. Then the king clarified, "Should a squad be sent in that case?" In response, the wisest woman advised to observe how the Silence Empire would react, but it would be good to send part of the troops to the border to deal with the local monsters. But then the king revealed that there were opinions among the nobility that it would be difficult to manage these troops due to the activity of the Silence Empire. In response, the wisest declared that even if the empire really begins an invasion, the flame must be extinguished. However, the king disagreed, as spies reported that the empire was using them as a pretext to avoid fulfilling Pariah's demands, and therefore it might be better not to rush into action and not extinguish the flame. A little later, the wisest, whose name was Ariel, secretly met with Duke Erfe to discuss the past assembly. Duke Erfe was slightly displeased with the wisest's actions, as the increased confusion in the council would benefit their organization. And Erfe also reminded that their ultimate goal was to establish order in the world, but for the sake of the common good, some sacrifices are inevitable. Ariel understood the Duke's concern, but now the sacrifices were excessive, and besides, the decision was hers. Erfe was not going to deny this, and then Ariel declared that she had made the final decision. Their organization would minimize unnecessary bloodshed because the wisest did not want to allow the destruction of the world. Meanwhile, inside the portal, Julian, the chief of the Parea tribe, was fighting demons. Having killed the last monster, Julian wondered, why are there fewer and fewer of them? Something had changed, but the chief decided not to perceive it positively or as another disaster. Be that as it may, this change was now to Julian's advantage. However, returning from the portal, the chieftain discovered that an unexpected guest was waiting for him in the fortress. It was Vincent, a member of the royal guard of the kingdom of Rosini and an old acquaintance of Julian. There was no truth in the saying, "at one's feet," and after the battle it wouldn't hurt to have some refreshment. So the chieftain gladly invited his friend to the table. During the meal, Vincent jokingly noted that for a desert chieftain, Julian's food was rather meager, but the alcohol was excellent. In response, the chieftain only smiled and said that everything in the stomach would mix anyway, and he would toast with Vincent to their meeting. However, then Julian grew sad and admitted that coming here, he finally understood Vincent's words that no one has the right to stand between him and Roof. Now the chieftain understood the great sacrifice his friend had made. At first, Vincent was struck by Julian's revelation, then with a smile said that it was a great honor for him to hear such words from the desert chieftain. But Julian continued and declared that if it were not for Vincent, the desert would not be as it is now, and all the tribes would be occupied fighting countless demons. Then in response, Vincent assured that this would not have happened because the desert is strong. Nevertheless, Julian bowed his head and thanked his friend on behalf of all the desert inhabitants. In this fortress, Julian has been for 10 years already, so he thought a lot, and above all, the leader thought about how Vincent managed to endure. Then Vincent asked if Julian regretted it, since he had not seen how much the desert had developed over these years. In response, the leader stated that of course he regretted it, but it was not regret that brought him here, but overconfidence, since Julian believed that only he could handle this. At the leader's words, Vincent admitted with annoyance that it would be good if all the idiots from the kingdom of Rosini were at least half as much like Julian. Then Vincent said that the knowledgeable remain silent, and the ignorant speak and act as if they understand something, because the knowledgeable are afraid and cannot even open their mouths. Julian admitted that this was a difficult case, and Vincent added that nothing could be done about it, and now they needed at least to stop the spread of monsters. This is one of the reasons why Vincent came to the leader, and also he thinks that lately the demons have become extremely aggressive. Julian was reported about this, as well as about the fact that requests for reinforcements across the continent are being declined. Hearing this news, Vincent apologized to the leader on behalf of the kingdom of Rosini. Julian was ready to accept apologies from all the people on the continent, but not from a friend, so he asked Vincent not to worry about it. Then Vincent asked the leader, does he have any thoughts on this matter? Meanwhile, Heish had an important meeting with members of the embassy of the Silence Empire. One of the advisors regretfully reported that the empire would not be able to help the Parea tribe, as it was still recovering from the consequences of the civil war and the ongoing conflict with the kingdom of Rosini. But then the ambassador sweetened the pill and assured that the promised supplies would be provided no matter what. Haisha silently listened to the advisors before him, and in his thoughts wondered how these people gave away what rightfully belonged to the tribe, as if doing them a favor. Nevertheless, he accepted the handout with a smile and hinted that apparently the empire's situation was indeed extremely difficult. Then Haisha recalled that the Parea tribe also needed to ask the empire for something. The fact was that it had become difficult to obtain magical crystals now. Lately, they had become increasingly rare to drop from defeated demons, so Parea was forced to reduce supplies. The ambassador guessed that this was a threat and tried to remind about the agreement concluded between the most serene emperor and the wise chieftain. But Haisha listened to him half-heartedly and thought only about how he wanted to return to the tribe. Meanwhile, the ambassador asked, shouldn't the promised exchange of goods be fulfilled in such relations? In response, Haisha agreed. But the tribe had no reliable way to solve the labor shortage problem. Therefore, he proposed the following. Perea would allow the empire to place a garrison on the outskirts of the Henkel Plain to give it the opportunity to control the number of demons and obtain crystals from them. This means that the garrison would have to support itself independently, which made the ambassador think, wouldn't it be better then to send these forces into the desert for quality crystals? Moreover, on Haisha's face it was literally written, if you need this, take it by your own means, do not try to use others. And in conclusion, Haisha mentioned that the kingdom of Rossini requested a trade cooperation agreement, which immediately upset the ambassador. But Haisha calmed him down, assuring that he refused the proposal. However, circumstances have arisen that make it impossible to continue complying with the agreement with the Silence Empire, and therefore, Perea feels the need to make changes to it. The ambassador tried to explain that he dared not interfere in such matters, but Haisha stated that this is exactly why he is talking about it in advance, to give the empire time to discuss everything. In that case, the ambassador assured that he would report this to the emperor, and he himself wondered, what has Princess Sarah been doing all this time? She did not inform the ambassador about such an important situation, so he asked Haisha for the opportunity to visit the princess. Haisha did not refuse the request, and soon the ambassador met with Sarah in her office. But left alone with the princess, the ambassador immediately asked, does Sarah really not understand how precarious the situation of their homeland is? But in response, the princess stated that the homeland does not understand at all how difficult her situation is. And at the same time, the empire is not at all concerned about the position of the imperial son-in-law. The ambassador suggested that something was wrong between the princess and Haisha, but Sarah asked sternly, what has the homeland done for her and her husband in the last 3 years? If the empire so wanted Sarah to help the homeland, it should have created conditions for Haisha to use his powers. The ambassador had no response to such an argument. Therefore, Sarah continued and told how her husband fulfilled the empire's unreasonable demands and demanded nothing in return. For 3 years, Haisha did nothing but yield and care for others. Because of this, in Perea, they discussed whether to leave Haisha in Henkel, and at the same time discussed the possibility of replacing him with the supreme warrior Luna. At such news, the ambassador exclaimed that this was impossible, because this Luna would bring no benefit to the empire. Sarah agreed with the ambassador on this, and hinted to him that in diplomacy, if you take something, you must give something in return. The ambassador tried to explain to the princess that it still wouldn't work, but Sarah demanded that he give what he could give, at least something that would help Haisha save face in Perea. The next morning, Slint returned to the Henkel fortress, and not empty-handed. For Ashi, he brought the skin of a black tiger, which would later become part of his warrior armor. Haisha was sincerely surprised by such a catch, as he thought that black tigers no longer lived in the Devil's Field. But Slint assured him that there were still many there. At such news, Haisha became wary, because even if monsters reproduce quickly, they could not have restored their numbers so soon. Meanwhile, Slint inquired when Hiruna and Katuna would return, to which Haisha replied that only next year. Then Slint lamented that they had been gone for too long, to which Haisha asked, if he was so worried, why didn't he go with them? In response, Slint stated that he was not worried, just bored, and besides, Hiruna and Katuna were now strong enough to take care of themselves. But Haisha was skeptical of his friend's words, and said that Hiruna and Katuna were still young and not that strong. However, Slint assured that it would take 4 or 5 warriors to deal with them. Meanwhile, Hiruna and Katuna were undergoing training at the Inama Empire Academy. Only upon arriving here did young Katuna realize that the empire lacked much. But the budget was always primarily invested in the academy, even more than anywhere else. And yet, during his training, Katuna began to doubt. Would the Perea tribe be able to catch up with the Inama Empire despite this? The young man's thoughts were interrupted by one of his classmates, who asked, does he have plans for today? The thing was, the girl was having a party at her house in the evening, so she thought it would be great if Katuna came to it. But he refused without hesitation, as he had private lessons in the evening. Then the girl tried to persuade Katuna. saying that sometimes one needs to take a day off, and the third prince himself promised to attend the party. In response, Katuna thanked her for the invitation, but said this was valuable training time, so he did not want to be distracted. The girl was predictably upset by such an answer, and her friends told Katuna that not everyone could get into that party. When the trio of girls left, Katuna looked after them and thought that they were so used to what they had, but did not even realize how valuable it was, because there was so little time for studying. And he also thought that he should have gone to study in the Silence Empire, because the cultures of the East and West are different, and therefore he could surely learn something new there. Lost in thought, Katuna gazed thoughtfully out the window, which overlooked the academy courtyard. However, what he saw there made the young man suddenly jump up from his desk and run out of the classroom. The reason for such behavior was that at that very moment, some student with his friends was bothering his sister, Hiruna. Hiruna was invited to that same party, but the girl politely refused, as she had many things to do today. Only the heir of the Grimm family had his own opinion. He thought that the wild girl was just acting as if she was better than him. Therefore, he boldly grabbed Hiruna by the hand and declared that she would go with them. However, to the rudeness's surprise, Hiruna skillfully slipped out of his hand and tripped him. The young man immediately fell to his knees, and his friends mockingly asked if his legs couldn't hold him because of nervousness. From such humiliation, Grimm flew into a rage and called Hiruna a dirty wild girl. But the girl calmly warned that if Grimm cannot stand on his feet on such a clear day, then what will happen to him at night? For Grimm, this was the last straw, and having lost all remaining honor, he raised his hand against Hiruna. However, she easily dodged the blow and asked the scoundrel, "Who is the savage?" after that. And as a bonus to her words, Hiruna again tripped Grimm, causing him to fall flat on the floor. And when Grimm got up with a broken nose, he declared that he had only pitied the savage girl and magnanimously wanted to help her. But then, Hiruna pretended to be concerned, wondering how Grimm would be able to do his job in the future if he cannot stand on his feet and has poor vision. Grimm intended to attack the girl again, but at that very moment, Katuna approached her. Grimm did not know that this was Hiruna's brother, so he assumed that he was her boyfriend. However, when asked where he came from, Katuna did not answer and silently turned away. Then Hiruna smiled, took her brother by the arm, and together they headed back to the building. But the humiliated Grimm could not let it go and furiously rushed after them. He intended to strike Katuna from behind, but without turning around, Katuna kicked Grimm in the jaw with his heel. And when he was on the ground again, Katuna declared that Grimm was a shameless man and a disgrace to his family. Then in response, Grimm swore by the name of his family that he would take revenge on both of them. However, in the next moment, Katuna knelt and Hiruna bowed respectfully. And then someone behind Grimm asked, "What is the name of his famous lineage?" And when Grimm turned around, he saw that the question was asked by His Majesty the Emperor himself. Grimm immediately fell prostrate before him and, trembling with fear, introduced himself. But Katuna and Hiruna calmly greeted His Majesty as if he were an old friend. The Emperor was embarrassed and asked to be called by his first name, but Hiruna insisted, since he is the supreme ruler of the empire. Then the Emperor admitted that he wished he had a daughter like Hiruna, to which the girl reminded him that the princes would be very upset if they heard those words. In response, the Emperor remained silent, but in his thoughts reasoned. Since he does not have such a daughter, there is a way to keep Hiruna close. Then he honored Grimm with his attention and declared that he would later figure out what happened here. But for now, the young man could leave. And when Grimm departed, the Emperor invited Hiruna and Katuna to dinner, to which the girl agreed with a smile. Then the Emperor said to the silent Katun that one cannot always be poring over books and that he still needs to learn what secular life is. In response, Katun bowed his head and thanked for the invitation, to which the Emperor promised that he would send a carriage for them in the evening. At that, the Emperor said goodbye to the children of the desert leader and headed to the palace, listening to the report of his secretary, Meroto, along the way. He reported that Grimm's father is one of the ministers of foreign affairs, but his son, it seems, did not inherit even the few virtues that his father has. However, in response, the Emperor calmly stated that ears that do not hear are not needed by the Empire, and even less so a tongue that speaks insults. Meroto was horrified by such an order and tried to dissuade his lord, but from just one look from the Emperor, the secretary immediately bowed and assured that he would carry out the order. Then finally the Emperor added that such insignificance as Grimm only disgrace him instead of trying to win favor. Meanwhile, in the castle of the Kingdom of Rosini, another meeting took place. But this time, Vincent was present. He dispassionately reported to the council that he had delivered the information to Julian, and also reminded all present that the Perea tribe had sacrificed much for the Kingdom of Rosini. Then, in response, Duke Urfe also reminded that first and foremost, Vincent is a member of the Royal Guard, acting on behalf of the entire kingdom. But Vincent calmly stated that the Duke was mistaken, as he only serves the kingdom, not the man of the king. And since he was mentioned, Vincent decided to inquire of His Highness, what does he think? But the king answered the question with a question. Why is Vincent so angry? Then Vincent wearily explained that he had already said about 10 times today that a squad needed to be sent to the Red Desert because the monster activity was unusual. And again, Duke Urfe objected, reminding that he had already explained 10 times that the kingdom currently had no opportunity to send a large squad because the Silence Empire was constantly watching them. However, Vincent had a different opinion. According to rumors, the Silence Empire says that it is the Rosini kingdom that constantly watches them, so the empire cannot send troops to the desert. This whole situation reminded Vincent of 2 sworn enemies stuck in the same boat trying to survive a storm. But then Sir Isaac von Devian, nicknamed the Sword of the Rossini Kingdom, entered the council hall. He respectfully greeted His Highness, to which the king asked, why has he not pleased him with a visit to the palace for so long? Isaac apologized for such a long absence, but recently he had a small revelation and could not leave the castle until he figured it out. Then the king congratulated him on completing his training, but Isaac declared that this was only the beginning and that is why he wanted to ask His Majesty for something. In response, the king assured that he would always support him and would spare nothing for this. Then Isaac declared that he wanted to go to the Red Desert. At these words, the king's face stretched out in amazement, but Vincent took Isaac's desire with great interest. In the evening of the same day, as agreed, Katuna and Hiruna came to the emperor for dinner. He apologized for today's incident, but Hiruna asked the emperor not to worry about it, since she and her brother already had enough from him caring so much about them. Then the emperor asked Hiruna if she liked it here, to which the girl admitted that there was much in the empire to learn. Katuna supported his sister and added that there was so much interesting in the empire that it seemed there would not be enough time for everything. The emperor suggested that his dinner was taking precious time from the young man, but Katuna assured that this was not so, and he was immensely grateful for the granted chance to study abroad. Then the emperor smiled and admitted that it would be good if Chanatu also came here, as it would be more beneficial for him to get an education in the Inama Empire. However, Hiruna perfectly understood that everyone in the empire considered her and her brother hostages. Therefore, Hiruna calmly explained that since she and Katuna were studying the culture of the Western continent, it would be better for Chanatu to study the culture of the East. And the girl also added that she and Katuna were in no way inferior to Chanatu in value, and also claimed to become young leaders. In response, the emperor laughed and assured that for him, Hiruna and Katuna were like dear nephews. Then Hiruna hinted that in that case, Chanatu was also like a nephew to His Majesty. The emperor smiled pleasantly and thought that if Hiruna were a boy, she would already be undergoing training for the next generation of leaders. Aloud, the emperor admitted that he sincerely regretted that Hiruna was not blood of his blood, because then he would have nothing to worry about at all. Then in response, Hiruna said that it would be the greatest happiness for her, but now she liked her homeland more, and probably it would be so in the future as well. The emperor understood the girl's hint. He might not try to connect her with his sons, and that meant he had to come up with another way before Hiruna and Katuna returned home, even if it meant resorting to somewhat harsh methods. Meanwhile, Frail, the ruler of the Metarin Plains, was inspecting his domains. With his keen gaze, he spotted a trespasser in the forest and loudly called Harun. Harun was a male white gorilla, who immediately rushed toward the trespasser of the plains borders. The trespasser turned out to be a demon, but as soon as Harun approached, it vanished in the blink of an eye. And the next moment, Frail arrived to Harun, warning his friend of the danger. And just in time, because at that very second the same demon attacked from above, but Harun managed to jump back. Then the demon targeted Fryla, but the ruler of the plains deftly dodged the monster's tentacles, and with one blow knocked its head off. However, Fryla was wary of such an easy victory, since demons had previously been elusive. In any case, this was the last intruder, so now he and Harun could breathe a sigh of relief. And at that time 3 moons had already risen over the red desert. But that night they had a keen observer. That night, secluded in the mountains, Noah was watching the night sky. When he was known as Chongmen Hun, the high priest of the Church of the Enlightened. But now he was merely a hermit named Noah. Gazing at the stars, he wondered, how great were his sins that the gods did not send him to hell, but continued to torment him so. But then Noah sensed someone's presence and ordered the stranger to show himself. At that very second, a portal opened behind him, from which emerged the high priestess of the Church of the Enlightened, named Mirik. She greeted the old friend and asked how long it had been since they last met, to which Noah replied, 10 years. But then he admitted that he did not understand what to do, since both of them could not die, to which Mirik said that the will of the Creator is impossible to comprehend. Then, in response, Noah declared that his God is cruel, but the local God is no less cruel, and therefore Noah wonders, when will his time come? Mirik agreed with the words of the old friend. She had lived more than 100 years, studying that time and preparing for it, but still had not found an answer. However, then the priestess bitterly reported that a change of species had occurred, which made Noah shudder. It started because of the evolution of demonic beings, which means now they will become more ferocious and everything will depend on the decisions of the chosen ones. Then Noah informed the priestess that recently one of the 3 seals had been broken, and perhaps that is why the change of species occurred. Now Mirik understood why so many portals began to appear, but Noah noted that in the 2 remaining places, the seals had become stronger. Then he lamented that the children who made a choice began to fight each other to change each other's choice, but Mirik called it a natural process, but Noah considered it arrogance. He always thought that humanity's striving for survival was natural, but now people are biting each other even when disasters are everywhere. However, in response, Mirik said that they, the priests, are simply doing everything possible because no one knows when the time will come. Then the priestess asked what Noah now intended to do, to which he replied that now he would have a lot of troubles. Only 2 unfinished seals remain. Because of this, the space will narrow, and as it narrows, there will be more clashes between chaos and order. And Noah also wished for everything to end in this generation, because it would be too cruel if it dragged on to the next. Mirik could only hope that it would be so. After all, they had both waited too long for this. Then Noah looked again at the night sky and declared that everything must end in this generation. The next day, another portal in the Red Desert was completely cleared of demons by Julian. However, when the chieftain was about to leave the portal, his body was possessed by the heavenly demon. The dark entity inside Julian warned that this was his last chance and offered to unite so that the whole world would fall at their feet. In response, the chieftain smiled ominously and declared that the world would indeed lie at his feet. And in the next moment, he expelled the heavenly demon and added that he did not intend to achieve this goal with him. But before completely disappearing, the heavenly demon said one last thing. Sooner or later, Julian himself would come to him for help, and he eagerly awaited that day. That was the end, and the chieftain wearily headed for the exit. And having gotten outside, Julian reunited with his faithful horse nicknamed Fierce Fang. On the way home, the chieftain wondered, why had the world around become darker than 10 years ago? However, his further thoughts were interrupted by an ambush of demons. Right in front of Julian, clusters of dark energy appeared, threatening to turn into a new portal. But before the leader could do anything, a beam of light struck the clusters of dark energy, which, like a snake, began to destroy them one by one. At that very moment, Julian felt a great power, and then his eyes widened at what he saw. Because the beam of light turned out to be a sand fox named Derek. Only after completely dealing with the dark clusters did the fox pay attention to the desert leader. Then Julian asked his old friend, does he recognize him? However, in response, Derek growled threateningly at the leader. But Julian was not upset because he remembered Lakrie's words. She warned that Derek would follow Julian until he became a sacred animal, but after that, he would only perform his role. However, since Derek did not attack immediately, it means he still remembers something. So Julian dismounted. In response, the sand fox stopped growling and cautiously approached the leader. However, then Derek's attention was caught by Fierce Fang, causing the horse to become nervous. But Julian calmed him down and reminded him that Derek used to play with Fierce Fang often. The fox tilted his head to the side, as if pondering the leader's words, and the next moment he nimbly jumped onto Fierce Fang's head, as he used to do before. Julian was glad that Derek still remembered something and offered the fox a green magical crystal, which he liked before. However, in response, Derek threw the crystal away with his paw, indicating that he no longer feeds on such things. Then the fox boldly jumped onto Julian's shoulder and began to sniff his old wound on the neck with interest. The leader reassured his friend, saying it was just a scratch, but Derek licked the old scar on the neck, and it immediately disappeared. After that, Derek simply jumped down from Julian's shoulder and ran away. The leader understood that he also had his own mission, so he said goodbye, saying that if it was meant to be, they would meet again someday. And later, that same day, Julian finally reached the fortress that his tribe was building. As soon as the leader approached it, the workers, every single one, froze upon recognizing the traveler as Julian Provoca. They all immediately shouted in unison about the leader's return, and soon a breathless Luna ran up to Julian. He could not believe his eyes, and therefore asked the chief in amazement, "Is it really him?" And when Julian called him by name, Luna properly greeted his chief after 10 long years of separation. However, the reunion did not last long. Over 10 years, Julian had accumulated more than 1 stack of documents, which Luna could not sort out alone. Therefore, he immediately set the desert chief behind a desk, not even letting him rest from the journey or at least wash up. And now, diligently signing one document after another, Julian understood why Luna had waited for his return more than anyone else. As soon as he dealt with one mountain of documents, Luna immediately brought another. After 6 hours of continuous writing, Julian finally could not stand it and asked, "How much longer will this continue?" But in response, Luna reassured the chief, assuring that only a few days of hard work remained, and then he would definitely manage everything. At the prospect, Julian immediately remembered that he had urgent business, but Luna strictly ordered him to stay put. The next day, Pear visited the future fortress. However, the result did not impress him, which made the deputy chief skeptically state that, for now, this is unrealistic. His words reached Luna, who asked, "Why is Pear still negative?" In response, he admitted that he understood the necessity of building a fortress, but he would like everything to happen more calmly and measuredly. Then Luna hinted that neighboring countries, which pay nothing, should also participate in the construction, to which Pear asked, "Hasn't the tribe already requested reinforcements?" But in response, Luna stated that one should not ask for help, but demand it, since it is thanks to the tribe's sacrifices that other countries now live in peace, unaware of troubles. Then Pear reminded that portals exist not only in the Red Desert, and it is also said that chaos now reigns across the entire continent. But Luna was adamant and declared that those are their problems, and the tribe has enough of its own. Moreover, there are still fewer portals in neighboring countries than in the desert, so they must repay the tribe. But then Pear asked, "Hasn't the tribe already received considerable support?" To which Luna explained that this is not support, but deserved payment. And then he added that desert affairs should be decided by desert people, with which Pear could not disagree. However, before the argument could continue, Julian approached Pear and Luna, asking about the topic of their serious conversation. Pear evaded the answer, praising the chief's new outfit, to which Julian admitted that after Grace dragged him into the tent, he woke up already in that state. Then the chief looked at the fortress and stated that opinions may differ, but there should be no division in the tribe. Then in response, Luna assured that this is not a division, just that he and Pear have different views on the pace of achieving the goal. Pear supported Luna, acknowledging that there was a considerable amount of sense in his opinion, and if the tribe had taken on building a fortress, it was better to finish it as soon as possible. Julian smiled quite pleasantly and promised that he would think about how to speed up the construction. Then Pear warned that he needed to prepare for the qualifying test for the Red Storm squad, and with that, he took his leave. As for Luna, he still had things to discuss with the chief, but he suggested discussing everything over lunch. Julian agreed, and soon the chief and Luna secluded themselves on a dune away from the construction site. Chewing a cookie, Julian noted that in all the documents he had reviewed, there was nothing that required his personal attention. In response, Luna explained that the chief had to check everything personally because only after that could he make truly important decisions. From the documents, Julian learned that the tribe lacked materials and people, but the main problem was the increasing burden on the warriors. Luna revealed that the reason for this was the portals. Previously, the tribe effectively controlled them, but now that was in the past. Now the frequency of portal appearances had increased, and accordingly, the number of demons had also increased, including high-level ones. Then Julian asked about the action plan developed for such a case, to which Luna explained that the plan was not so smooth and had many shortcomings. Then Julian asked what options there were, and Luna replied that there were only two options. The first of them is to push the monsters to the outskirts. For this, a fortress is being built, but among the tribesmen, this idea has many opponents. But the main problem is that the monsters are changing. They have developed intelligence and have started to retreat if they feel they are at a disadvantage. Julian also noticed this. The monsters have become more like humans, and their movements are becoming increasingly cunning. Then Luna continued and said that this is exactly why many monsters are already crossing the border and he cannot predict where they will move next. Julian decided to continue the further discussion on the way to Pear, who was already conducting qualifying tests for the recruits. Luna mentioned that the Silence and Inama empires could become a problem, to which Julian asked, "Is it true that he ignores all their requests for help?" Luna confirmed the rumors, to which the chief stated that he acted correctly because empires must defend themselves. Such an answer slightly surprised Luna, as Julian always said that people should always be the priority. But he explained that their people are the highest priority, and they are not obliged to shed their blood for others. In the 10 years that Julian spent in the desert, he thought a lot about this, and realized that people remain indifferent until trouble touches them personally. But then the chief recalled the second option, to which Luna admitted that he plans to build a wall to create a space where monsters can be confined. Then Julian suggested that Luna wants to expand this space and turn the wall itself into a weapon. Luna confirmed the chief's suspicion and added that if they manage to complete the wall, it will become the most powerful weapon in the entire desert, and the countries that ignored their requests will pay the price. Julian realized that Luna was going to pressure the neighboring countries to provide them with supplies, and in return, the tribe would take on the extermination of demons. The chief liked this plan very much, but Luna warned that it would inevitably cause diplomatic tensions. However, Julian calmly asked what they could possibly do to them, and added that if the neighboring countries were to shed blood alongside them, then there would be no problems. Finally, Julian told Luna to act as he saw fit, and when the chief left, Luna thought that Julian had really changed a lot, which meant there was nothing left to lose and soon the whole world would be forced to submit to the will of their tribe. Meanwhile, the selection of the 5th batch of candidates for the Red Storm Squad began. Originally, it was created in Perea as one of the elite squads, but now Red Storm has the reputation of being the most respected unit in the entire desert. Therefore, volunteers wishing to join its ranks came from all tribes. However, to do this, one had to prove that they were a recognized desert warrior, so the competition was fiercer than ever. Looking at the gathered candidates, Julian thought about how much had changed in 10 years. Since when the squad was just being formed, it barely gathered the required number of warriors. Meanwhile, Shubion, standing nearby, complained that Haisha should be standing in his place now, to which Julian smirked and suggested swapping places with him. Shubion appreciated the leader's concern, but preferred to endure the headache here, and he also did not want to unleash a war with the Silence Empire in a fit of anger. Instead, Shubion suggested appointing him to the vanguard of the assault squad, because as a general he was overwhelmed with work. But in response, Julian irritably explained that to get here, he had to sign so many documents that his hands were already falling off. Shubeon understood the hint and did not dare to complain further. Then Julian offered his help in conducting the selection. Shubeon did not refuse it, and explained to the leader that most of the candidates undergoing the tests were warriors of the 3rd and later waves. For them, to show off their skills before the leader himself was a huge chance, however. Great anxiety was visible on their faces. Meanwhile, one of the judges announced that today the leader himself decided to join the selection process, and therefore those who wished to be tested personally by him would have to line up in front of Julian. However, as soon as the judge fell silent, all the candidates immediately gathered before the leader. The judge was about to divide them into groups, but Julian stopped him. Then he ordered all participants to form a column of 5 people each. Then the leader explained the essence of the selection. The candidates must imagine that an enemy is in front of them and deliver 1 chopping strike and then 1 stabbing strike. The participants were surprised by the simplicity of the conditions, and also wondered how the leader would be able to keep track of all of them. Nevertheless, when Julian commanded, everyone without exception executed the swing and lunge as one. Then the leader approached one of the warriors and ordered him to leave the formation. After that, Julian began to walk along the rows and choose those who had to leave the formation. And those participants chosen by the leader began to wonder, had they passed the test or been eliminated? But soon, Julian answered their questions, stating that those who remained in the formation could try their luck next time or earn recognition by performing a feat. However, among the eliminated participants, there was one young warrior who refused to believe in defeat. His name was Manga, and he was sure that the leader clearly had not examined him properly. Therefore, he dared to address Julian and ask the reason. One of the judges immediately reprimanded the audacious youth, but the leader asked Manga to come forward and introduce himself. He did as he was told and introduced himself as the son of Alikal. Julian inquired where Alikal himself was when his son was undergoing the test. But Shubeon answered for the youth, explaining that all the warriors of the first and second waves were busy. Then the leader told Manga that his strike was very strong, but the youth did not understand why he had not passed. In response, Julian asked Manga to strike once more, and he immediately repeated the swing. Manga put all his strength into this strike, and in his thoughts he thought, now the chief will definitely notice his skill. However, in the next moment, Julian literally knocked the ground out from under his feet by tripping him. And when Manga fell into the sand, the chief explained that he had excellently shown the power of his strike, but it was the power of only the upper part of the body. The fact that Manga grew up watching his father could have been poison for him, and if the youth's legs were trained, he would not have lost his balance. But these were only words. Julian believed that it was better to show once than to hear 100 times. Therefore, he himself decided to demonstrate the power of a true Shamshir. After such a spectacle, no one had any more questions, and Manga was forced to admit that he had mistakenly believed he had already caught up with his father. However, Julian strictly ordered him to raise his head, because if a warrior realizes his shortcomings, isn't that a reason for joy? And then in response, Manga straightened up and shouted loudly, "Yes!" Such an answer satisfied the chief, and finally he said that training the legs is the foundation of foundations, and if Manga succeeds in this, he will be able to continue his father's work with dignity. At this point, Julian left the young warrior and continued the selection. Meanwhile, Shubeon approached Manga and suddenly asked him for forgiveness. The youth was stunned by such a turn, and then Shubeon explained that the first teacher of every warrior is his father, so it was he who let Manga down. After all, it was precisely because of Shubeon that Alikal had so little time to care for his son. He was so busy with the affairs of the Red Storm that he couldn't even attend Manga's exam. Therefore, Shubeon told the youth to come to him when he was ready, and then the general of the Red Storm himself would personally conduct the trial and accept him. In response, Manga thanked the mentor and assured him that now he knew his flaws, so he would try to come here again as soon as possible. And Julian, watching them, smiled thoughtfully. When did Shubeon learn to speak like a true leader? Meanwhile, the Red Storm squad under the command of Chanatu dealt with another horde of demons. However, while cutting up their carcasses, the warriors noticed that magical crystals became less frequent for them to find. This was a big problem for the warriors, as all of them were married, and some even had several wives to support. However, there was still one avid bachelor in the Red Storm squad. And so in passing, the warriors decided to ask their commander, why was he still unmarried? There was even a rumor in the squad that Chanatu had health problems, but he angrily stated that he was fine. However, since the commander had no problems in the male department, the warriors assumed that someone was already waiting for him. Chanatu did not continue this topic, and as punishment ordered the squad to check another location for demons. But before that, he declared once again that he was ashamed that last time the Red Storm did less than the Orc tribe warriors. If it weren't for Humbaba, they wouldn't be here now. The warriors understood this and shared their commander's shame. And they were also tired of the constant mockery from the senior warriors of the first and second waves. One of the warriors even dared to say that compared to the Orc tribe, the senior warriors were not so different from them. However, in response, Chanatu told his squad that they had no idea what they were talking about, because the first and second generations of warriors were trained by the chief himself. Then Chanatu's squad assumed that in that case, the warriors must have received higher quality training training. But Chanatu stated that they had no idea how the chief trains. It's not even training. It's real hell. Meanwhile, the sands of the Red Desert were cut through by a sailing ship. On board was a squad of elves from the forest of the Mother Tree, and the squad was commanded by an elven archer named Vinari. At that moment, the ship with her squad was bombarding the demonic portal, striving to stop its formation. The final blow was supposed to be a shot by Vinari herself, which would cause a powerful explosion. However, when the sand settled, everyone on the ship saw that even after that, the portal was still intact. And in the next moment, a ship emerged from it, as if made from darkness itself. And this shadow vessel set course directly for Vinari's ship, intending to ram it. The ship's captain immediately ordered a course change and an increase in speed. The crew promptly executed the order, causing the ship to heel sharply while performing an evasive maneuver. And only at the last second did it manage to avoid the collision. However, to the crew's great surprise, the shadow ship turned around at incredible speed and gave chase. Vinari had never seen anything like this before, but she intended to finish off the unknown enemy with an arrow of light. However, to the surprise of the elven archer, her most powerful attack did not reach its target. Someone deflected it, and in the next moment Vinari saw a demon on the ship's bow who was attacking the sorcerer. And behind him, on the deck, a squad of undead appeared from the clumps of darkness. Meanwhile, the captain ordered to smash the enemy ship to pieces before it got closer. And in the next moment, the crew opened fire on the enemy with all the cannons. However, the sorcerer uttered a spell in an unknown language, and at that very second, a wall of sand rose in front of his ship, absorbing the entire blow. Then Vinari ordered her squad to open fire, and immediately a hail of arrows flew towards the ghost ship. The sorcerer once again took cover behind the wall of sand, but the elven arrows managed to pass through it and reach the enemy deck. With a single volley, the elves thinned the crowd of skeletons by half. Meanwhile, Vinari aimed at the sorcerer. She shot the arrow of light again, but as before, the sorcerer deflected it. And then he spoke to Vinari using telepathy and said that she smelled pleasant. In response, the elven archer declared that the sorcerer smelled of rot. Then he became curious about how Vinari would smell when her body began to rot. Meanwhile, the captain ordered the crew to load the cannons with magical crystals and attack the enemy with all their might. They immediately carried out the order, striking the enemy ship with all the guns. Then the sorcerer summoned the sand wall again, but this time the projectiles pierced it through and finally hit the target. The first mate warned the captain that at this rate the magical crystals would soon run out, but he ordered to use everything that remained. However, the sorcerer declared that the humans were trying in vain, and the next moment the ghost ship restored all the damage it had received. At this, the sorcerer decided to end the acquaintance, but in farewell he promised that they would meet again soon. And the next moment the ghost ship was completely submerged in sand. Meanwhile, in the Inama Empire, the emperor invited Hiruna to a business talk over lunch. His Highness had heard rumors about Julian's return, so he asked Hiruna if she was planning to visit her father. But in response, the girl assured that she would have to endure, as she had not yet completed her training. And moreover, the journey home would take several months. The emperor praised Hiruna's wise decision and admitted that when he himself was still a prince, he did not see his father for several years because he had many affairs. However, in his thoughts, the emperor added that it was precisely because of this that he was able to eliminate all competitors. Then he mentioned that there was no ambassador from Perea in the empire because there was Hiruna, and therefore he asked, "Is there anything she would like to convey to her homeland?" Then in response, the girl reminded that for several years Perea had been asking to send reinforcements due to demon activity. But the emperor stated that Perea was asking to send as many as 10,000, and added that this number was completely absurd. However, Hiruna did not object. On the contrary, she agreed with the emperor and said that Perea itself would not even send a battalion of archers. The emperor only reminded that the empire also lacked hands, as complete chaos was happening because of the portals. Then Hiruna hinted that if such a great power as the empire lacked hands, then it must be very hard for the people in the desert. And then the girl recalled a recent conversation with Luna, who had contacted her through a magical sphere. The requested scale of reinforcements was beyond reasonable limits, so Hiruna confidently stated that the emperor would refuse. But Luna calmed the young lady and explained that this way she would have more freedom to act. Now that the chieftain has returned, the emperor understands that this time the empire must yield. However, Hiruna must ensure that instead of troops, the empire buys off with treasures. Then the girl asked in surprise whether the tribe did not need more people. to which Luna explained that it is more important now to strengthen their positions, and therefore treasures are more important than people, and this is exactly what Hiruna was now trying to achieve from the Emperor. Meanwhile, he assured that there are enough monsters on their side, so the Empire has no free warriors to send reinforcements. Then, Hiruna again agreed with the Emperor and added that besides, the Empire is at war with one of the Western kingdoms. But in her thoughts, the girl thought with annoyance how difficult it is to deal with such a brazen and unpleasant person, but she needs to learn diplomacy. However, the Emperor suspected that Hiruna had some other hidden intentions. He also admitted to himself that he envied Julian because he did not have such smart children. Meanwhile, the desert chieftain gathered all the candidates selected for the squad for further testing. The test was that all the newcomers would have to attack Julian at once. Half of the warriors were stunned by such a turn of events. However, there were those who saw this as a chance to prove themselves. And while Julian was warming up, Shubian explained to the warriors that those among them who managed to wound the chieftain even slightly would receive leave and many high-quality magical crystals. Such a reward gave the warriors courage, and one of them was the first to risk challenging the chieftain to a duel. But Shubian explained that this was not a one-on-one duel. The warriors of the third and fourth waves had to attack all together. This condition puzzled the warriors, as they were being called to forget about honor and attack en masse. But then Julian asked the warriors how, with such courage, they could call themselves the future of the desert. And the chieftain added that a new selection should be held, because random newcomers were better than this gang before him. His words fired up the fighters, and they rushed into the attack as a crowd. Now Julian liked the warrior's spirit, and he met them with a satisfied smirk. And then what began could not even be called a battle. Julian simply walked through the crowd of warriors, scattering them like blind kittens. He avoided vital points but struck only the most painful ones, and even with numerical superiority, the entire group of warriors could not touch the chieftain. Shubian thought that he had finally caught up with Julian, but now he wondered, how strong is the leader? Meanwhile, the warriors of the first and second waves nostalgically watched the training and recalled their first clash with the leader. However, soon Shubian approached them and declared that it was unbecoming of the elders to just watch while the younger comrades suffered. While the leader was absent, the Red Storm risked their lives for all 10 years and successfully carried out dangerous operations, so the squad must show what it has achieved. However, in response, the warriors told the general that if he led the attack, they would cover the rear. Shubian realized that he had trapped himself, and if his squad could not give a worthy resistance, it would be a terrible disgrace. Therefore, he accepted the challenge and led his fighters into the attack. Meanwhile, the sounds of the fight attracted Garion, who was patrolling the area with his squad. However, climbing onto a sand dune and seeing Julian, one of the captains of the Red Storm, was horrified. His warriors immediately became alert when Garion suddenly crouched and ordered everyone not to show themselves. 2 fighters still approached their commander and asked what the problem was, to which Garion told them to look down. But seeing what was below, the warriors quickly hid behind the sand dune, as did their commander, and then all 3 decided to wait until nightfall. Meanwhile, in the Inima Empire, Hiruna continued to debate with the Emperor. His Majesty stated that he would not want to ignore the request of the allied Parea, and therefore he intends to send about 20 knights and 1,000 infantrymen with archers there. However, in response to the proposal, Hiruna asked the Emperor if he might be overdoing it, as she had heard that recently 3 new portals had appeared in the Empire. Because of them, chaos was currently happening at the border, so Hiruna asked if the Empire could provide support despite this. In response, the Emperor explained that since Julian had returned, he should send a gift to Parea, as the Empire had not yet been able to fulfill any of the requests. Then Hiruna assured that if necessary, her father would ask for the gift himself, and His Majesty would do well to show how much he cares about the allied Parea. In that case, the Emperor reasoned that since he could not send people, he should at least send resources. In response, Hiruna stood up from the table and expressed His Majesty the deepest gratitude on behalf of all Parea. However, in her thoughts, the girl wondered, what would Luna say about this? Meanwhile, the kingdom of Rossini was attacked by demons. The knights outnumbered them, but the demons were stronger. However, on the kingdom's side was its sword, Isaac von Devian, who could defeat even giant monsters with a single strike. And Isaac also possessed healing magic and could heal even severely wounded soldiers on the battlefield. But there were still many demons, so he ordered his men to retreat. They did not object because they knew the power of their prince, and in the next moment Isaac burst into the crowd of demons, beheading them one by one. But even in the heat of battle, he did not stop thinking about his decision to go to the Red Desert. Isaac was very worried, and there was no time left to think, but whatever the outcome, this was all he could do now. And when the last demon fell, Isaac said that now all that remains is to hope that he made the right choice. But his words were heard by the wisest, Ariel, who approached and admitted that she also sincerely hoped so. When night fell over the ruined city, the knights set up camp in the square. Guards stood watch on the fortress walls. But that night, Isaac himself volunteered to stand guard and ordered them to rest. And when the guards left, he smiled, thinking that fortunately, the soldiers had not lost their fighting spirit. However, the damage inflicted on the city was greater than Isaac had expected. Although this was a condition for the journey into the desert, if he had been late, there could have been many more casualties. Only the words of the wisest kept Isaac restless. Now, left alone with his thoughts, he immersed himself in memories and returned to the present day. The wisest found him in the middle of the ruined city, and then Isaac asked, "Did she not change her opinion after what she saw?" But in response, Ariel said firmly no. She also very much hopes that her choice will ultimately prove to be correct, and after today she still feels that the choice was right. Isaac objected, reminding that many people die because of the portals. Then the wisest asked, "Could today's situation have prevented the worst scenario?" After all, it is precisely because of the portals that a war with the Silence Empire is out of the question. Faced with such an argument, Isaac was forced to admit that Ariel was right, but that was the whole problem. Then the wisest declared that bloodshed is inevitable. But isn't it better to shed the blood of monsters rather than people? At that moment, Isaac could not deny it, even though he had no other choice. And now he only has to keep moving forward and believe that he made the right choice. Meanwhile, Julian and Shubeon finished training and were now exhausted, lying on the sand. The chief praised his friend, for he had become much stronger and even almost defeated him. But such words only made Shubeon even angrier. All these 10 years he wanted to fight alongside Julian against the demons, but the chief asked, who then would lead the Red Storm? In response, Shubeon stubbornly stated that a heavy burden is always easier to carry together, but Julian objected, saying that he was already carrying enough. And also, only thanks to Shubeon was he able to calmly handle everything. But then Shubeon realized and asked, had Julian seen Orca? To which the chief said that he had no fewer affairs than Luna. Then Shubeon assured that Julian would be surprised to learn how much his brother had changed. But the chief already knew this, for there were not many men in the Provoc family, so Orca had to become stronger. But then Julian grew sad, remembering how the teacher told him to always be ready, and the chief also recalled Noah's last words, that one day the time would come and then he would have to make a decision. But do these words mean that the 3 seals will be removed? And maybe they have already been removed, and now Julian also cannot stay aside. Meanwhile, in the Inama Empire, Hiruna finished the meeting with the Emperor and was now heading to the carriage to return to the residence. At the carriage, Mene, her personal bodyguard from the Pareya tribe, was patiently waiting for the girl, and also 2 knights of the Empire, assigned personally by the Emperor, Modin and Kasich. When Hiruna approached the carriage, Mene politely inquired how everything went, to which he received a positive answer. And when the girl climbed inside, the carriage started moving and left the imperial palace. On the way to the residence, Hiruna suddenly asked Mene for forgiveness for causing so much trouble today. But for the experienced warrior, it was a great honor to help the young lady, for which Hiruna was very grateful and promised to repay Mene when they both returned home. However, then the girl noticed that she had never seen this road before, which immediately made Mene wary. Then he looked outside and asked Modin, who was riding nearby, why are they taking a different road? However, the puzzled knight answered the question with a question. Didn't Mene order the coachman to stop by the mansion on the way to the residence? But Mene did not give such instructions. Then Modin ordered his partner to approach the coachman from the opposite side of the carriage. But to the surprise of both knights, the coachman simply disappeared. Modin immediately warned Mene about the situation and tried to intercept the reins. But in the next moment, he was knocked off the carriage by an enemy projectile. However, Modin managed to curl up during the fall and landed safely on the ground. Kasich intended to go back for him, but Modin ordered him not to stop. The breastplate saved the knight's life, but from the force of the blow he guessed that it was not an arrow, but a crossbow bolt, and if so, the shooter was somewhere nearby. Also, Moden realized that the coachman was in league with the attackers, which meant everything was planned in advance and they were hunting the princess. Therefore, he called his horse and rushed into pursuit. Meanwhile, Main took the coachman's place and took control of the carriage. However, the enemies were already approaching it from both sides. Nevertheless, Hiruna remained calm. She realized that these were not just bandits, but who in the Inam Empire could dare to kidnap her? Hiruna decided to personally ask the kidnappers about this and jumped onto the roof, having previously broken through it. At such a sight, Kasich was stunned, but immediately pulled himself together and shouted to the princess that it was dangerous. But Hiruna only smiled, calmed the knight, and thanked him for his concern. Then she took off her belt and declared that she could stand up for herself perfectly well. And in the next moment, Hiruna infused the belt with her ki, and it straightened like a sword. A fight was inevitable, so Mane told his lady that if he suddenly became a burden to her, she should leave him. However, in response, Hiruna assured that she would not allow that. Meanwhile, the bandits took the carriage in a pincer movement, and one of them was the first to shoot from a crossbow, but Kasich managed to deflect the bolt with his sword. Then, following their leader, all the other bandits opened fire. Kasich barely managed to deflect most of the bolts, but one still grazed his shoulder. Then, in response, the knight shot a beam of concentrated ki from the tip of his sword. He aimed at the bandit leader, but the latter shielded himself with a crossbow. However, then, instead of continuing the fight, the leader suddenly declared that he did not intend to kill Kasich and those he protects. But the knight did not believe the bandit's words and ordered Mane to ride on, while he himself would stay to hold off the enemies. However, in the next moment, a ki beam struck the bandit leader like an arrow and knocked him off his horse. And when Kasich turned around, he saw that the shooter was Lady Hiruna. Meanwhile, Julian decided to visit the mother tree, thanks to which a green meadow blossomed in the midst of the scorching desert. However, soon the Orc tribe's supreme warrior, Hambaba, joined the chieftain. Upon meeting, Julian once again expressed his gratitude to him, for if not for Hambaba, the Pariah tribe would have faced great difficulties. But the Orc warrior assured that there was no need for awkward words, as he had seen the greatness of human fighters with his own eyes. Julian guessed that Hambaba was talking about the mages of Pariah, and stated that the Orc's war cry contains a special power, so useful in the desert terrain. The Orc was surprised by the chief's praise and asked, "Aren't the war cry and magic of the Pariah mages similar?" But in response, Julian regretfully admitted that after many years of useless bloodshed, the desert tribes had lost what they should have been developing, and therefore Pariah would need the strength of the Orc clan warriors. However, Hambaba warned that his tribe also needed something, so this was not help, but cooperation. Then the Orc asked the chief if he knew that monsters change, to which Julian assured that his tribe was already working on solving this problem. Then Hambaba warned that time was not on their side, and therefore all human tribes must unite. However, in response, Julian said nothing, only wondering, wouldn't it be too selfish to use the selfishness of the continent's peoples? At this, Hambaba decided to leave the chief, and warning about joint training with the Pariah warriors one last time, departed. But as soon as the Orc disappeared, in the next moment, a worried Garian ran up to Julian and asked on the run, "Hasn't Shubeon returned yet?" Julian replied that not yet, and if you look at it that way, Shubeon was delayed more than usual. Then Garian stated that they would have to wait longer because the portals were not closing. At these words, the chief's focused face twitched. But for now, the story returns to Henkel Fortress. This place has long served as a crossroads of roads connecting the desert and the eastern continent. But now Henkel is different. Thanks to the strong alliance between Pariah and the Silence Empire, a safe route to the Red Desert has opened. Thus, the current Henkel has turned into the richest and most prosperous city on the continent. And everything that happens in Henkel does not go unnoticed by its wise ruler Haisha. On this day he, together with his wife Syra, was receiving an ambassador from the Pariah tribe named Boisha. He arrived in Henkel with a warning of a second-level threat. Haisha pondered the words of his old friend and asked to buy a little more time for Henkel and the Silence Empire. However, in response, Boisha stated that the tribe did not have time for that, and if it was still quiet in the east, then in the west, pure hell was happening. Then Syra intervened in the conversation and assured the ambassador that he could speak freely, since regardless of status, she was Haisha's wife. and Henkel's affairs also concerned her. Boisha apologized to the princess and explained that he could not help but worry now. Then Haisha asked if it was really that serious, to which Boisha revealed that everything in the desert was changing very quickly and radically, and meanwhile, no one had yet sent them the promised support. Nevertheless, Haisha asked to wait a little longer, as ambassadors were arriving from other countries. But in response, Boisha explained that the problem was not with Julian, but with the leaders of other desert tribes. They were no longer just expressing dissatisfaction. They were angry. Even Luna spoke at the meeting of the Supreme Desert Council and asked to give Haisha more time, but the people's patience was running out. Then Haisha replied that he needed to think everything over to give an accurate answer. Meanwhile, Julian led the squad, rushing to the outskirts of the Red Desert. The current situation affected not only the desert, so the leader listened to Humbaba's words and decided to see everything for himself. But upon arriving at the third village in a row, Julian was met with the same terrible scene. The village was located on the edge of the desert, but its inhabitants were still not spared. For the leader, this was unacceptable, but the worst part was that it was no longer just about the Red Desert. Now this problem concerned all humanity. But fortunately for Julian, there were still demons left in the village on whom he could vent his rage. Therefore, the leader ordered the squad to crush the enemies and was the first to rush into the attack. After clearing the village, the squad returned to the oasis, where Julian decided to wash up to clear his mind. But soon, Per approached him, clearly intending to discuss the recently made decision. However, the chief stopped him and stated that if he had seen everything with his own eyes, he would not have objected to his decision. Innocent people are now helplessly dying, so Julian asked his brother to put politics aside and put people first. In response, Pere assured that he would follow the chief's wish, but other desert chiefs would not so easily follow his will. Then, Julian declared that if he did not take a step forward while his people were dying, he would have to accept the consequences. Pere realized that his brother was truly very angry and asked him to act consistently in that case. However, in response, Julian said there was no time for that and ordered all units to be sent out. Pere tried to reason with the chief, but Julian explained that Perea must make other countries understand that if it cannot fulfill its duty, then no one else can. After that, Per met with Luna and recounted the conversation with his brother. The chief's decision puzzled Luna, because instead of bringing reinforcements, he first tried to bring resources. Meanwhile, Per warned that he would like to ask Orku to investigate the problem with the portals. In response, Luna assured that he would do everything possible to help, to which Per expressed hope that under the current circumstances, they could both leave disputes behind and start anew. But Luna never held a grudge against Per, because they both were simply following their beliefs for the sake of the tribe. Meanwhile, Julian visited Madame Matata, who once took the place of his mother. However, when he knelt before her, Matata said that the chief is the hope of the tribe, and therefore he must stand above all others. And Madame also heard that the chief had made a decision and wants to seal the demon world. However, Julian admitted that he did not know how to do this, so he came to Madame for advice. But in response, Matata assured him that this would not be difficult, since the chief had already known Valhalla. Julian was surprised by Madame's insight and asked, "What will happen next?" Then Matata told that there would be a final war, but its battlefield would be beyond the desert. Then Madame headed to the exit of the tent and ordered Julian to follow her. He asked confusedly where they were going, to which Matata vaguely replied that with the help of the Sheer tribe, she would show the way, and then noble warriors of Valhalla would join the chief. Meanwhile, in the Inama Empire, the chase continued. Hiruna ordered Mana to stop the carriage, to which the bodyguard exclaimed that this was unacceptable. Then the girl reminded who her teacher, father, and uncles were. Manet had nothing to say against such an argument, and therefore he was forced to comply. As soon as the crew stopped, they were immediately surrounded by bandits. Then their leader stepped forward and admitted that he did not expect such mastery of ki from Hiruna. The chief almost died, yet he had no intention of harming the girl. On the contrary, the bandits would be very grateful for cooperation. But in response, Hiruna stated that in such a situation, it was not a request, but a threat. Then she turned to Kasich and asked the knight to turn the carriage around and move away. Hiruna asked the same of the bandits, but their leader warned that if the girl continued to resist, they would have to show roughness. In response, Hiruna ordered the bandits to disappear from her sight if they did not want to die. The bandit leader was forced to admit that the girl was much more skillful than he had expected. However, to the chief, Hiruna was just an immature and conceited girl, so he drew his blade. Then Hiruna declared that although she did not know who sent the bandits, that person entrusted the task to someone who does not even understand people. Then the girl jumped down from the carriage and, preparing for battle, added that in any case she would have to find out who the employer was. The leader realized that nothing could be done and said to his men with annoyance that it wouldn't be terrible if they broke something of the girl's. The main thing was that she stayed alive. And in the next moment, the bandits rushed at Hiruna from all sides. However, in response, the girl sharply swung her belt, and it, writhing like a snake, pierced the neck of the first enemy. The second was a bit luckier. He survived, but Hiruna cut off his arm. Then she beheaded 2 bandits with one swing. Kasek and Mane also joined the fight, and soon the first wave of bandits was destroyed. Then the leader ordered the remaining ones to encircle Hiruna, but she spun like a top and threw the bandits away with a powerful wave of Kai. However, this was only a distraction, and in the next moment the leader attacked the girl from behind. But to his surprise, Hiruna, without turning, deflected the treacherous attack. Then her belt rushed at the leader, but he managed to put his blade under the strike. However, this did not save the bandit, as the belt simply broke his sword. And in the next moment, the belt wrapped around the leader, completely immobilizing him. Then Hiruna stated that she spared several bandits, so she had no reason to leave their leader alive. He could not move, and only now, to his horror, realized that the girl was much stronger than him. The leader tried to speak, but it was already too late. Hiruna sharply pulled the belt, and it cut the bandit into pieces. Mane, who was watching what was happening, had to admit that even the chief could not use half of the lady's current strength at her age. But then Hiruna addressed him and ordered to arrest the bandits who were still alive. But Kasek wondered if the princess had overdone it, since she could quite easily capture all the bandits alive. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Hiruna herself, who ordered to check if Lord Moden was all right. Soon the crew resumed their journey, but Kasek kept casting thoughtful glances at the princess. They were hard to miss, so Hiruna asked, "Did Lord Kasek have something to say?" He was confused by the question, and then Hiruna guessed that it was because of what had recently happened. The princess explained that if she had finished off all the bandits, she would not have found out who the employer was, and if she had spared them all, they would have considered her weak. Since it is impossible to prevent a recurrence of such an event, it is necessary to make the enemies pay, and those who survived break and tell the truth. After Hiruna's words, Kasek had no more questions, and he also began to understand why Emperor Mardung was so favorable to her. Meanwhile, Julian, accompanied by Vinari and Kambaba, arrived at the Sheer tribe. On his behalf, the guests were met and greeted by the priestess Lakri. However, soon the girl was surprised to see Lady Matata together with the conqueror of the desert. She was very glad to see Lakri again after so many years and suggested continuing the conversation inside the tower. There, Julian revealed his plan to oppose the demons with the strength of all the squads. In response, Lakri declared without hesitation that if necessary, she was ready to summon the full power of the Sheer tribe to help the conqueror of the desert. Julian was glad to hear this, but warned that first of all it was necessary to train the warriors in the power of the forgotten song of the supreme warrior Kambaba. The priestess agreed that the warrior's song would undoubtedly help greatly in the fight against monsters, but it could not be mastered in a short time. Then Lady Matata explained that if a person who was not a warrior wanted to master the song, it would require a lot of time and effort. But for the warriors of Perea, there was nothing easier. However, Lakri warned that it still might not be as simple as it seemed. She also revealed that in her youth, Lady Matata was part of the Sheer tribe, which surprised Julian. However, Matata calmly stated that the mages of the Sheer tribe are not warriors. Lakri did not dare to argue further, and assured that the Sheer tribe would make every effort to help Perea. Then Matata warned that there was one more request. They would have to open Valhalla. At these words, the priestess was horrified and declared that this place was not meant for living beings. But Lady Matata calmed her and explained that only Julian, who had already been there once, would enter Valhalla. With that, the conversations ended, and the warriors of Perea immediately began training. immersing themselves in the illusion of emptiness. One of the first volunteers was Garyon with his squad. Lady Matata and Lakri watched his training through a magical sphere, but the priestess expressed concerns that at this rate, the warriors would soon breathe their last. But Matata assured that all who arrived in the Shir tribe were the best warriors of Perea, and they would never lose to the illusion, falling into its trap. Then Lakri reminded that these warriors simply were not ready for this, to which Matata lamented that the priestess mistrusted them without reason. Then the lady pointed to Garyon fighting the illusion and declared that fear would not be able to seize them. When the day leaned toward sunset, the training ended and Garyon with his squad emerged from the illusion. Only in his thoughts did the tired captain declare that if it happens again, it will be the end for all of them. Meanwhile, Lakri was watching the warriors, unable to believe her eyes. For although all the warriors were completely exhausted, they really managed to survive the trial. But Lady Matata did not doubt for a second and declared that in just a month the warriors would definitely be able to do it. However, from the words of the elder Garyon and his fighters, they thought that perhaps they would reach Valhalla even before her. And the one who definitely had already reached Valhalla before everyone else was Julian. He was greeted by statues of great warriors of the past, who in unison proclaimed the return of the young warrior who had become worthy of their praise. In response, Julian bowed his head and respectfully greeted the warriors of the past as the desert chieftain. Then the central statue, seated on the throne, declared that Julian had become a warrior worthy to share a conversation with them. For Julian, it was a great honor to meet again with the chieftain of the past. But in response, he declared that now Julian had also become a chieftain, and it was his generation that would end the war. Then Julian swore that no matter what, he would put an end to it, for his ancestors also needed eternal peace. The chief of the past agreed with Julian and assured that all warriors would support his entry into Valhalla. However, Julian was somewhat worried, so he asked the chief of the past for help with the decision. In response, the chief of the past pondered and asked what exactly is required of him. Meanwhile, at the Silence Empire Academy, another lesson was taking place. However, specifically in this class, among the students was a native of the Perea tribe named Ahan. His teacher decided to end the lesson for today, and giving homework as a last task, dismissed the class. But unlike his peers, Ahan was in no hurry to leave, continuing to diligently reread his notes. He might have sat like that until evening if Rolbys had not called out to him. Ahan snapped out of it, and in response to his friend's question, explained that he was simply trying to understand the material on his own. In response, Rolbys was amazed, because Ahan was still able to maintain concentration after a 4-hour lesson. Moreover, Ahan was the best fighter in the class, and even martial arts masters learned from him. Therefore, Rolbys asked, could he invite Ahan home? In response, he suggested that Rolbys needed a fencing teacher. But Rolbys got a little nervous and admitted that he needed something from Ahan, or rather, he depended on her. Then Ahan also admitted that he was rereading the notes for the 3rd time, but still couldn't grasp it, so he needed a friend's help. Having agreed, Ahan and Rolbys left the building and headed to the dining hall through the academy courtyard. However, at the threshold, they were ambushed by Haisha, who jokingly expressed surprise at the book in Ahan's hands. But Ahan was genuinely surprised to see the great desert warrior so suddenly. Then Ahan realized and introduced Haisha to his study friend and heir of the Duke, Rolbys. He pondered over Haisha's name and title, which he had heard somewhere before. But in the next moment, Rolbys was enlightened, for before him stood the lord of the city Henkel and the emperor's son-in-law. Therefore, he immediately bowed his head and introduced himself as befits a lord. Haisha was glad to meet Rolbys, but asked to be left alone with Ahan. And when the young lord left, Ahan guessed that Haisha had come not without reason. Although Ahan arrived at the Silence Academy reluctantly because of the chieftain and Haisha's persistent recommendations, once here he understood a lot and learned much. Therefore, Ahan wanted to stay at the academy longer to learn even more. Haisha would have been only glad about this, but due to recent events, Ahan might have to pause his studies. Meanwhile, Julian, together with Lakri, watched the warriors' training. The chieftain noticed that the training was hard for them, but when he was in charge, it was not so serious. Then the priestess asked, "Does Julian want to learn the warrior's song?" In response, the chieftain pondered, but then declared that he would like to know why his warriors were in such difficulty. At that time, Lady Matata came to the shore of the Shadow Sea. She did not know how much her idea would help, But as long as Julian was there, she would not have to worry much about the future. The last thing Matata could do was to dedicate herself to the tribe and sacrifice herself for the new kingdom. Therefore, with a pure soul, she began preparing her final spell. Finding himself inside the illusion where his tribesmen had already been, Julian was surprised. After all, it was quite difficult to be here and very hard to move. Besides, Julian could not see what surrounded him. After several blows from Julian, the space could no longer hold and began to crack. Here, Julian was very surprised that his warriors had difficulties with this, since for Garion, it should not have been a problem. Watching everything through the Lacry sphere, she was amazed at how Julian destroyed space using only force. Although what did she expect? After all, Julian had already gone beyond human capabilities. Meanwhile, in the inner Palace of Silence, Emperor Sheon and his son-in-law Haisha were having a conversation. Emperor Sheon did not like all this, even though the Empire and the Kingdom of Perea were allies. But this time, Perea went too far, as this is already interference in the internal affairs of the Empire. But Kaisha disagreed with him, because if the Empire does not send troops to the border for a sweep, they will face retribution. Initially, the envoys from Perea repeatedly asked for help, but the Empire simply ignored their requests. The Emperor was outraged. Could it really be his fault? But Haisha did not intend to threaten Sheon. He only wanted to emphasize how critical the current situation was. The Emperor's face darkened. Now the Empire is in a difficult position. The Kingdom of Rossini is just waiting for the moment to strike. Due to recovery from the Civil War, the Emperor could not pay more attention to this, but now it was necessary to take advantage of the opportunity and regain the territories. Of course, Haisha believed that the Emperor was doing the right thing, but now was not the time. Nevertheless, the Emperor did not understand why he needed to delay such a great matter because of this situation. After all, Julian had returned. Then Haisha tried to explain to Emperor Sheon the importance of the current events. Perea had reached its limit, and such a decision was made by the leader. Sheon nodded approvingly, but he was still worried that even if he mobilized troops and provided support, the Kingdom of Rossini might try to provoke them. But Haisha assured him that the Kingdom of Rossini would not dare to act that way. After all, in that case, Perea's wrath would be directed at them. Emperor Sheon raised an eyebrow in surprise. Could Perea really be ready to go to war? Of course, Haisha perfectly understood that the Empire and the Kingdom of Rossini were covering for each other, and it was time to put an end to this conflict. This matter concerned not only the Empire, but also the Kingdom of Rossini, so they notified all countries bordering Perea. But the Emperor was skeptical about whether the other countries would listen to them, and Haisha understood his concerns. There might be countries that would not comply, but then they would see Perea's wrath. And then the Emperor thought, perhaps this is a good chance for the Empire to realize its ambitions. Meanwhile, Matata continued to sing on the shore of the Shadow Sea. Behind her, Lacry and the Elder were watching intently through the sphere. Lacry was amazed by Matata's efforts, but worried whether she was overexerting herself, as it was already the third day of her singing. Of course, Lacry understood that to open the path for the tribe, Perea would need about a month, and most likely there would be casualties. That is why Lady Matata is trying so hard to open the path herself for the sake of her king. Finally, Lady Matata finished singing, and pillars of light shot from the seal into the sky. Julian, who was nearby, was amazed. Could it be that when Matata said she would show the way, it was literal? Matata, gathering the last of her strength, directed the beam of light onto the Shadow Sea. Julian's eyes widened in surprise. The Shadow Sea receded where the beam of light passed, revealing a path to him. But Lady Matata's strength was leaving her, and she staggered. The chief immediately rushed to her. Of course, Julian felt that Matata's life force was running out, but why go so far? But Matata only smiled in response. It was said that for the members of the Sheer tribe, opening the path would be difficult, but still possible. She was ready to sacrifice herself just to fulfill the promise given to the leader. Matata was also part of Perea, so she, like the warriors, sacrificed herself for the people. She should have left long ago. Matata was even surprised that she had lived so long. But now she understood everything. All this was for this day. For her, it was an honor to help all the tribes. Sadness appeared on Julian's face, but Lady Matata asked the leader not to be sad, but to smile at her farewell. And Julian sincerely smiled in response. Lady Matata only nodded approvingly and released the leader's hand. Slowly, Her body began to turn into small clusters of light, which soared into the sky. Julian remembered his childhood and how Lady Matata had replaced his mother. Raising his gaze upward, he watched the clusters of light dissolving in the sky. Turning around, he looked at the opened passage. Matata's sacrifice must not be in vain, so Julian must seal it. Meanwhile, Haisha was about to leave the Silence Empire Academy. Next to him was a worried Ahan. Haisha was simply preparing for the worst-case scenario. Although they had uncovered the truth, he did not know how the Emperor would react to it. Then Ahan asked what he could do at the Academy, but Haisha only shook his head negatively. Peace in the desert and calm on the streets of silence depended only on the Emperor. After all, if the Emperor does not take measures and chaos begins, the students from the desert studying at the Academy will have a hard time. Here, Ahan unexpectedly suggested taking all the students from the desert. Perhaps this would put pressure on the Emperor. To which Haisha only smiled in response. Ahan had learned a lot and was already proposing political steps. But at this moment, that was enough. Therefore, Haisha advised Ahan to warn the princes of the kingdoms and the heirs of the great houses about the danger. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place in Perea, and although Luna had already sent requests to all the countries with which they had diplomatic relations, there was little hope. One of the advisors objected that maybe something would change, since the leader, warrior, and protector of Perea had returned. But Luna was skeptical. Some changes had indeed occurred, but they only concerned those who felt the leader's power. The Silence Empire, the Inama Empire, and the Kingdom of Rosini at least formally demonstrated cooperation, but the others would most likely continue to ignore the requests as before. For Shubeon, such a development of events was expected, which is why they could no longer remain inactive. It was necessary to complete the hero's path as soon as possible. Only by completing it could Perea give the desert a powerful weapon. Of course, Luna understood that many of those present still doubted the hero's path. Therefore, they planned to carry out an operation to demonstrate the power of the weapon that Perea held in its hands. This was supposed to serve as a warning to those who simply remain on the sidelines. They would have to understand that the desert carries a heavy burden and learn what will happen if they neglect the duty to bear this burden. The advisors nodded approvingly. Of course, Luna wanted to use this move much later, but now it was more important to give the chief's rage an outlet. Orca studied the shards that had separated from the portal nearby with interest. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by one of the warriors pointing out that an enemy was behind Orca. Striking the staff on the ground, Orca cast a binding spell on the monster, and then using light magic, dispersed the creature. Staring at the pile of ashes, Orca wondered if all the gates in the future would be like this. Then monsters would appear endlessly. Of course, he did not know for sure whether they would be able to find a way to close the gates forever, since much still remained unclear. Meanwhile, Juliana inside the space was trying to master the art of song while fighting countless enemies. Striking down opponents one by one, Julian continued to sing without stopping. Finally, using Heavenly Destruction, the last monster was defeated, but it was of little use. Did Julian still need to learn more? Behind him, Lakri and the elders watched with interest through the sphere. They were surprised that the warrior's song had no effect on the god of war. At first, Lakri thought the aura was too weak, but then it disappeared. Perhaps Julian was already accustomed to the warrior's song. Of course, Lakri also understood that preserving the traditions of the desert was their sacred duty, and if they did not solve this problem, they would lose the respect of the other tribes. Then one of the elders expressed concerns that the god of war thinks like most warriors who consider singing meaningless. But Lakri immediately dismissed this theory, since the entire Red Storm believed that the warrior's song could be beneficial. So why would the god of war ignore it? After all, Julian went against prejudices and even implemented the Imperial Academy system. A deadly silence hung. The elders and Lakri did not know what to do next. Then one of the elders named Ian suggested that since Julian is the god of war, the warrior's song is a lower order power, so it probably does not affect him. But the other elders did not support Ian and only resented his guess, since the god of war still remains a warrior. And the warrior's song is an epic encompassing the history of the desert. No matter how great Julian was, he could not rise above the history of the entire desert. But Ian's words made Lakri think. Perhaps it could be true. Therefore, she decided to head to the library, and the remaining elders were to oversee the training of the other warriors. Near the mother tree, Pear met with Lady Vinari and her retinue. Bowing his head in greeting, Pear thanked her for the work done. Madame Vinari handed him the report that was requested to be delivered to the Paray tribe. Carefully studying the reports, Pear's eyes widened in horror. It was necessary to prepare. The crisis was from all sides, and if it continued like this, the fleet would not be able to enter the required zones, and this would complicate troop movements. Pear decided to immediately convene a meeting, suggesting Vinari also attend. She only nodded affirmatively, as if following someone's plan to change everything at once from the beginning. The desert was on the edge. It was already night outside, and Lakri continued her searches in the library. Suddenly she was struck with insight. The warrior's song is a way to embody the ancestors' epic in the present, to gain their strength. But the epic built by the current god of war was much stronger than any desert story. That is why weaker songs could not help him. The chief's epic was missing only one part, and if the song dedicated precisely to it was used, then the song should bring benefit. Meanwhile, Julian, having carefully listened to the messenger's report, pondered where to start. There was nothing urgent yet, so Julian decided to trust Perry and Luna. Let them first set the priorities, and then he will personally deal with each item. The messenger, having carefully listened to the orders, immediately rushed to carry them out. Suddenly, Julian's attention was drawn to Lakri, who came out of the nearby gates. She came to inform Julian that she had found the warrior's song that could help him. Being in the space, the warrior of Paray sighed heavily and opened his eyes. Now, before his eyes appeared what he had not seen before. More precisely, a crowd of shadows positioned opposite and preparing to attack. The warrior, beginning to sing, boldly rushed at the enemy, slaying one monster after another. Even when surrounded, he did not stop uttering the words of the song. This helped him scatter the shadows and rush into the attack again. This was what each of the warriors did during training. The words of the song did not cease for a second. Garion also followed the example of his tribesmen and bravely struck the shadows without stopping singing. When the training was finally over, a smile played on Garion's face. Garion had felt something before, but now he could definitely control it at will. The tribesmen also shared his joy. From now on, they could complete tasks independently without the help of the Norn tribe. After all, previously some of the gates could not be passed without them, and because of this many felt uncomfortable. But Garion advised the warriors not to be hasty, for they were not inferior to the Norn tribe in strength. They just could not destroy the special environment close to witchcraft. They should learn from the experience of their predecessors who overcame similar obstacles. But many wondered which song they would learn this time. Of course, Garion was not particularly concerned, since their job was to work with muscles, and the elders of the Shur tribe would explain everything themselves. The warriors were also curious why the chief trained separately. But everyone was confident that Julian would show a stunning result. In the library, Julian studied records about previous chiefs. As he thought there were almost no records, even the corresponding songs were few. For him and Lakri, it was obvious that there was only one warrior, the greatest chief of the desert, Chaviswela, who was the only one to lead the troops in the last battle. Julian believed that he was the only one who could pass on his experience to them. Then Lakri suggested starting with the art of commanding troops, since a song that enhances abilities would clearly be useful to the god of war. Of course, Julian intended to speak separately with the elders and shamans of the tribe, but it was the Shur people who had the most complete historical archives. But Lakri immediately dispelled his concerns by stating that the elders had already begun research, asking the god of war for cooperation. Naturally, Julian was surprised by this turn of events. Could it be that the elders wanted to study him as well? For Lakri, Julian's behavior was completely incomprehensible, since he was the god of war, and their mission was to study history and create a song based on it. But Julian still doubted, thinking he was not great enough for a song to be made about him. Nevertheless, Lakri was determined. There was no time for modesty now. It was necessary to immortalize in song the story of how Julian fought a giant creature in an oasis in the south. Julian recalled that battle but was unable to destroy the monster. Something appeared that interfered with him. The aura of the celestial demon tried to consume it, and in the end he lost control. It was fortunate that everything turned out well. It was not Julian who fought with that black hand, but something else. Something that has now left him. some kind of creature. And here Julian became worried whether he could resist this creature. His thoughts were interrupted by Lakri, who called him to follow her, as all the elders were already waiting for Julian. Julian was telling the story of his life with interest, and the elders were attentively recording the tale. Of course, Julian felt a little awkward since it was his own song, but he hoped that the song would help at least a little. The gray-bearded elder thanked Julian for his efforts. The elders recorded his deeds in the chronicles for the sake of fighting evil. Julian's face burned with shame. He felt embarrassed. But the records were supposed to benefit many generations of warriors in the future. Nevertheless, Lakri wanted to ask to be told Julian's true name, the leader of the desert. Because of the civil war, they replaced many elders, and the former priestess left them. Therefore, Lakri was worried that they might miss something, and after all, the work had to be done flawlessly. Lakri also wanted to gather the chief shamans of all the tribes on behalf of the leader. They had to make up for the shortcomings of the Sheer tribe. Of course, she understood that everyone was busy because of the monster activity, but warriors who mastered the song became much stronger. Julian indeed noted that the effect was impressive, especially since they had the opportunity to solve problems without the involvement of the Norn tribe. Lakri thanked the leader for his participation, but she needed to ask a few more questions. After all, they needed a song that would allow them to respond immediately to anomalies. Also, Lakri was informed that there is a magical fleet in Parea, and without it, the warriors could not cope with the emerging anomalies. And with the help of the warrior's song, it would be possible to deal with these anomalies. Of course, there were some limitations, but they could be avoided. Meanwhile, in Parea, the squad leaders were preparing the fighters for the offensive. Pere, together with Luna and Shubayon, announced to the warriors that they had informed 9 countries bordering Parea of their intentions. However, none of them agreed to meet their demands. Kratos immediately picked up on this, adding that only the Silence Empire and the Kingdom of Rosini were ready to meet the minimum conditions. Nevertheless, they intended to warn those who did not fulfill their fair demands. Then Bakken joined the conversation. Of course, he understood that this might look like shifting responsibility onto others. But since this decision was made at the Great Desert Council, everyone must participate. No one should hesitate. Only then will the other countries understand what the desert has sacrificed. Inspired by such speeches from their commanders, the warriors moved to the gathering point. Although gates appeared all over the continent, more than half of them were still formed in the desert. Other countries had to somehow respond to the desert's requests. They had to be sincere. Of course, Shubayon never neglected his duties, and this method was not to his liking. But he perfectly understood that Parea could not endlessly cope with hordes of monsters alone. At the warriors' gathering point, Luna and Pear were already waiting, watching how the armada of warriors moved. Pear felt a heaviness in his soul. Noticing this, Luna advised him not to show his feelings in front of others. After all, weakness could spread to the other warriors. But it was not weakness. Pear was simply disappointed in the others, the strange ones who thought it would not affect them. Julian ordered to set priorities and report, but Pear did not know what to do first. But Luna was more concerned about the variables in this matter. For there are many madmen in the world, especially among those who have power and opportunities. The operation to protect the desert from monsters, or rather the operation aimed at showcasing the desert's weapons, began. The cavalry swiftly burst into the ranks of monsters, crushing everything in their path. They advanced quickly, giving the beasts no slightest chance to escape. But Shubayon sharply ordered the warriors to stop and not to pursue the retreating monsters. For the essence of the operation was very simple. Instead of destroying the monsters, the desert warriors had to push them in one direction. Shubayon ordered Bakun to form a squad and continue the offensive on the continent. Casting a glance over the battlefield, Shubayon wondered how many more people had to die because of these creatures. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the continent, farmers were peacefully resting after a hard day. Suddenly, a strange hum reached their ears, which was heard beyond the village palisade. It was the accumulated anger of the desert that began to pour onto the continent. The monsters broke through the palisade and burst into the village. People fled in horror. But the beasts were more agile, throwing themselves at the fugitives and tearing them to pieces. Some villagers, in fear, grabbed pitchforks and other agricultural tools, hoping to somehow defend themselves. But the fate of the bearded old man was sealed. The monster knocked him down and began tearing the poor man's body apart. A young man, paralyzed by fear, fell to the ground, still clutching the pitchforks in his hands. Realizing his unenviable position, the villager was already saying goodbye to life, when suddenly a figure jumped out from behind him and cut the monster in two. This figure turned out to be a girl named Hilai. She advised the shocked villager to go to the village entrance, where he could be protected. Turning around, Hilai noticed 4 more monsters approaching and, hastening the man, bravely rushed into battle. After a moment, all the creatures were defeated, but Hilai did not blink an eye. She was more concerned about whether this was too irresponsible, since too many people end up dying. Feeling movement behind her, Hilai sharply turned and pressed the blade to Justice's throat, who had sneaked up unnoticed. Carefully removing the blade from her neck, Justice reminded Hilai that it was dangerous to move alone. But Hilai immediately advised Justice not to stand behind her if he did not want to die, and she sheathed the sword. Examining the battlefield, Hilai was horrified at how many people had died, but such was the strategy of the Pere tribe. At that moment, Hilai wondered if it was really necessary to resort to such measures. But according to Justice, if other countries did not feel the losses firsthand, they would consider it someone else's problem. Besides, that was the decision of the Desert Council. Of course, Hilai understood this. They were sent on an operation where it was necessary to leave the enemy alive to spread rumors. This operation was meant to show that the desert had not remained indifferent. Moreover, apart from the Red Storm, only Justice's squad could handle the hordes of monsters. After looking around once more and finding no more enemies, Justice gave the order to retreat. Meanwhile, near the western village, a warrior with light hair named Jirkan led his comrades into battle. The fighters fiercely clashed with the monsters, giving them not a single chance. Jirkan swiftly jumped and plunged a dagger into the head of the nearest monster. Letting out its last breath, the creature collapsed to the ground. But Jirkan did not even think of stopping. Driven by rage, he killed one monster after another. In his soul, Jirkan cursed the chieftain, for he was from the former Yalka tribe, the tribe of traitors. And by the chieftain's decision, warriors of this tribe could not start families for more than 10 years. Such was the price for betrayal. Therefore, Jirkan strove to finish off the monsters as quickly as possible, for as soon as this operation ended, he would finally get the chance to start a family. And the elite desert warriors carried out an operation called Remnants of Conscience. On sand ships, they attacked giant shadow worms, firing volleys from all their weapons. At headquarters, Luna was examining the map with interest and marking the received information about the course of the battles. Although it was burdensome, Luna believed that this way they could pressure the rulers of neighboring countries. And the operation, as expected, turned out to be very effective. The monsters, driven by the desert to the outskirts, attacked the border areas. Because of this, many people were forced to leave their homes and flee. Of course, such a situation caused uncontrollable chaos, and chaos quickly turned into anger. And naturally, anger is a feeling that always finds a way out. In one of the border castles of the Inama Empire, the local duke was extremely outraged that monsters were moving towards his lands. The duke demanded that the troops immediately arrive at the castle, but the garrison commander named Oswald once again reminded the duke that most of the soldiers had deserted. The deserters joined the rebels because their families were there. Oswald insisted on protecting the city residents, but the duke clearly disagreed with him, wanting to protect only the fortress, since without it these lands would not exist at all. Oswald's expression darkened at these words, when suddenly one of the soldiers on the fortress wall called out to him. The guard reported the approach of monsters to the city walls. Oswald immediately climbed the wall to assess the scale of the attack. Oswald's eyes widened with horror when he saw the number of monsters. He immediately asked the Duke to evacuate everyone in the castle at once, but the Duke was against it, demanding that Oswald immediately go out and stop the monsters, as he needed time to carry everything out of the treasury. There was no time for this. Moreover, Oswald did not want to risk the lives of soldiers for the Duke's treasures. But the Duke continued to insist. For him, the lives of soldiers meant nothing. Property was more important. He could not run away from the fortress empty-handed. Oswald could no longer tolerate such blatant selfishness, and with a swing of his sword beheaded the Duke. Then he ordered the soldiers to immediately gather the remaining men and leave the fortress to join the people's militia. Meanwhile, an outraged crowd gathered near the imperial palace. In the throne room, the emperor gloomily listened to the report of his advisors. All in unison demanded that the emperor act immediately, for the monsters were advancing and it was necessary to urgently send troops. The emperor became darker than a cloud, so this is how the desert inhabitants decided to act. The emperor sharply interrupted the advisors, reminding them that they were the ones who assured that everything was fine and there were no problems with the defense. It was the advisors who insisted on expanding the territory without properly checking everything. Then the emperor reminded them that every word spoken by the advisors would cost them their lives, but as a sign of recognition of their work, the emperor decided to spare their families. Looking at the angry crowd near his palace, the emperor demanded that the advisors take upon themselves all the hatred of the people. Meanwhile, the crowd began to rage even more, demanding the immediate resignation of incompetent officials. Suddenly, a stately man emerged from the palace to the crowd, and the people immediately bowed their heads in respect. This was the man through whose mouth the emperor communicated with the people. The emperor's envoy demanded that the people raise their heads. Then the envoy announced that only today the emperor realized that his eyes had been blind and his ears deaf. The crowd froze in shock, paying attention to every word of the man from the palace. Then the envoy demanded that the criminals be brought, and 3 advisors were dragged to the palace gates. The advisors were supposed to be the eyes and ears of the emperor, but instead they hid the voices of the people's representatives from him. For this, they deserved death. The guards behind immediately swung their swords, and 3 heads rolled along the pavement. The once enraged citizens' crowd froze in horror at such a sight. After a deathly silence, the crowd exploded with cheers, greeting and praising the emperor. Among the crowd was Hiruna, who was closely watching what was happening. It was such manipulations she wanted to learn. After that, Hiruna went down to the dungeon to Moden and Classic, who were guarding the prisoners. Both guards were very surprised by the appearance of Lady Hiruna, and immediately jumped up from their seats. Hiruna wanted to talk to the prisoners, but Classic immediately objected, saying that the Supreme Warrior had strictly ordered not to let Hiruna near the captives. She put the guards in an extremely awkward position, so Moden suggested first getting permission from the Supreme Warrior. Then Hiruna wanted to hear what the guards had managed to learn from the prisoners. But apart from some nonsense about establishing order in chaos, the guards failed to get anything from the prisoners. Nevertheless, the guards promised to inform Hiruna as soon as they found out who they were and what they were plotting. Hiruna nodded affirmatively, but the prisoners' words seemed familiar to her. She had heard them before. Suddenly, she remembered how once after training, Noah, carrying her on his shoulders, promised to teach Hiruna to bring order, even in the greatest chaos. Noah said it in passing, but Hiruna was sure that it definitely happened. Nevertheless, Hiruna was certain that whoever was behind the attack on her, their methods were wrong and they would pay dearly for it. It was deep night outside. Orca was thoughtfully looking at the moon. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a falling star, and tears appeared in Orca's eyes. He understood what had happened to Lady Matata. Wiping his tears, he turned to the warriors behind him and announced that the path was open. Spiny vines entwined the portal, creating a kind of labyrinth through which it was harder for the monsters to break through. They were created by Ariel, who settled on one of the vines and watched the procession of monsters emerging from the portal. Suddenly, a man in a hood jumped down onto the vine next to her. He was one of the rangers, and his name was Sebastian. Watching the monsters, Sebastian wondered if they would cope, since the previous information about the monsters was now useless. But Ariel did not share his gloomy thoughts. On the contrary, she was confident that as soon as the data was updated, they would easily be able to destroy the monsters. Of course, deep down, Sebastian also hoped for this, but when he looked at the creatures, he felt as if they had touched something they shouldn't have. Nevertheless, Ariel assured him that everything was under control and there was no need to worry so much, since they did not desire the end of the world. And although Ariel's words sounded convincing, Sebastian still doubted, because these creatures were originally uncontrollable. Meanwhile, On the fortress wall of one of the border castles, a bearded commander named Georg ordered the archers to open fire on the monsters approaching the castle. The archers fired a volley, and the first rank of creatures fell dead to the ground, but the warriors continued to shower the monsters with arrows, giving them no chance to climb the wall. But no matter how many monsters they killed, new monsters kept coming from somewhere. Suddenly, one of the monsters managed to jump onto the fortress wall, and one of the archers screamed in fright. But Georg immediately jumped at the monster and cut off its head. Of course, he understood that as long as the gates were open, these assaults would not end, and if it continued like this, they would all be destroyed. The archers on the walls began to run out of arrows and requested ammunition from the warriors below. Then a boy named Charlie grabbed the quivers with arrows and ran to help. Of course, Charlie was not eager to rush into the very heat and die, but if he did not bring the arrows, everyone would perish. Suddenly, one of the monsters that had broken inside blocked his way. Charlie was paralyzed with horror, but he had to go. He had to deliver the arrows. In despair, Charlie closed his eyes and screamed with all his might, already mentally preparing to say goodbye to life. A second later, Charlie opened his eyes and realized he was alive. The monster was cut in two, and Hiruna was standing behind him with her back turned. Assessing the situation, Hiruna understood that it was already too late, and the monsters had begun climbing over the walls. 5 creatures immediately began attacking her from the wall, but Hiruna used her belt to split the monsters in half. Then she suddenly jumped. She found herself on the fortress wall right between the defenders and the advancing monsters. The soldiers were stunned by Hiruna's sudden appearance and immediately asked her to retreat. A question arose in Georg's mind about what the leadership was thinking sending such a girl as reinforcement. After all, he considered Hiruna a burden who would only add to the headache in case of her death. Hiruna ordered the soldiers to step back, and then with one swing of her belt destroyed all the creatures at once. The soldiers were shocked at how such a fragile person could defeat a whole horde of monsters with one blow. Looking at all the arriving monsters, Hiruna wondered if this was not beyond the bounds of a warning. Without a shadow of a doubt, Hiruna climbed the fortress wall to the general amazement of the castle defenders. Then, jumping off the wall, she began to hover over the monsters gathered below. Using the combat method of yin and yang unity, perfect harmony of heaven and earth, Hiruna created a magical seal under the monsters. A vortex began to form, pulling the beasts inside and tearing them to pieces. After a few seconds, it was all over. The bodies of mutilated monsters lay on the ground. But there were too many creatures. They seemed endless, and if not hurried, there would be even more victims. So Hiruna decided to finish off the monsters with one strike. Of course, she remembered Noah's warning not to show martial arts without a special reason, but Hiruna interpreted his words in her own way. Using the martial art Dance of the Storm, Hiruna created a giant whirlwind that swept away monsters in its path. Georg watched the events spellbound. At first, he was furious that they had sent him a princess from another country as reinforcement, but now Hiruna looked more like a goddess of war than a defenseless princess. Having descended to the ground among the corpses of the monsters she had defeated, Hiruna gave the order to the castle defenders to immediately bring the squad into order, for there were still monsters remaining. Georg immediately began giving instructions to his subordinates, ordering the spearmen to push back the monsters and the archers to take positions and aim. Meanwhile, a new wave of monsters was already approaching the castle walls. Of course, Hiruna was sure she could hold back this wave of monsters too, but if the gates are not closed, it will repeat again and again. Hiruna, preparing for a new battle, prayed that the emperor could close the gates as soon as possible. Suddenly, a giant monster blocked the path of the small detachment led by the emperor. The guards immediately stepped forward, covering their lord, but the emperor was not afraid. He looked at the monster appraisingly, assuming that if they defeated this monster, the portal should close. Then the emperor advised the nearest warrior, whose name was Garen, to go behind the monster and attack as soon as it struck. The monster did not keep them waiting long and attacked. The warriors scattered, and Garen immediately rushed to carry out the emperor's will. He even managed to wound the creature, but the monster was more agile and sent Garen flying with a strike of its tail. Fortunately, the emperor managed to put out his hand and stop Garen's flight. Then the emperor ordered his warriors to step back. They were not masters of strength, so it was difficult for them to deal with the monster. The emperor boldly stepped towards the monster. Although he had gained extra weight recently, he still decided to personally deal with the creature. The warriors retreated as the emperor commanded. Garen's left arm was broken, but he was still ready to fight. The monster swung its huge paw, intending to crush the Emperor. The knights shouted in despair for the Emperor to run away, but he stubbornly stayed in place, wanting to test the true strength of the monster, and the giant paw thunderously fell to the ground, completely covering the Emperor. Suddenly, the monster's eyes widened in surprise. Something prevented the paw from fully touching the ground. It was the Emperor himself who raised his hand and stopped the monster's paw without moving from his place. A smile illuminated the Emperor's face. Now he understood why Garen lost. Bright light filled the space around, and the Emperor took on his true form. With a sharp movement, he shook off the monster's paw, thus throwing it off balance. Then, jumping up, the Emperor found himself on the head of the giant creature. Raising his hand above the monster's head, the Emperor intended to test if the beast could withstand his blow, and he unleashed all his strength on the monster's head. The strike was so powerful it pierced the creature's head through. The monster staggered and fell dead to the ground. The Emperor managed to jump off, taking a more familiar form. The monster's body began to disappear, and in its place the Emperor found a bracelet. Taking it in his hands, the Emperor began to study the bracelet with interest. As it was strange, usually crystals dropped from monsters. Once again surveying the battlefield, the Emperor gave the order to retreat. The bracelet discovered by the Emperor rested on a handkerchief in the middle of the table, surrounded by the Empire's mages. No divine power was found in the bracelet. However, like any artifact, it emitted magical energy. Trevor, a mage in red robes, discovered mentions that in ancient times monsters left artifacts, but no such records have been found in recent centuries. This bracelet was personally obtained by the Emperor, so Grimaldo suggested that ancient monsters have reappeared. Then Walter proposed to transfer the bracelet to his magical tower, so that after studying it, they could accurately say what this item is. The era called the Era of Power and Magic eventually ended. There were many different opinions, but in the end, everyone agreed on one thing. Too much power and magic led to people starting to fight among themselves and destroying each other. But Walter was still plagued by doubts. If everything was like that, then the strongest should have survived. But Grimaldo explained that this era was destroyed by water, and Trevor immediately added that this is written in the Holy Book, and there is a similar record in the Temple of the Sun. Then Sylvia, who was attentively listening to her colleagues, spoke up, stating that there are similar records in her temple as well. This only made Walter laugh. Although they worship different gods, the content of the records is still the same. And he had mocked the idea that wizards seeking the truth of the world should study theology. Apparently, he also needs to learn a little. Suddenly, Walter became interested in what happened after the end of the ancient era. Trevor immediately answered his question, saying that a new species perished because of water. After all, ice is also water. It was said to be so cold that even the sun could not cope with it. Then most species perished, and the surviving humans once again began to rule this world. Here Walter pondered. The gods were indeed terrifying beings, but surely there were those who kept the faith. On the snowy plain, monsters continued to fiercely advance on the people. Sebastian shot arrow after arrow, not letting the creatures get closer. The warriors immediately covered Ariel, who had descended from the hill with their shields. Their task was to prevent the monsters from reaching her. Focusing, Ariel began to cast spells, and then, directing her staff, unleashed an electric charge on the monsters. From the nearby mountain slope, the sky sage named Thea was watching everything that was happening. Pointing her staff at the sky, Thea used disappearance magic on the portal through which the monsters were coming out. At that very moment, the portal was engulfed in green flames, and it vanished, leaving only a small crater on the frozen ground. The sky sage immediately jumped down from the cliff and landed next to Ariel, as there was no longer any need to hide his presence. Ariel bowed her head to greet Thea, but he was not as friendly. He was more interested in what Ariel was thinking about at all, but Ariel simply followed her path, despite the fact that at the end of this path was only destruction. She still hoped that there would be no more wars in the world. The Sage of the Heavens shared her hopes, although more blood would be shed in this war than in those they tried to stop. Suddenly, Yar interrupted the conversation, stating that small sacrifices are necessary for a better world. These words greatly surprised Thea. If Yar considers this an excessive sacrifice, then let those who believe in this cause deal with it. Yar acted according to his beliefs. Among them, there was no one who was not ready for this. Therefore, he advised Thea not to neglect their convictions. But the Sage of the Heavens considered their beliefs mistaken, for many people died knowing nothing and having no chance to resist. These words enraged Yar. Although Taya had revealed the secrets of the heavens, he was completely ignorant in earthly matters. Drawing a dagger from behind his back, Yar advised the Sage of the Heavens not to appear here alone, for from now on their paths diverged, to which Taya replied that these were just words, and Yar relied excessively on another's strength. Yar could no longer endure such an insult and immediately rushed at the Sage of the Heavens. Ariel tried to stop him, but the sword plunged into the ground before Yar made him slow down. Like Yar, the Sage of the Heavens also had those who shared his faith, and he also relied on their strength. At that moment, a black-haired man of rather formidable appearance hovered on the hilt of the sword. His name was Roof. Shifting his gaze to the Sage of the Heavens, Roof greeted him and asked if he was angry, but Taya only remained silent in response. Behind the Sage of the Heavens also appeared Vincent. He was extremely displeased that they were meddling in matters not their own. Yar's eyes widened in surprise. The warriors behind were also shocked. Only Ariel remained calm. Finally, he began to come to himself. His gaze immediately stopped on Roof. He instantly recognized him as a master of strength. In Yara's head, an attack plan was slowly taking shape. He and Yor would fight Roof, while his comrades would deal with Ariel and the others. But Taya had already figured out his plan and decided to provoke Yar by calling him a blind fool. The provocation succeeded. Blinded by rage, Yar immediately rushed at Tay, but Roof blocked his way. But Yar was not going to stop and delivered 2 diagonal strikes aiming to hit Roof. Suddenly, Sebastian shouted for Yar to turn around. Turning his head, Yar noticed that Roof was on the flank and had already raised his palm to strike his unprotected neck. Yar had already come to terms with his end. Only one question troubled him. When did Roof manage to come in from the flank, since he hadn't noticed at all how he moved? Suddenly, Yara's twin brother, Yor, went on the attack. With a wild scream, he tried to attack, so Rufu had to retreat. Of course, Roof understood that he was stronger than both brothers, but he still praised Yor for his zeal. Then Ariel ordered the brothers to stop immediately, but the twins were so focused on the duel that they simply did not hear her. Then Ariel, using paralysis magic on the twins, stepped forward and greeted Vincent and Roof. Vincent, looking sadly at Ariel, asked if she had already finished analyzing their strength. To which Ariel calmly replied that did she really need to analyze the two of them again, since she had already seen a lot before. Afterwards, Ariel stated that they were going to leave, as there were still gates they needed to close. But Thea still could not understand. Did Ariel and her comrades make it so that the gates could not be closed in the usual way, and now they go and close them? Ariel's main goal was to regulate the number of portals, as she did not want the whole world to perish. After saying goodbye, Ariel and the twins departed, wishing Thea and his comrades good luck. Ariel and her companions, riding horses, quickly crossed the snowy plain. Suddenly, Yar, who was riding nearby, decided to ask why they had retreated. Wasn't their strength enough? Then Ariel reminded him that everyone agreed, she thinks, and the rest execute. Of course, Yar did not intend to question Ariel's authority. He was simply curious. Ariel believed that Taya was not worth the bloodshed of any of the twins. Moreover, he was one of the means that would help her keep the world from chaos if everything suddenly got out of control. At this point, Yor decided to intervene in the conversation, reminding that it was precisely because of this that one of the operations had failed. But Ariel knew that it was impossible to always achieve success. Don't the instincts of the twins tell them whom they can attack and whom they cannot? Yor was very surprised. Could it be that the swordsman who accompanied Taya was so strong? Then Ariel asked him if he had heard anything about the personal guard of Rosini. Yor's eyes widened in horror. Had they really encountered such a formidable opponent? Ariel only nodded affirmatively. Those who could fight Roof could be counted on the fingers of one hand. And although the twins were masters of power, people possessing the most powerful physical strength in the world. But the opponent was too strong. They were monsters beyond the ordinary. But Yar was not going to fall behind them easily. This was their strong point with his brother. Soon, Punin was supposed to erect a mysterious temple, so Ariel advised the twins to capture it, and then they too could become unusual monsters. Vincent carefully studied the crater left by the portal. He could feel that the properties of mana had changed. Taya nodded affirmatively. Recently, it had become impossible to close the gates by removing the cores. Then Vincent wondered, was this the work of Ariel? But Taya dispelled his doubts. The changes were caused by Punin himself, and she only accelerated the process. And although these things were completely unpredictable, chaos touched Punin first, so he surely knows everything about everything. Fortunately for Taya, he also had a person well-versed in this, so they would soon find out why and how monsters appear and disappear. But Vincent was extremely dissatisfied that Mirek was still locked in the Tower of Arrogance. Then Taya reminded him that the leader must be in chaos, and Mirek must be in the tower. Nevertheless, there was no need to worry. She had already begun to move. Meanwhile, Julian, being in the shadow space, was singing a new song. The song truly made Julian stronger, for the shadow space began to crack, and then it all collapsed. Julian was in the middle of the desert, a satisfied smile playing on his face, for he had not even thought he could become stronger. Of course, Julian perfectly understood that arrogance could only be allowed after fighting a master 10 times and winning at least once. But even with such strength, there was a chance to encounter beings that Julian could not even look at. Suddenly, Julian felt that someone behind was watching him intently. In the middle of the oasis, in a comfortable gazebo, Julian, Lakri, and Mirek, who was the strange figure watching the leader in the desert, were having a casual conversation over a cup of tea. Lakri was a little surprised that Mirek came without warning, since she could have just called and Lakri would have come herself. But Mirek did not want to bother Lakri, since there was already a lot to do in the desert. Meanwhile, Julian studied Mirek with his gaze, since he did not feel anyone's presence, and no one except the master could deceive his perception. As if reading his thoughts, Mirek said that although they were meeting for the first time, she had already seen the god of war several times. Mirek also apologized for spying on Julian's training in the desert. When Julian became the god of war, Mirek gained confidence that the bloodshed in the desert would soon end. But in Julian's opinion, even more blood was being shed now than before. He wondered how much Mirek knew and from where. And again, as if reading Julian's thoughts, Mirek explained that she had met Noah and had heard a lot about Julian from him. Julian sighed heavily. He had heard so many different things from his teacher, from the priestess, and from many others, but he still did not understand most of it. He understood only one thing. As soon as the seal is broken, a new species will destroy humanity. Also, Julian came to the conclusion that chaos is trying to break the seal and unite humanity, while the magical tower was trying to prevent this. But Mirek gave evasive answers to both questions, further puzzling Julian. Of course, she understood the feelings of the god of war. If everything is divided strictly into black and white, doubts may remain. No one wanted total extermination, they just had different methods. You can be enemies, but sometimes it is necessary to unite. Julian still did not quite understand what Mirek was hinting at, so she tried to explain. The beginning of the transformation of monster species, unclosing gates, and even the crossing of ancient legacies, all caused by chaos. But it is chaos that restrains all this, albeit partially. Finally, Julian realized everything, and since they caused all these changes, it means they are enemies. But Mirek asked him not to take everything so harshly, because in some cases it might be necessary to unite with them. Nevertheless, Julian was adamant. He only wanted to protect his people in the desert, and anyone who interfered could become his enemy. In response, Mirek only smiled. Since Julian had decided so, so be it, for the Chosen One must defend his beliefs. Rising from the table, Mirek said goodbye, asking Lakri to visit the tower briefly one last time. They had studied something that could help the desert. Then Mirek asked Julian not to show hostility, because the unions and other people would start to act. In turn, Julian promised that they would not close their eyes and ears to those who could help them. Such an answer fully satisfied Mirek. She also invited Julian to the tower, then bowing her head, struck with her staff and disappeared. On the shore of the Shadow Sea, Julian was telling Shubion about his meeting with Mirek. The more Shubion learned, the more he believed that the tower, like chaos, was simply mad. They, the soldiers, just had to do their duty. Orca was hurrying to join them. The meeting was already over, although it rather resembled an information transfer. Orca still did not understand why Julian himself did not participate in the meeting, because even if he summarized and passed on the information, it was still more useful to hear it himself. But Julian thought differently. Until everything calmed down, it was better for him to focus on what he did best. For everything else, he had loyal comrades. Moreover, Orca, like no one else, understood how difficult it was to cope with the seal. That is why Orca was the commander-in-chief, and Julian, as a great warrior, became his sword. Here, Julian decided to ask what, in Orca's opinion, should be their main priority. Then Orca pondered, if it was for the desert, then the great warrior Luna was right and the hero's path was above all. If it concerned the seal, then they should go to the oasis of Yusa. When the oasis was mentioned, Shubian interrupted the conversation, asking if the great warrior Million was not watching over the Yusa oasis. Then Orca told about the appearance of a new enemy, a creature known as the King of the Dead, also called a lich or necromancer on the continent. Currently, they maintain control, but over time, the scale of the problem will increase, and eventually everything may get out of control. Moreover, Yusa is an important supply route connecting the eastern and western deserts, as well as a trade route leading to other countries. Therefore, they must maintain full control over it, and better solve this problem first, using all available resources. Julian was proud of how his brother had grown. If the commander-in-chief's finger points to the Yusa oasis, then the sword must follow him. Orca also wanted to tell Julian about other problems, but he interrupted him by placing a hand on his shoulder. In Julian's opinion, Orca should not worry so much. He only needed to direct the sword, and he himself would take care of everything else. Orca was a little confused because he was supposed to receive information from the Magic Tower and the Shur tribe from Julian. But Orca immediately remembered his brother's words. He could not allow Julian to lose focus because of his words. Therefore, Orca nodded affirmatively. He would do everything to fully utilize Julian's power. It was late at night, and Luna was still going through the reports. Luna was very tired, and the only thing he wanted right now was to get a good sleep. Suddenly, the magical sphere shone. Luna was very surprised who would want to communicate at such a late hour. Taking magical sand from the drawer on the table, Luna threw it into the blinking sphere, and immediately an image of Hiruna appeared in the sphere. Luna greeted the young lady, but what made Hiruna contact him at such a late hour, since her dawn was just beginning? Hiruna urgently needed to report that monsters inside the gates had started leaving behind ancient artifacts and magical stones, and the atmosphere inside the gates had also begun to change. The report shocked Luna. Nevertheless, he continued to listen to Hiruna attentively. According to her, the Empire was still conducting investigations, but these were definitely artifacts. So Hiruna believed that her tribe should also check old documents. That same night at the meeting, Luna conveyed Hiruna's words, but still believed that the problem that needed to be solved most urgently was the Yusa oasis. Because if river transport became unavailable, then movement would become too difficult. Julian decided to make this task a priority, but all the warriors were currently overloaded. That is why Julian decided that Shubian would not participate in this expedition. After all, if more than half of the Red Storm is absent, they will not be able to react quickly in case of an unforeseen situation on the continent. However, if Shubian remains, the Supreme Warrior of the Moon will have more freedom of action, so he has no choice but to keep the most experienced vanguard commander. Of course, Shubian was not very pleased with the leader's decision, but nevertheless obeyed the order. The current situation was different from yesterday's, and tomorrow it could change again, which is why anxiety gripped everyone like a sandstorm. But Julian intended to prove that it was nothing more than an illusion, and everything was under their full control. The sun was at its zenith when Chanatu decided to refresh himself after training and poured a full bucket of water over himself. Turning around, he noticed the approaching Garian. The latter also noticed that the Supreme Priest was especially strict with the fourth-generation students, pointing to the bruises on Chanatu's body, to which Chanatu smiled in response. He believed that his generation was time to take the initiative. But Garian held the opposite opinion. They were not ready yet. None of his generation of the storm had retired yet. Nevertheless, Chanatu was not going to give up so easily. Although Garion was not going to retire yet, most of his senior comrades were leaving to become commanders of combat units. A smile of disappointment passed over Garion's face, but such is the duty of senior warriors to lead the youth. Garion was confident that Chanatu would succeed. Nevertheless, he must always remain vigilant, for the leader and other great warriors place great hopes on him. In response, he nodded affirmatively to the Kanate and was about to continue training. Meanwhile, under the full moon in the endless desert, Julian led his troops to the goal. The Lord of the Desert made his choice, and he was determined to fulfill his plan. It was about a campaign that would break the seal of the Eastern Desert. The troops under Julian's command emerged from the portal on the shores of the Shadow Sea. Julian was resolutely determined to end the endless bloodshed and bravely stepped into the passage opened by Matata. This road leads into the unknown, but one thing is certain: countless monsters await them on the other side. And their king, possessing overwhelming power, yet all were united in heart, believing they could stop the monsters and protect those dear to them. Julian was no longer going to tolerate this on his land, and tirelessly led his army forward. Finally, something appeared on the horizon. It was a horde of monsters rapidly approaching the people. But Julian did not intend to slow down. He was already tired of these small creatures, and ordering the warriors not to slow down, rushed forward. A thought flashed through Julian's mind that if worthy opponents had appeared from the very beginning, it would have been much easier. Bursting into the ranks of monsters, the god of war began to sow death and chaos everywhere his blade reached. Monsters fell dead one after another, which only further inflamed Julian, for by destroying the creatures, he would prove the value of his existence. The desert warriors stopped, mesmerized, watching as their leader methodically destroyed the monsters. The orc even opened his mouth in surprise. How had they lived all this time? Hambaba, who was watching this, pondered, for he believed that human warriors, no matter what they were like, would still be weaker than orcs. But now, calling Julian a human was unthinkable. There were no hesitations typical of a human in him. Finally, Julian dealt with the first wave of monsters, but on the horizon was already the next wave. The creatures had no end. But Julian was not going to retreat. On the contrary, he urged the monsters to attack more actively, for he intended to destroy them all. Time and again, using the whirlwind of destruction, Julian swept away the second wave of creatures as well. At last, the small monsters were finished, but suddenly a black fog from the corpses of the monsters began to gather at one point. The horse nervously shifted in place, and Julian, sensing something was wrong, gripped his sword more firmly. And he was not mistaken. Before him appeared a colossal-sized monster. But Julian only smiled. Finally, a worthy opponent appeared. Orca nervously swallowed. He felt a powerful mana emanating from the monster. He had encountered such monsters before. Of course, Orca tried to leave his brother, but Julian did not listen to him and rushed forward. Such behavior of the brother was incomprehensible to Orca. Why recklessly rush at a monster wielding magic? Pushing off the horse's back, Julian began to rise in leaps from the air towards the monster, as if climbing a ladder. Suddenly, the creature tried to attack, swinging its huge hand. But Julian, with one swing of his blade, cut off the monster's paw. Without slowing down, Julian found himself at the monster's snout. Here, the monsters attacked again, opening their mouths and beginning to concentrate mana. This caused only a smirk on Julian's face. Is this really all the monster is capable of? Raising the blade above his head, Julian with one strike cut the giant monster in half, not allowing it to finish the attack. Everyone was shocked. Such a number of monsters, and a giant monster at that, and Julian dealt with them all alone. It was unimaginable. After recovering a little from the shock, the warriors immediately hurried to their leader to quickly make sure he was all right. But Julian was more concerned about the black fog emanating from the monsters and the glowing clusters inside it.
Weapons, armor, and magical stones are laid out in several rows directly on the ground. Julian, crossing his arms on his chest, examines the items lying before him. He thinks that everything is clear with the magical stones, but why do armor and weapons fall from the corpses of monsters? Julian asked the orc who approached him, "What is this? Why do monsters?" But the man interrupts his question. Hasn't he received a report from the Supreme Warrior of the Moon? Continuing to examine the trophies before him, Julian asks, "What report?" The interlocutor says that Haruna provided a report stating that monsters began to leave behind not only magical stones. The Empire's mages studied them and concluded that these are ancient artifacts. Julian, glancing at the orc, asks again, "Ancient artifacts?" The man says that in the continent's history there was a period known as the Age of Power and Magic. It is considered the greatest golden age of humanity, which now can only be dreamed of. Surveying the trophies, the orc explains that these items belong to that era. Julian asks, "But why?" The interlocutor, as if not hearing him, continues to say that the capabilities of each relic vary greatly, so it is recommended to examine each one. The mages and scholars of the Inama Empire put all their efforts into studying them, but nothing definite has been established yet. Julian inquires, Rasis, is it possible to understand what abilities the artifacts possess? The orc replies that they are working on it, and soon they will know everything. The commander who approached them, with a squad of horsemen visible behind him, holding something in his palm, says that Mr. Orc should take a look at it. He has never seen anything like it before. He extends a blue shard of tile the size of his fist, with one side covered in white hieroglyphs. The orc takes the find in his hand and carefully examines the stone. He says that he himself does not know what it is. Then he adds, yeah, it seems to be a fragment chipped off from some artifact. The priestess Lakri, approaching them accompanied by Lady Venari Eldar, asks the chieftain, can they look at the find? Taking the tile glowing faintly with the bluish light in her hands and examining it carefully, Lakri says, it seems to be some kind of ancient script. She asked her companion, does she know it? Mrs. Venari Eldar responds that the script indeed resembles an ancient font. However, additional research is required for its interpretation. Lakri asks the chieftain, can they study it? Julian agrees, let them study it. Imperial Palace silence. A warrior in armor and helmet runs swiftly down the huge corridor. He looks exhausted. Drops of sweat stream down his face like hail. Ahead, a tall door is visible, flanked by guards armed with pikes. The door leaves open, and the warrior runs into the hall. He stops in the middle of the red carpet leading to the dais where the throne with the seated ruler stands. On both sides of the king are guards. To the left and right of the warrior, outside the red carpet, stand 4 lords on one side and the same number on the other. The warrior respectfully kneels, placing his hand on his chest. His mouth is wide open. He greedily gasps for air, trying to catch his breath. Sweat streams down his face. Green stains are visible on his armor. King Sheon silently gazes at the man. The ruler breaks the silence and thanks him for his effort, saying that now he can rest. Respectfully bowing his head, the warrior replies, yes. When the warrior leaves the hall, King Sheon asks, what actions would be most reasonable in this situation? Not having waited for an answer, he asks, why has everyone fallen silent? He adds that he agreed to send Perea at least 1 division. King Sheon says that they all desperately oppose this, referring to the kingdom of Rossini. Now monsters swarm the outskirts of the country. The ruler's eyebrows knit at the bridge of his nose as he thinks, who to blame? After all, he also wanted to reclaim the lost territories. He even rejected their demands, using the opposition as justification. Closing his eyes and bowing his head, the king thinks, shame. What a shame. He opens his eyes and wonders, but how did Perea manage to flood this place with monsters? One of the lords says, it is not necessarily Perea's fault that monsters have overrun this place. He adds that it is not about 1 or 2 creatures, but tens of thousands. How can all these monsters be controlled? The man standing next to him agrees. If you think about it, that is close to the truth. If someone can control these monsters like that, then getting rid of them would be no trouble. King Sheon asks, so there is no evidence. But shouldn't that be the case? Are the milords insisting on this now? The advisor objects, no, it's not about that. But the king interrupts him, saying, even if it is not Perea, isn't now the time to decide what to do with these monsters? The response is, the kingdom of Rossini has not yet withdrawn its troops, so they should wait a little longer. The king is informed that Lord Haisha from Perea requests an audience. The ruler orders the man waiting for his decision at the door to be admitted. Lord Haisha enters the hall, approaching the circular pattern on the carpet where the visitor is supposed to stand. He respectfully bows his head, greeting the king, and says that he is entirely at his service. The ruler says that he was just about to summon him. Casting a glance at the lords, Haisha says, really? He says that he still does not understand. Did the king want to ask him to wait? The outraged lords shout, how dare he? What is he talking about? Lord Haisha throws a contemptuous look at them. He says that he requested the meeting for the following reason. From today, he is leaving all positions in Henkel and returning to his homeland, Perea. The surprised king asks, what does that mean? And who will govern Henkel? Bowing respectfully, Haisha answers that he does not know. An order came from the homeland for his return, and he simply obeys it. This order of return was issued not only for his safety, but also for the safety of all citizens living in the empire. One of the lords, quite emotionally, asks, does Perea now threaten them with a break in diplomatic relations? Haisha, addressing the king, says, considering that monsters are rampaging on the empire's borders and no measures are being taken, he hopes the king understands. The country must first and foremost care about the safety of its citizens. King Sheon says, he asks for understanding, but essentially this is just blackmail? Parea's influence grows every day. Without raising his eyes to him, Haisha asks, aren't they repeating the same arguments for the same reasons Horigos? Parea, as an ally of the empire, warned about such dangers, but nothing was done. He says that under such circumstances, the evacuation of their own citizens is quite a natural measure. Their leader, unlike other nations and monarchs, puts the safety of his people above all. The king's fist with force descends onto the armrest of the throne. The darkened Sheon asks, does this mean they don't care about him? The lords exclaim indignantly, what blasphemy! The envoy of Perea must observe decorum. His audacity is off the charts. Haisha squints at them, thinking about the fact that his fate will be decided here. He sternly calls on them all to be silent, calling them those who claim the right by blood but shirk their duties. Haisha questions, how dare they demand politeness and speak of audacity? He declares that he asks not as the great warrior of Perea, but as a count and prince of the empire. Haisha poses a question to them. Are they simply ignoring their duties? Casting a gaze darkened by anger over the lords, Haisha exclaims, if they were now in Perea, not in the empire, he would have expelled them as they are completely useless. Haisha's eyes are flooded with the radiance of inner energy. The king, looking at him gloomily, warns, Haisha. He raises his eyes to the man standing before him, which shine with the same light of inner power. Sheon says, even though he is a prince of the empire, now he has not only insulted him before his subjects, but also dared to show his contempt right in front of him. The king, drilling the man who angered him with a look, asks, does he really want to die here? The king's guards immediately grab the hilts of their swords, ready to put them into action at his command. They take a step forward, leaving the throne slightly behind them. Sheon tells Haisha to watch his words and warns that his patience also has a limit. Keisha asks in response, does His Majesty remember what the Gro said to him during his studies in the Empire? He reminds that then Gro said, His Majesty is infinitely wise and there is much to learn from him. Sheon asks, and what did he answer then? Keisha shouts, quoting the ruler, they are all his subjects, nobles, commoners, slaves, the wealthy and the poor. Then more quietly he adds that His Majesty responded exactly like that. The king is pondering his words. Mentally, he returns to the time when he did not have a beard yet. He remembers sitting opposite Gro at the table set with dishes of snacks. There are glasses in front of them, and near Sheon, a bottle of wine. Raising the glass to his lips, Sheon says that he, of course, also knows about social barriers and inequality. Raising his gaze to the interlocutor, the king adds, and solving this problem is simple. He says that nobles, commoners, slaves, the wealthy and the poor, they are all his. If you remember this, there will be neither difficulties nor troubles. The king Sheon, sitting on the throne bowing his head, says yes, he answered exactly that. Keisha thinks he only wanted to surprise a little, but it seems he overdid it. Before leaving, he must first sort things out. One must not insult the ruler. That is the rule. In a voice, the man says that he also accompanied Gro during his studies and was amazed when he was told these words. He still regrets not hearing them personally. Keisha says that the ruler is a person who gives a dream. But why is he now turning away from what belongs to His Majesty, from his subjects? He adds, His Majesty knows that they are in trouble because of the monsters, right? Why does he not give them hope? Keisha, kneeling on one knee and placing his hand on his chest, says that he, as a loyal subject of His Majesty, would like to give advice. Let him not turn away from his subjects who are now suffering. His mere attention is enough to instill in them a dream and hope. Let him protect what belongs to him. Raising his gaze to Sheon, Keisha adds, if necessary, let him give the order to his humble servant. His humble servant will sacrifice his life to become the sword of His Majesty. The king, sinking into thought, closes his eyes. Opening his eyes, he orders to withdraw the troops from the kingdom of Rosini, as well as those in the east and south, and send them to the west. He says he is directing all the Empire's forces to exterminate the monsters in order to stabilize public order first. One of the lords tries to object to him, but the king decisively interrupts him, saying that he has made a decision and no one else's opinion is needed. Keisha says that he humbly accepts the imperial order. Squinting with one eye at the dissatisfied lord, The man thinks us, although they objected since everything is decided, they will carry out the order, right? He believes there is nothing more to worry about. Shaon allows everyone to leave. He adds that from this moment on, they have a lot of work ahead. The lords leave and Kaisha continues to stand, kneeling and does not hurry to rise. He says that since the humble servant has disgraced his majesty's dignity, he humbly asks to be punished. The king mockingly replies, he only just thought of this? Until recently, he was thirsting for the blood of his servants. Kaisha answers, as long as his majesty's power grows day by day, how can his humble servant oppose him? The king says enough. He knows about his loyalty. Bowing respectfully, Kaisha thanks the king for taking into account the loyalty of his humble servant. Shaon says that at least this time everything went according to plan. He asks, what if the kingdom of Rosini takes advantage of the moment and tries to invade the empire? The response is, then he will find himself in an extremely difficult position. The king inquires, can he assure him that Perea is taking precautions to avoid such a situation? If it happens, his anger will be directed at Perea. Kaisha replies that he will do everything possible to prevent this from happening. He adds that then, with his majesty's permission, he will take his leave. Already walking down the corridor, Kaisha thinks, it seems they have reached an agreement. The man does not know whether the situation with the kingdom of Rosini will resolve well. He promised that the concerns of the Grow will not be confirmed, but if something goes wrong, the two states will become enemies. The palace of Rosini. 3 luminaries are visible in the night sky. Near the hole in the door linger the remnants of a red-purple aura, and smoke swirls behind it. On the floor lie the bodies of warriors, some of whom still clutch weapons in their hands. At the door, on both sides of which are images of writhing snakes, stand 5 warriors holding swords before them. The commander of the guards, blocking the door with his body, asks, who are they? Tensely staring at the opponents, he again raises the question, where are they from? But immediately stops himself. Servini, next to whom Roof is standing, asks, what will they do with the swords? Wave them in their faces? Should he tell them what happened to those who tried to stop them before? The commander orders everyone to put away their swords and ask what brought Servini and Serov here. Servini, ignoring him, asks, is everyone gathered? The commander replies, yes, but an order was given to let no one in until the meeting is over. Servini asks, is he no one? The commander hastily answers, not someone specific, but no one at all. Servini repeats again, so he is no one. The commander says, no, that's not what he meant. From behind the door comes the voice, let Vinny leave the soldiers alone, and he enters already. The door leaves swing open, and Sir Vinny with Ruff enter the hall. The king, casting a glance at him, asks, have you come? Sir Vinny silently nods his head and surveys the frowning lords gathered at the table. He thinks apparently they are irritated that he does not observe the norms of decency. To avoid trouble today, sitting down at the table where all present are gathered, and taking a seat at the end opposite the throne, he says, outside is hell because of people asking for salvation. And here, as he sees, it is simply paradise. Ruff silently stands next to him. The king says that he was going to look for him anyway. One of the lords says, it was decided to send 1 knightly order and 1 battalion with a full complement of troops. Sir Vinny asks, 1 battalion, and what are they going to do? The lord asks, is Sir Vinny speaking too freely? Considering that they decided to send troops and allocate the missing forces at his persistent request. Leaning his head on his hand, Sir Vinny, without looking at the lord, replies, the Duke speaks as if doing him a favor. This sending of troops is for the people who are dying because of monsters. The Lord replies that that is why it was decided to send the troops. Sir Vinny says, when subjects sacrifice their lives for the country, it goes without saying. But when the subjects are in danger, and the country sends a pathetic battalion of troops and at the same time presents it as a great favor, he gets a nasty feeling. A vein bulges on the Lord's temple as he angrily accuses Vinny of speaking too bluntly. Despite being a knight defender of the kingdom, His Majesty is here and everyone present has a higher rank than him. With a bored look and still not looking at the advisor, Sir Vinny asks, so what if they all have a higher status than him? Or does that mean those with low status can die? The Lord objects, that's not the point. The king, sitting on the throne and silently listening to them, says, enough. He asks, even despite the decision to send troops, is he still dissatisfied? Sir Vinny inquires, so what are they going to do with just 1 battalion? The king replies, he knows. Now that Lord Eisen has disappeared, even allocating such troops, Sir Vinny says, Even in the face of an approaching crisis, nothing changes. He sees no point in staying here. The king asks, where is he going? And adds that there is something he must do right now. Sir Vinny says, well, he does say he has business. The king is puzzled, but why is he angry? The response is, does he really live with his eyes closed and ears shut? Does he have no idea what is going on outside? His Majesty says he was informed, that's why he is allocating troops. A leg around which purple lightning flashes forcefully strikes the floor, which cracks and bends beneath it. Sir Vinny, jumping to his feet so abruptly that he even overturns a chair, freezes in the middle of the depression formed around his foot. The lords, not expecting such a violent reaction, glare at him sullenly from under their brows. Vinny says, he asks for the third time, what are they going to do with just one battalion? Ruff, tilting his head to the side, says that Vinny is angry, very angry. The king asks, does he think that this is not enough? Sir Vinny, exhaling, says, let his Majesty remember his original intention, the one he told him, all of them, when he was the crown prince. For a few moments, the king silently looks at him. Without raising his head, Sir Vinny says, his Majesty's priorities. Didn't he say that he would care for the people above all else, asked to be trusted and to be by his side? Raising his eyes to the king, Sir Vinny asks, why then does he act differently? His Majesty is so obsessed with territory that he cannot even use? Vinny says that is why he makes a demand to the king who asked them for a sacrifice. Let him prove that their faith was not in vain. Without looking him in the eyes, the king replies that he has not forgotten his promise. The threat from the monsters is a matter of the future, but isn't the threat of the empire more pressing? He simply changed priorities because he thought that a war with the empire would spill the blood of even more people. The king says, good, he will trust Vinny's decision. He, Ruff, Lane, and Mai are the present and future of their kingdom. The overlord adds, but what if the empire invades while they have concentrated all their forces on destroying the monsters? And these sacrifices will not be small. Bowing and placing his palm on his chest, Sir Vinny says, his humble servant swears on his life to stand at the forefront of the army that will cut down the enemies of his Majesty and the enemies of the kingdom. Ruff, standing behind him, exclaims, and him, and him! A gazebo with a patterned dome, along the cornice of which flowers entwine, stands illuminated by 3 nocturnal luminaries visible above the snow-covered mountain peaks. A voice confesses he did not expect things to be so bad. In response, it is said, you won't believe it until you see it. 2 men walk along the alleys of a well-kept park. Sir Vinny, walking behind the king, says the gates will never appear near the royal castle. His Majesty replies he also learned that they differ from the previous monsters. He asks, are they that fierce? Sir Vinny answers, not that fierce. The king, stopping and turning to him, asks, then what? Sir Vinny replies that the most important thing is that they have intelligence. Ruff, meanwhile, settles on one of the spheres decorating the railing of the decorative bridge they just passed. The king repeats, intelligence? What is he talking about? Sir Vinny slightly raises his hand, and an energy beam bursts from his index finger. The man says, last time when they closed the gates, it was not easy for them. He draws a circle on the stone pavement of the path, surrounded by 3 triangles, saying, they change formation as if they understand military strategy. While they suspected nothing, their opponents surrounded them from the flanks and rear. Sir Vinny asks the king if he believes that these creatures, no different from wild beasts, surrounded the cleanup squad and tried to cause a massacre. His Majesty clarifies, so they had a commander? Is he the king of their kind? Sir Vinny answers that the creatures had a leader before, but he was simply much stronger than the other specimens. When nothing special happened, the elite cleanup squad conducted a routine operation to eliminate them. He adds, of course, sometimes mutated creatures appeared that really commanded, but that was extremely rare. However, this time something else happened, and it happened in every battle. The king says, from his words it follows that this is an extraordinary situation. Meanwhile, Ruff moves to the top of the spire, part of the fountain decoration near which they are talking. Sir Vinny thinks it is time to turn to the sages. The king asks in surprise, what? The duke replies, probably he already said once that he watches over the great flow. The king says that he mentioned it. Sir Vinny explains, that is why he said nothing about them. Their actions, at least, benefited the kingdom rather than harmed it. The ruler clarifies, he is talking about the sages now, right? The response is, right. After all, it was the sages who created the gates. The king frowns but does not hurry to say anything. Meanwhile, Julian, sitting on a horse, strikes with a sword at numerous opponents surrounding him. An orc, also sitting astride a horse, watches from afar as Julian fights creatures emitting green energy. Many torn monster bodies lie on the ground. The orc is at the head of a cavalry unit rushing to the battlefield. Dark waves are closing in on them from both sides, leaving them only the road along which they advance. Orca wonders, was this operation really necessary? A crowd of black creatures runs toward them, their eyes blazing with red flames. Orca thinks that new demonic creatures constantly block their way. Julian, raising his sword, exclaims, "Advance!" Surprise appears on his face as Kumbaba overtakes him. Green-skinned warrior, clutching a large serrated saber in his hand, galloping towards the creatures, shouts that he will not let himself be outflanked. Waving a saber leaving a purple trail behind, Kumbaba shouts that he will show who is the boss here. Julian mentally asks himself, could it be that the thirst for victory is the source of strength that feeds their tribe? A flash of purple energy strikes the creatures rushing at Kumbaba and shoots far ahead, scattering the monsters carelessly in its path. But the demonic creature surged again into the passage between the waves. Julian thinks, and where the hell do they all come from? The creatures keep crawling out endlessly, but they cannot be stopped. He glances behind himself, where the squad is located. Orca stands in an energy circle, clutching a staff in his hand, the stone on its top glowing brightly. He mentally, putting his strength into every word, says, the energy transformed by his will, he holds in his hands. The stone, just now shining like the sun, bursts into flame. Orca swings the staff before him, which has turned into a blazing torch. He continues manipulating the staff, drawing fiery circles around himself. Orca's eyes fill with the radiance of inner energy. He raises the staff upward, and a huge fireball flares above his head. Orca says, the energy transformed by his will, he holds in his hands. The shamans from his squad point their staffs at the creatures. Fire spheres flare above their tops, on which magical crystals are set. Above Orca's head burns a huge fireball, and the warriors of the squad behind him have spheres burning much smaller in size. This squad surpasses such creatures in strength. Pointing the staff forward, Orca says, let this power manifest by the command of his will. The riders exactly repeat his movement. Around Kumbaba, a huge crater and scattered scraps of creatures' bodies are visible. Julian watches as a huge fiery sphere flies over his head. A smile appears on his face, and from his lips escapes, cool. Fiery balls rush into the crowd of creatures. A blast of flame crashes down on the monsters, scattering pieces of their bodies. Julian, observing what is happening, thinks that next to these people, such creatures are simply insignificant. In front of the monsters, a wall of fire blazes, behind which it is difficult to see anything. The creatures stopped before the fire. Julian thinks, could it be that these beings have finally understood too? He notices that they, one by one, try to escape. However, no one will allow them to do so. Blue flashes rise above the squad and rush towards the creatures. Lady Venari Eldar, having released an arrow from the bow, strengthened by her energy, freezes, watching it with her gaze. A multitude of the same arrows rain down on the creatures, and soon only ash falling to the ground remains of them. Looking at the circles glowing with blue energy on the ground, Julian thinks that after the destruction, it is time to deal with the consequences. The dismounted warriors gather the weapons left after the destruction of the creatures. One of the warriors, raising a shining blade before him, says, this time it was too easy. There is no feeling of pleasure from the fight. Kumbaba, standing a little apart from them, asks, is everything all right? Julian, standing nearby, wonders, what is he talking about? The reply is, he is talking about the equipment of the demonic creatures. Julian says that suitable weapons were also found for the great tribe. Forging iron is not an easy matter, and he does not understand how the demonic creatures managed to get such high-quality gear. Kumbaba replies that their tribe will not use it. Julian says that there is quite a lot of good equipment there. Kumbaba replies that he knows that. After checking, they were convinced of this. They say there are also magical artifacts there. Julian asks, then what is wrong? The Green Giant says that problems may arise. A warrior should mainly rely on his strength, and if something appears to lean on, Julian picks up, that means one might fail to use it to their advantage and instead become dependent on it. The reply is correct. Kumbaba says that actually he has been worried about this for a long time, since the equipment of their tribe's warriors is at such a level that it is even shameful to lie about its quality. He continues, however, everything changed when equipment began to be made for them using technology from Perea. Thanks to this, battles became much easier, and their combat power also increased. For some time now, training has been conducted to improve the effectiveness of the equipment. He adds that they are grateful to Perea for the care. This is pure truth. But reflecting on the true nature of a warrior, he involuntarily asks himself whether this is the right path. Julian says that his doubts are quite understandable. But didn't Lord Kambaba answer his own question? He explains. The green-skinned giant says that the warriors' battles have become easier, and their combat power has increased. Kambaba says, however, Julian continues, he also knows the training method of their tribe. Shouldn't a warrior also study the effectiveness of his equipment? Kambaba asks, does he think so? Julian adds, to maximize power, many warriors have studied and researched weapons since time immemorial. Isn't it literally just a tool? Julian says he chose a two-handed sword as the most effective way to demonstrate his strength, while the great warrior Shubian preferred an axe. Although Mr. Himbaba skillfully uses various weapons, the interlocutor interrupts him, asking, isn't a grow the same? Everything he takes in his hands becomes a weapon. Julian says, it is true that the weapon one is used to from early childhood becomes the most comfortable. Kambaba agrees, correct. He also finds crushing weapons comfortable. Julian exclaims, since that's the case, he has something suitable. An order sounds to set up a watch and make camp. Today they will rest here. Soon a row of tents appears. A huge hammer, decorated with intricate forging and featuring 4 spikes on its striking part, lies on the table. A voice sounds. It is a bludgeoning weapon whose testing was recently completed. Although Mr. Kambaba is not picky about weapon choice, it is noticeable that he mainly uses bludgeoning weapons. Kambaba, looking at him, agrees, yes, it suits him better. The heaviness seems to rise from the fingertips to the chest itself, and then he feels his warrior power. Julian, who stands with Orca on the other side of the table, suggests, let him try to lift it. If this weapon suits him, he will be only glad. The green-skinned giant easily lifts a huge hammer with one hand. Examining the weapon shrouded in a light transparent haze, he says it emanates coldness. The orc says that this weapon has little resistance to fire. Although its magical power is not great, its durability is incredible. Kambaba replies that this is enough. It seems that even if they wave it vigorously, it will not slip from his hands, Julian says. He sees that the weapon has pleased him. The green-skinned giant replies that he once used the weapons of the gnome tribe. What a pity that it broke when he was catching that giant earthworm in the Sky Mountains. Swinging a hammer before him, leaving a blue energy trail behind, Humbaba says that it is no worse at all. He admits that he likes it. Humbaba thanks Julian, saying that he will gladly use it. The response is, no thanks needed. Since these are war trophies, the great tribe also has rights to them. The green-skinned giant, examining the hammer, says that it fits perfectly in the hand, as if he has been using it for a long time. If only the durability is high. He adds that later he will need to ask the tribe's shamans to strengthen it. He exclaims, by the way, didn't they say that the great warrior Shubeon is having difficulties because of his weapon? In that case, the orc interrupts him, thanking for the concern and assuring that everything is fine. He has already taken countermeasures. Meanwhile, Shubeon is on a platform surrounded by wooden stakes and towers, practicing with an axe. He closes his eyes, then opens them. The general sees before him a giant silhouette woven from mist, with outlines resembling Julian. Shubeon immediately rushes at him, swinging the axe. The people watching him see how he forcefully brings down his weapon, causing an explosion. Carrion continues to watch the events impassively. Behind him stand 4 warriors. One of them asks, what is warrior Shubeon doing now? Shubeon's eyes are flooded with the glow of inner energy. The warrior adds, he behaves as if he is really fighting someone. Carrion says that they are lucky. He explains that the great warrior created an enemy in his imagination and is now fighting it. Meanwhile, Shubeon attacks the invisible enemy in a leap. The commander tells the warriors that even simply observing him will help them. Moreover, they will be able to clearly see what they should strive for. He adds, they should be grateful that they can methodically move towards the goal. The man mentally wonders, and what kind of powerful enemy did the general ultimately create? The axe blade strikes the ground again. Carrion thinks that he has only just barely reached the stage at which he can form a mental enemy. Shubeon freezes for a moment, holding the handle of a huge axe stuck in the ground. Carrion mentally adds, it is not for nothing that they are called the Quartet in Krasnaya Bura. It is not surprising, after all, they are the strongest people in the tribe. Also mentally addressing Shubion, he says he cannot even imagine what kind of outstanding monster he has created in his head and urges the general to defeat it. As if hearing him, Shubion raises the axe above his head and charges with a scream. The phantom rushes towards him. A thin stream of blue energy coils around the axe. Shubion attacks the ghostly enemy in a leap. The general shouts that this time the victory will be his. He strikes, cleaving the phantom into two parts. A powerful explosion shakes the training ground, sending the sand covering it flying upwards. Carrion says he thought so. He couldn't withstand that blow. Shining cracks run along the axe. Shubion's weapon, raised above his head, shatters into pieces. The general lands in a crater left by the explosion. Pieces of metal fall around him. Shubion annoyedly covers his eyes. Again, damn it! He didn't even manage to do anything properly. The general mentally wonders, how, after all, can Julian contain so much energy that even weapons can't withstand it? The commander approaching calls out to him. Shubion, the general startled exclaims, "Huh? Carrion, when did he arrive?" Carrion says he saw everything. His training is something else. Even just watching him will help. The general annoyedly says, "Shattered again." Looking at Shubion standing in a rather deep crater, Carrion asks, "Has he been training to destroy weapons lately or what?" The general replies, "That's what happens if you use only strength." He adds that it annoys him terribly too. Carrion says, he, of course, heard that Gro broke several weapons before becoming the god of war. But didn't the general overdo it? Shubion admits it seems so. The patience of shamans who are forced to constantly repair and strengthen weapons is not infinite. The general who emerged from the funnel says, "It's a pity to limit oneself now when an active surge of strength is felt." Carrion replies that Mr. Gro promised to find a solution, didn't he? In response, it is said that the general wanted to visit him today. Carrion asks, did he find a way? He adds that this is good. A convoy follows through the desert, accompanied by riders. The merchant elite, riding ahead of the caravan, is lost in thought. He thinks that although it cost a pretty penny, the investment's paid off. A slight smile slides across his lips as he reflects that with such speed of movement and such a volume of cargo, the efficiency justifies the maintenance costs. He is caught up by a rider in a red cloak. The man looks questioningly at Reg, the commander of the mercenary squad, Red Raven, who is caught up with him. Alit thinks he has never heard him talk about anything other than work, and he has hired him more than 10 times already. He considers Reg too aloof. The commander raises his hand, giving a silent command to his warriors. Immediately, shouts ring out throughout the stretched-out convoy. "Stop! Stop!" Reg, sitting on a white horse, appears on the top of a sandhill. He calls out to the rider following Mikkel. He immediately responds. The squad commander asks, does he feel it? Mikkel peers into the distance. Behind him, riders are visible, frozen in anticipation of the command. After a few moments, he asks the commander to forgive him and admits that he feels nothing. Rage says the energy is not strong, but since he is large, it is easier to detect him. If even Mikkel did not feel it, then there is no point in talking about the others. He adds that they all need to work on developing their senses. The response is, yes, sir. Without looking at Mikkel, the commander says, if they do not feel, the risk of injury will increase. He orders them not to expose themselves. Rage's horse remains standing with an empty saddle. The commander rushes swiftly over the desert, and the air currents raise sand behind him. Surprise flashes in his eyes, and a thought runs through his mind. If he did not have such acquaintances, it would be quite difficult. Obeying the movement of his hand, long metal claws of impressive size spring out from the shackles on his wrists. Rage rushes downward. Although an uninitiated person would notice nothing special about this part of the desert, indistinguishable from the usual landscape. A directed strike causes sand to shoot high into the air. Rage shouts, just let him come out! The commander hovers over a huge crater left after the energy strike he delivered. Right there, a giant worm, opening its huge mouth, bursts out from under the ground and rushes toward the man, trying to swallow him. Its hexagonal mouth is full of sharp fangs growing in several rows. But Reg's face remains expressionless. The worm's 6 protruding jaws are about to close over his head. He swings his hand. A glow of inner energy emanates from the metal claws. The commander strikes directly at the mouth, reaching for him. His strength cleaves the huge monster into 2 parts, from head to ground. Mikkel and the warriors watch from afar as the monster's body falls onto the sand. The men are clearly impressed by what happened. In Alit's mind flashes the thought, so what? What does it matter that the mercenary is not very sociable if he has such outstanding skills? Rij lands and, without looking back at the body of the monster he defeated, walks toward his squad. The riders, led by Alit, gallop to meet him. A question is asked to the caravan master. Will he order a disbandment? Rij tells his warriors that they are leaving. Alit is surprised. He doesn't mind. This is the mercenaries' loot, after all. The commander replies that in that case, he will take the magic stones. An order is given to collect the magic stones. The men dismount. Ali says he felt safe because Perea controls this road. If it weren't for the Red Raven, disaster would have happened. Rij replies, the monsters in the desert are diverse and numerous, so one cannot relax. An elite hired them so he can be calm, and there is no need to thank them. Alit says, can one miss the chance to hire the Red Raven squad at an incredibly low price? He adds that this trading trip seems to be successful for them, and crossing his arms over his chest, the commander replies, it's their luck that the traders became their guides. Alit says, it seems this time they will stay in the desert for a long time. He asks, can he ask the commander why he is heading to the king's oasis? Watching people climb onto the huge carcass of the creature, Rage replies that he received an invitation. The Red Raven squad is the strongest among mercenaries, of course, but this is not mercenary work. This is something completely different. Alit throws a questioning look at the interlocutor. A different matter? What the? In the merchant's eyes flickers a guess, and an exclamation bursts from his lips. Ah! He thinks that before him is not only the strongest mercenary on the continent, but also the best master. Moreover, the cargo needed by the kingdom is a redrite. This is because of the great warrior Shubian. The caravan is approaching the village surrounded by trees. Tents are set up among the palms near the stone houses. Rage walks through the camp. Stopping, the commander peers into the gray stone buildings. Rage thinks that now they are entering unknown territory in the desert. Everything is changing so fast. Looking at the passers-by hurrying about their business, he mentally adds, so calm. Walking down the street and glancing at the playing children, the man thinks, as if there is no safer place than here. He reflects on the fact that, in reality, this desert is harsh, even without considering the monsters swarming everywhere. Rage mentally wonders, what is the difference between a desert and a continent? How could the king have allowed this to happen? Henkel Gate. The sun generously illuminates the stone fence, towers, and the mountain peaks rising behind them. There are market stalls in the square, with people bustling between them. A question is heard, what happened here? Rage says he had visited the desert several times on assignment, but in a short time everything here has changed so much. Haisha, smiling, replies that the manager will like this. They say that because of the flood of complaints, they can't even resign. He adds that he will definitely report to them. Rage, glancing sideways at him, thinks, the greatest warrior of Perea. Haisha, he is an incredible warrior of master-level strength. Many are mistaken, thinking he got the administrative post only because of his manners. The men, talking, walk down the street. Rage asks, wasn't it Lord Haisha himself who created all this? The interlocutor replies, not at all. He only maintains what was created earlier. The commander says, it's hard to believe that. Rage, looking around, says, he is really surprised that this place has changed so much. Haisha, glancing at his companion, thinks that the main base of the Red Raven is the kingdom of Cronoa, which borders the kingdom of Anama. This powerful kingdom once threatened the kingdom of Anama, but now it is rapidly declining. Glancing at Raj, he continues to ponder. But they know that behind the decline stands the Red Raven, led by this man. Therefore, even Luna is concerned that this man might enter the desert. Haisha says, to reach the current position, many decisions were made. Rage echoes, decisions? Haisha walks ahead, his companion follows him. The man explains, some claim that the left path was correct. Others insisted that it would be better to take the right path. Without looking back at Rage, Haisha says, as a result, there were many disputes. However, after the decision was made, even those who previously insisted otherwise gave all their strength. He adds, if the changes are so noticeable, then he believes the reason lies precisely in this. Rage says understandingly, in determination. Haisha agrees, that's what he wanted to say. He stops and turns to his companion, saying, if he wants to know more, then let him stay here. The commander asks with undisguised surprise in his voice, what? Kaisha says, for Henkel, who is in the desert, always needs the help of people possessing great power. like the Red Raven. Moreover, this will help satisfy his curiosity. Isn't that beneficial for both of them? Reed thinks that is why he ended up here. After all, merchants from different states gather here. His attention is drawn to a woman who calls her son playing on the street to eat. The boy shouts that he doesn't want to, he wants to play. The mother orders him to quickly go inside the house. Reed is surprised by such liveliness right in the heart of the desert. He wonders, so what choice did they ultimately make? He is distracted from his thoughts by the sound of footsteps and a voice calling him. The commander looks back. Aled introduces the woman accompanying him. This is Mrs. Grace Provoke, mother of Perea. His companion says that it is a great honor for her to meet Mr. Reed, commander of the famous Red Ravens. Reed bows respectfully, greeting the Queen of Perea. The woman says she heard that he not only uses power but is also one of the greatest masters on the entire continent. She believes she should have greeted him much earlier, and only now has she had the chance to meet him. The commander replies that these are just empty rumors. Aled says that the commander is too modest. He adds that the Red Raven is as great as the Red Storm is known to everyone on the continent. Grace Provoke believes that first, a welcoming feast should be held. She asks for permission to first tell him the reason why she wished to invite him. The woman says, the thing is that she falls silent, as if hesitating to continue speaking. Reed silently awaits the continuation of her speech. Grace Provoke says that of course she will pay for it in full. The commander asks, can he request something else instead of money? The woman answers, of course. If it is within her power, she will fulfill any of his requests. A squad of horsemen gallops along the road, a narrow gap between the black waves looming over them. Julian, sitting on a horse, holds the reins with one hand and steadies the sword thrown over his shoulder with the other. He carefully examines the large black sphere visible ahead, from which streams of dark energy flow. The gates. The squad stops behind him. Lacree, who approached him, says that the time for their agreement has come. The chieftain replies that he is ready. Bowing her head, the woman wishes him luck. Dismounting and planting his sword into the ground, Julian slowly approaches the sphere. The chieftain passes inside the dark sphere. Julian opens his eyes and sees the starry sky overhead. Surrounded by tall stone quadrangular pillars stand motionless, as if carved from stone, figures gripping swords and pikes, noble warriors of Valhalla, heirs of previous generations of warriors. The warriors lined up on both sides of the passage, at the beginning of which stands the chief Julian. He places his palm on his chest and says that he, the younger Julian, greets the elder warriors. The chief walks down the passage. He looks like a bug compared to the giant figures surrounding him. Julian kneels on one knee, presses his hand to his chest, and bows his head low. A loud voice sounds, Julian stands at the elevation, on which on the throne sits a huge figure, Chavaswella, who led the troops in their last battle. On both sides of him stand guards. A voice sounds, The man rises from the throne. From the height of his gigantic stature, he looks at the kneeling Julian. There is neither mouth nor nose on his face. Only eyes blazing with dazzling light look out from under the crown. He says, using telepathy, that there is nothing to be surprised about. This shows that the warriors of future generations are doing very well. Raising his gaze to him, Julian asks, has something happened? The man says that the war has intensified. That means the last battle is coming soon. He says, calling Julian chief, that it will repeat. Taking a step forward, Chavaswella says that he is doing well, and adds that he knows perfectly the reason for his coming. He continues speaking. Naturally, the warrior of future generations learns from the experience of predecessors, however. The man steps toward the passage, and Julian follows him. The leader of the warriors says that Julian, on the contrary, helped them. The man's eyes flash with an unbearably bright light as he says that he expresses his respect and affection to Chief Julian. Julian is clearly impressed by his words. The power of Chavaswella rushes to him. He bows his head, and the same bright light flashes in his eyes. At the place where he stands, a surge of energy occurs. A sound resembling a growl bursts from Julian's mouth. His eyebrows knit together at the bridge of his nose, and his eyes fill with blood. Julian stands firmly on his feet, and dark streams of energy swirl around him. Chavaswella says that he expresses his respect and affection to Chief. Julian, whose whites of the eyes have turned red, asks, why him? In the eyes of the warriors, still standing motionless, a light flashes. They step forward, standing behind their leader, who does not take his eyes off Julian. Extending his palm with spread fingers toward him, Chavaswella says that he entrusts the further course to him. Beating his chest with his hand, Julian shouts, "Glory to the desert! Glory to the leader!" A circle flares up, in which 8 symbols are arranged around the 9th. It descends directly onto Julian, who simply turns into a dazzlingly shining silhouette. A bright flash and thin streams of energy rise upward from the center of the circle. Various items are laid out on the table. Jewelry, a seal, coins, a bell, 2 vials with flowers, intricate geometric figures made of yellow metal. In the center, on a cushion, lies a pendant, a blue stone set in a thin metal frame. The stone in the setting glows faintly. Hiruna, with an enthusiastic face, reaches out her hand toward the pendant. But a male hand grabs the jewelry at the last moment, and a confused and disappointed expression appears on his face. Katuna, clutching the jewelry in his fist, says the analysis is not yet complete. Hiruna exclaims, "She brought it. She just wanted to try it on." Moving away from the table, Katuna says the experiment will soon be finished. He asks, is she going to try it on without even knowing what it is? Following him, Hiruna says, that's why she wants to find out. She asks, how is he analyzing it? The young man replies, he already said he can't concentrate when his older sister is here. He asks her not to do that anymore, but the girl runs after him exclaiming, her too. Hiruna asks, how does he do it? And demands that he show her. The girl asks Katuna to show, and the young man freezes in front of the closed door. Throwing a glance over his shoulder, Katuna says, then she should just watch and be silent. If everything goes well, maybe the analysis will be completed today. Hiruna snorts angrily but remains silent. Looking at the numerous vials on the shelf with colorful contents, the girl says that his lair surprises her every time she is here. Looking at the table where a globe, microscope, and apothecary scales stand, she adds that he studies 12 hours a day and spends his free time here. Reaching out to a test tube, Hiruna asks, isn't he tired of it? Katuna, sitting on the floor near a large sand square, in the center of which he placed a metal ring with a pendant, without looking back, says she should not touch everything indiscriminately. The girl asks, where did the sand on this floor come from? Drawing something with a stick in the sand, Katuna answers her question with a question. Did she forget her promise? He adds that she just came in and already said so many words. Hiruna snorts. Boring. Other brothers and sisters quarrel almost every day. She asks, is he really a child from their family? The young man, ignoring her, draws a circle in the sand, in the center of which lies the ornament. The sister says, they say the eldest uncle on the father's side talks more than he does. Not looking at her, the brother answers, all people are different. Hiruna, sighing sadly, says that it makes her sad. While the young man continues to draw the magic circle, the girl says, he is her younger brother, but he got everything. Intelligence and appearance from the great aunt on the father's side, and courage and leadership qualities from their mother. His talent for martial arts comes from his father. He has no flaws. Throwing a glance at his sister, Katuna asks, shouldn't he try even harder? Since all this is not only his, he needs to take responsibility. Hiruna, sitting on a chair, smiles and says, he doesn't even deny it. Katuna says that his bravery and leadership cannot compare to the bravery of his brother Chanatu, and his talent in martial arts is inferior to the talent of his older sister. Therefore, he must find his own path. Hiruna asks, does he want to become a chief? The brother replies that he does not know yet. He admits, it seems to him that this role is beyond his strength. The girl is curious, what role is that? The young man says that Mother and Uncle Pere spend the whole day dealing with affairs. Uncle Orca is almost every day on a campaign, and the great aunt on the father's side leads the tribe, and it is not easy for her to see them even once a year. Katuna, taking a small container with a lid from the shelf, adds, all the people of their clan, each being in their own place, fulfill their duty. He cannot even imagine the weight of their burden. The young man looks with a sightless gaze at the container he holds in his hand, thinking about the chief. He says that the chief has taken upon himself the burden of all the people in different corners of the kingdom. Will he himself cope with this role? Now Hiruna understands what her brother is thinking about. Meanwhile, Katuna approaches the circle he has drawn in the sand. The young man mentally asks himself, will he be able to overcome everything? Like his father? Like his father, live away from the family for 10 years? He takes a handful of powder from the container and sprinkles it into the circle. Katuna thinks a scale of such a level, like brother Chanatu, risking life and fighting since childhood. He continues to reflect, like the older sister, taking everything for granted. Powder settles on the magic circle and pendant. A light mist rises upwards. It envelops Katuna, standing with closed eyes. Looking at her brother's back, Hiruna thinks, even if there are some gaps, Katuna is versatile and talented. The girl believes that, in terms of total skills, he surpasses her brother Chanatu and herself. She thinks that a leader should possess not so much deep as broad knowledge, even if it is shallow. Hiruna knows that even their father admits this. Didn't he delegate a significant part of power to Uncle Pere, their mother, in the best warriors? The girl concludes, therefore, the basis of a ruler's power lies in the ability to manage people, placing the right people in the right positions. Katuna stands near the sand, and a glow rises from the magic circle. Small shining particles swirl in a circle above the pendant. The young man thinks that now there will be no need to spend much time on analysis. He enters the circle and lifts the necklace with the pendant. Heading to his sister, he says that it seems the ritual is complete. Hiruna exclaims in response, "Really?" Putting the ornament on her neck, he says, "Perhaps this is top class." The girl echoes, "Top class?" Fastening the necklace, Katuna asks, "Does she know that objects left by magical creatures have different properties?" Hiruna replies that she knows about this. Some of them have negative properties, even worse than ordinary objects. Stepping away from the girl who rose from the chair, the young man says, "Correct." Holding the scroll in his hand, he says, "After studying the analyzed data, they found patterns. The most important thing, the magic crystal gave them the decisive key." Hiruna says in surprise, "So it is possible to determine the class." Looking at the books on the shelf, Katuna says, "Yes, he thinks so." At first, he tried to divide them into 5 classes: best, high, medium, low, and worst. But, unlike magical crystals, items have unique abilities. Therefore, they will probably have to be given different names. Touching her chin with her index finger, Hiruna says she heard that the sages of the kingdom of Inama also conduct these studies. She adds that their research results will need to be found out. She asks her brother, probably better not to reveal the results of his research. After a moment's thought, Katuna replies, "Let him tell, and in return he will receive and bring him their research results." Now the whole world knows that monsters leave behind objects. A classification based on reliable data will benefit Pari. Haruna answers that she understood him. The girl asks, "So she can keep it?" The answer is yes. Glancing over to the table, Hiruna says, "And one more thing." The brother decisively interrupts her, "No." Like a figure woven from light, Julian shines against the backdrop of stars and purple streams of energy. Gazing at the shining light ahead, the leader wonders, why is he here? The light ahead disappears, and a deserted landscape becomes visible. Julian wonders, what is this place? He thinks, is this the Red Desert? Correct. But there was a time when the desert had not yet turned red. Back then, there were more monsters in the desert than one could imagine. And each monster behaved as if it controlled this desert. They fought among themselves and tried to expand their territories. It was a time when human life was truly terrible. The chief, leaning on his sword, watches from a sandy hill the fight between the creatures. Behind him stands an army. To survive, they had to do everything possible. The chief gazes at the writhing creatures below. A cry sounds. They are here. The same applied to other races. A green-skinned giant grips axes in his hands. Point-eared archers prepare to shoot arrows at the target. The chief swings his sword and steps forward, saying that they are coming too, because then this land did not belong only to humans. Warriors with swords rush at the red-eyed monster, far surpassing them in size. The green-skinned giant swings axes, and poisonous green blood flows around him, everyone united. They united to confront a common enemy. With a sword strike, the chieftain cleaves the giant monster. The sand is strewn with the remains of demonic creatures lying in pools of green blood. The chieftain, driving his sword into the ground and crossing his arms on his chest, stands surrounded by the huge carcasses of the creatures he has killed. He wonders how much longer must they endure. However, there was always anxiety, because every day there was a desperate struggle for survival. Nevertheless, changes were approaching. Among the desert rises a snow-white tower, at the top of which is a barely visible figure shrouded in radiance. Creatures hurry to flee from this structure as far as possible. On the tower, an unbearably bright light flares up, flooding everything around with its radiance. Mighty magic. At the summit, on a narrow plank hanging over the abyss, stands a man whose face is hidden by the hood of his cloak. In his hands, he grips a staff topped with a stone emitting light. From the skillfully forged sword emanates the same radiance. Magic. Great power. A man clutching a sword in his hand kneels, and around him lie the bodies of creatures. Thus began the era of power and magic. The ghostly figure of Julian peers into the window to the past that is opened before him. He realizes what building has appeared before his eyes. The symbol of the era became the erected Tower of Pride. The shining silhouette of Julian stands in the center of a circle with 8 symbols. The giant standing before him says, "The monsters were banished to the dungeons or to remote regions. But the world was still hard to live in and full of chaos." Julian asks, is the story he told him from before the Great Flood? The answer sounds correct. Julian says, the monsters disappeared, but because of human pride, the Great Flood happened. The giant asks, does he know about this? Julian replies that he has heard stories about the god of the continent, that because of human pride, the world was on the brink of destruction. The ruler says, so the Great Flood was described exactly like that. He adds that he does not know about the rest, but people really became proud. In the age of power and magic, all races suffered losses. Chavez-Wella says that many elves, orcs, and dwarves also died. Together with humans, they opposed the monsters. He continues, but it did not concern them. Even then, the desert was still teeming with monsters. Silence reigns, which no one hurries to break. With wide open eyes, Julian looks at the giant. The leader says, that is why they began preparing for the last war. Pressing his palm to his chest, Julian exclaims, glory to the leader, glory to their warrior ancestors. The giant says that this is his story, the story of his warriors. He asks, is Julian ready to help? Julian thanks him and says to let him complete this story. The dismounted squad fights the creatures attacking them. Green-skinned warriors desperately battle monsters emitting dark energy streams. The expedition to the Black Sea continued even when the king was absent. A new wave of creatures with burning red glowing eyes rushes toward the warriors. Kambaba soars into the air, raising his hammer for another strike. Here gathered enough combat power to make up more than half of the entire elite of the Perea kingdom. A crushing blow falls on the creatures, scattering their bodies to the sides. Thanks to such a selection of troops, there was not a single loss among the expedition members. Arrows glowing with blue energy rush into the heart of the monsters. Over time, cooperation only improved and became even stronger. Elves sitting on horses formed 2 ranks and showered the enemies with a hail of arrows. Lady Venari Eldar, positioned slightly ahead of her squad, draws the bowstring, and a fiery arrow shoots forward. Her arrow, charged with inner energy, literally sweeps monsters off its path, turning them to dust. They are simply advancing forward with overwhelming force. The riders throw forward staffs topped with shining crystals, aiming them at the creatures. An incredibly powerful force rushes forward, accompanied by flashes of blue energy. It causes the ground to split open in its path. A large crack forms along the path of the force's movement. The expedition members had absolutely no problems. The crack running along the ground reaches the place where the monsters are gathered, and splitting into 2 parts goes around the creatures, encircling them. An explosion is heard. The orc sits on a horse, clutching a staff in his hand, the top of which blazes with an unbearably bright fire. The expedition members simply move forward, using their overwhelming power. The orc pulls the reins, projecting a small magical circle forward. In front of the warriors directing magical staffs at the enemies, a wall of flame rises, burning the bodies of the creatures. The ashes of the burned monsters fall to the ground. The orc dismounts and looks around. He thinks he can no longer bear this. However, he admits that these supplies could ease the kingdom's financial situation. Lakri, who approached him, asks to allocate people for transportation. The orc asks, is everything all right? The woman says, she heard that opening this path required an enormous amount of power. Lakri says that the path was opened by Lady Matata. The people of Sheer took on the exceptional task of connecting the outside world in this place. The woman adds, if you think about these resources, it is not such a hard task. Moreover, it is something they are obliged to do. On behalf of the kingdom, the orc expresses gratitude to her. He says that such a huge volume will be invaluable help for them. Lakri asks, doesn't this mean that they have reduced the number of monsters to such an extent? She says it is even scary to imagine what would have happened if the passage had opened and such a number of creatures had spilled into the outside world. Casting a glance at the road over which waves hang, she adds, and by the way, this place really is the optimal battlefield for destroying a huge number of monsters. Orca says, by the way, he knows that soon the road will be covered by the sea. He shares his doubts with the woman, Will the brother return before that moment? Lacree says that the decision must be made by the chief himself. Looking at the road over which dark waves hang, ready to engulf her, she adds, if everything goes according to plan, he will return soon. Although, even if he is delayed, it will not cause problems. By that time, they will have already reached the end of the path. The firewood in the fireplace flares up with blue flames. The hammer forcefully falls on the anvil. Several men work in the smithy, each occupied with his own task. Standing in front of the smithy, Lady Grey Provoke asks Rage, does he think the production environment is sufficient? The answer sounds, more than enough. Looking at the flame in the furnace, it is clear that it is not ordinary. The woman says, yes, a magical stone is used. Perea owns a magical fleet, and for that, powerful energy is required. Therefore, they are proud that their technologies in this field are the best on the continent. Rage asks, but is there a reason why they ask for a separate order? Grey Provoke answers, to be honest, the weapons of the Desert Masters cannot withstand the power of the Great Warrior. She says she tried to hire the best masters on the continent, but it was not easy. Rage says, understood. He suggests finishing here, but adds that he has a condition. The man says, if he takes on making the weapon, he must first get to know the person who will use it. And if his conditions are not met, he will ask for understanding that this weapon cannot be made. Grey Provoke replies that he need not worry about that. If his conditions concern combat skills, they will fulfill any of them. Rage thinks that Shubion is a great warrior, a personality considered the strongest commander of the desert. Rumors say he has reached the level of the god of war, but he believes that desert martial arts are often simple, crushing force and direct attacks. Isn't that why weapons cannot withstand this power? Grey Provoke, looking at Reed Shubion standing behind him, says that he has come and he can check personally. The woman greets the great warrior with a smile. Reed looks back. Shubion respectfully greets the mother of Perea. Grey Provoke introduces the man who turned to face the general. This is Mr. Reed, commander of the Red Raven squad. She asks, the great warrior has heard of him, right? The response is, yes, heard. The general introduces himself, saying that he is the great warrior of Perea Shubion. He adds that he has heard stories about how Reed and his squad destroyed many monsters in Henkel. The commander of the Red Raven squad, slightly bowing his head, says that his name is Reed. They continue the conversation, exchanging courtesies. Shubion says that thanks to the general, they were able to breathe a sigh of relief, and the great warrior Haisha praised him very much. He adds that, being a warrior, he is very grateful to him for his work. Reed replies that it is an honor for him to meet the great warrior Shubion, the warrior above all warriors. He believes that the general overpraises him. Reed says, since the gates of Henkel were originally very well fortified, even if their mercenary squad had not been there, the situation would not have changed much. Shubion responds, what is he talking about? The general adds that he has heard of his great feats. The reputation of the Red Raven, one might say, is even too modest. The general asks, on what business has he come here? He adds that the Royal Oasis does not need armed forces. Grey Provoke says that it is because of the great warrior. Shubion is surprised. Because of him? What is she talking about? The woman explains. She invited him here as a master, not as a mercenary squad commander, because there is something that Mr. Shubion absolutely needs. The general is pondering. The master. Which one does he need? He is clearly puzzled. Rage says, he heard that the weapon the general uses cannot withstand the strength of the great warrior. The general replies that he is simply not good enough yet. After all, the ability to make the most of what is in the hand is also a warrior's skill, but he couldn't do it. Rage says that a weapon is, after all, just a tool. He believes that one should not adapt a person to the tool. Grey Provoke says, by the way, Mr. Rage said that to create the weapon he needs to meet personally with Mr. Shubion, who is an interested party. She adds how everything coincided. The woman suggests they talk alone. She adds that she still has unresolved matters. Shubion says, so, because of his problem, time was wasted of their respected mother. He thanks Grey Provoke. The woman leaves. A man blocks her way, calling her by name. Mrs. Grey. The woman replies, Mr. Luna. He says she returned quickly. Grey Provoke answers. She thought it would take a few more days. The man reports that Commanders Carrion and Chanatusu, to his surprise, acted more wisely than he expected, so everything ended faster than planned. Luna adds, and the last act of conscience is also proceeding without glitches. It seems they will get something more than the effect they expected from the very beginning. Grey Provoke says thoughtfully, The last act of conscience. She suggests going inside first and talking. A carriage accompanied by warriors approaches the village. Haisha rides at the front of the squad. The man thinks, finally. His wife, riding next to him, glances at him and notices a slight smile flicker across his lips. She thinks, is he really that happy? The woman thinks sadly, well, yes. After all, because of her, he was captured and held in Henkel for more than 10 years. The carriage, surrounded by horsemen, continues moving towards the settlement. The squad commander, standing before his warriors, says, attack techniques with an upward swing are better avoided if possible. One of the warriors, calling him elder, says, Commander Carrion believed there was no more effective technique than this. The man replies, Commander Carrion, it's all because their commander is a hypocritical trickster. The warriors are outraged. What? A hypocritical trickster? No, he is not so much hypocritical as, most likely, slow-witted, right? The man clutching a saber in his hand says, movements as unpredictable as the commander's are initially useless to them. Better to show once than to speak. He raises the saber and takes a step forward. The man swings the saber in front of himself. He says to the warriors, if you steal the enemy's view and attack from below, the likelihood of receiving a blow inevitably increases. The commander even looks slow-witted in normal times, but at the same time he is also cunning. He adds, as it turned out, he is also somewhat dull. Haisha, who quietly approached and witnessed his speech, asks, why is he slandering Carrion, who is absent? The man, with a cross-shaped scar visible on his temple, casts a glance at him. A shout is heard, Haisha. Behind the great warrior, horsemen and a carriage are visible. The man rushes to Haisha and grabs his hand. The warriors are puzzled. Who is this? They look questioningly at Haisha, who, due to the duty he took upon himself, could not return for a long time. Few of them recognize the warrior, who is held in great respect and love, possibly even more than the king himself. If this is, of course, not the generation that knows him. Smiles appear on the faces of elderly people. Among them, there were none who were exceptions. However, there was something even he could not avoid. It is definitely why. Behind Haisha, Luna is seen approaching them. Haisha looks at the table in horror, on which stacks of papers and boxes with scrolls tower. This is definitely overtime work. Closing his eyes, he thinks that this is exactly what he ran away from. But here, the same awaits him. Grey Provoke, standing behind the table piled with papers, asks the great warrior Haisha to forgive her. Instead of throwing a feast, which would not have been enough, so much work piled on him immediately upon arrival. Haisha says, no, it's all right. He says he understands everything. Pere, without looking away from the papers, says, since he was idle in Henkel, now it's time to work. Haisha exclaims indignantly, idle. Anyone hearing that might think it was really so. Luna, also without raising his eyes, says, correct, the deputy misspoke. Haisha says, as expected, the great warrior Luna knows everything. Haisha approaches this table where two men and a woman are sorting through piles of documents. He says, he went through so much in Henkel, and he was not idle. The reply is he probably thought he could rest peacefully here, since there was a lot of work there. Sitting on a chair, Haisha says, if even the great warrior Luna says so, then he is very offended. Luna replies, there were so many tasks that could have been solved much faster if Lord Haisha were here. Pear says he must forgive this small whim. They know better than anyone how hard Lord Haisha worked. Sliding one of the documents to him, he suggests working efficiently. Pear says he thinks it would be better if the great warrior Haisha deals with this first. Haisha takes the paper in his hands and studies it. He thinks mostly these are problems faced by combat squads. Crossing her arms on her chest, Haisha asks, has so much time really passed, and the unification is still not properly completed? Luna replies, if we consider the very idea of unification, there is no big problem. It's just that the understanding and viewpoints of these groups differ greatly. Luna adds in, the whole point is that when heterogeneous groups unite, the command system inevitably becomes more complex. Perry says that they tried several times to unify the command system, but it turned out to be not easy. He thought that since Haisha returned, the problem would soon be solved. Haisha replies, since they primarily had to deal with the elimination of monsters, this problem must have been pushed down the priority list. Pear agrees, absolutely right. He adds that he even spoke with the great warrior Luna, saying that solving command issues is the most urgent, but Kaisha says, probably this was a reason for disappointment for the deputy and other great warriors. But that does not mean the method was wrong. On the contrary, it even has its advantages. He adds, in the past, the leader always, when he was overwhelmed with work, prioritized and did not burden himself with unnecessary problems. He began by addressing the tasks he considered most urgent, using the method most effective for him. And if you act this way, the other problems will naturally resolve themselves. Pear says, but once he makes a decision, he never returns to the matter. Luna says, this time they also managed to bring great benefit to the continent. And even the operation Last Act of Conscience. Grey Provoque says that a leader is the one who shows the way. For a moment, silence reigns at the table. The woman says, from childhood, he was destined to become a leader. From childhood, he had to shoulder responsibility. Grey Provoque says, this is why his personal standards are so unshakable. Because of this, subordinates might feel disappointed, but at least there are no situations where one needs to hesitate. Isn't that enough? Pear agrees, his words are true. Luna says these words make him ashamed. Grey Provoque says that even without this, there was a lot to do, but after the leader's return, the situation became even more hectic. The woman adds, however, only those gathered here can share the enormous burden the leader carries. If they do not hold up, the leader will collapse. And if he collapses, Perry says, the desert will collapse. Grey Provoque says that they arrived here with such difficulty. She urges not to bow down to any monsters. Under the glass dome of the hall, through which 3 night luminaries are visible, her voice is heard. She is so glad that Mr. Haisha has returned. Although he was needed in Henkel, now is the time when he is extremely necessary for his country. In response, it is said, it is an honor for him that the mother says so. Studying the document, Haisha says, it seems this is not so simple. He says that he probably should be grateful that he can handle this. Then he adds, good, they will improve the command system. Haisha says, especially it seems that as the number of recruits increases, the number of those who do not even know why the Red Storm is called so has grown. Luna says, correct, the current Red Storm is simply considered a group where the kingdom's best talents gather. Haisha says that they will start with the Red Storm. They have Shubeon, but this kind of thing is not his strength. He adds, ah yes, as far as he knows, Shubeon is also now in the Oasis. Where is he? In response, it is said, the great warrior Shubeon. From behind the door, a cry is heard. Mother, trouble! The door bursts open and the woman asks the warrior who appeared in the doorway, what happened? The man answers that the great warrior Shubeon has returned, wounded. Grey Provoque looks stunned. From her lips slips, what is he? Luna and Pear also look at the warrior with amazement. The woman, I'm down. Woman, rising from the chair, asks, what about the commander of the Red Raven Squad? He was also with the great warrior Shubeon, right? Shubeon, throwing an axe over his shoulder, walks through the desert. Rage, slightly behind, follows him. The general looks gloomy. He walks, deeply lost in thought. The commander of the Red Raven silently drills his back with his gaze. Rage thinks that Shubeon is the greatest desert commander, whose only rival is the Desert King himself, equated to the god of war. Shubeon stops and becomes alert. It doesn't look like bloodlust. So what is it? What is this heavy energy? He forcefully lowers the axe to the ground. Turning to his companion face to face, he says that they must definitely fight, and Rage will not take on the mission if his strength is below a certain level. So he follows him, but will everything be all right? The commander of the Red Raven replies, that is also important, but battles are also needed to know which techniques the user uses most often and what power he applies. After all, only knowing this can one create a weapon suitable for him. Shubeon agrees, he is right. Even Desert Masters created weapons for him only after carefully observing his movements. But he is curious about something. Rage throws a questioning look at his interlocutor. The general asks, what other conditions are there? The commander of the Red Raven answers, the condition is that the weapon he creates must be exclusively for fighting demonic monsters and not used on humans. Shubeon says there is nothing complicated. Anyway, in the desert, there is no need to use weapons against people right now. Rage responds, he does not think that is something the general can be so sure about. Looking into the eyes of Commander Red Raven, Shubeon says, he will have a reason to use weapons against a person only if someone invades their kingdom. The general adds, at least while he is alive, he does not think anyone on the entire continent will dare to do so. Rage philosophically replies that unforeseen circumstances always arise in worldly matters. Shubeon, slightly tilting his head, thinks this feeling again. Looking at the interlocutor, he feels a vague sense of incomprehensibility of enemies and friends. He wonders, why? Wasn't the Red Raven friendly to their desert? Rage says, maybe he also wants to ask something? Shibayon answers, of course. Looking back, the commander of the Red Raven says that a great warrior carries a great responsibility on his shoulders. But can he really go around like that, completely without protection? The general looks at Rage with amazement. He clearly did not expect such a question from him. Shibayon asks, is he going to harm him? The commander of the Red Raven replies that this is not the case. He said that unforeseen circumstances always arise in worldly matters. The general is pondering. The same words twice? What are his intentions? Shibayon says he does not know what thoughts Rage has when asking him about this, but he does not care. He is the one who lives for battles. The general's eyes fill with radiance, and a light silvery mist emanates from his body. He speaks, because the decision has already been made. Surprise appears in the eyes of Commander Krasny Voron. At the place where the shoulder meets the neck, a shining sign of 4 elements is visible on Shibayon's body. The general thinks that it will shine alone. He is the one who determined the path he must take and the place from which to retreat. Shibayon asks, is he just going to keep watching like that? Throwing the axe over his shoulder, the general says it's time to start, as he urgently needs weapons. With a smile, the general says, by the way, Shibayon wonders, until what moment will this continue? He adds, because it is impossible to allow him to accidentally kill the person who must make weapons for him. The general says he heard rumors that Rage is the strongest mercenary, but does not know to what extent. The latter also does not know him at all. Assuming a fighting stance and releasing long metal claws curved at the ends from his cuffs, Rage replies, let him just put all his strength into it. If anything gets out of control, he will inform him. Looking at him, Shibayon says, excellent. Since their leader had left, he had no rival in the desert to give his full strength. He adds, and also, since he has not had to fight the strongest fighters outside the desert, in many ways this will be useful. The response is, if this helps train the great commander of the desert, it will be an honor for him. The only witnesses to this conversation were the rocks, stretching their peaks to the blue sky, over which purple-colored clouds drifted. Rage's hand, adorned with bracers with long claws, looks deceptively relaxed. The general thinks, well, judging by the type of weapon, he should be in a more advantageous position. A slight smile slides across his lips. He understands. One should not think that everything will be so easy. Since Reha is called the strongest mercenary on the continent, there must be a good reason for that. The general decides they will clash, then he will find out. Shibayon says, since Rage is a guest, he will yield him the right of the first move. He suggests he advance. The commander of the Red Raven replies that he will not refuse. With extraordinary speed, he rushes into attack. A moment, and he seems to have dissolved into the air. Shibayon barely manages to dodge the long claws that appeared near his face. The claws pass literally a few centimeters from the general's nose. Shibayon is forced to recoil backward to avoid injury. In the blink of an eye, Rage is behind him. The movements of the Red Raven commander are so fast that it is difficult to follow him. The claws pass over the general's back, but the strike does not reach its target, as Shibayon's shoulders are reliably covered by the axe he threw over his shoulder. Rage, whose eyes radiate the glow of inner energy, continues to move swiftly around the opponent. He attacks again, but the general calmly blocks the strike with the handle of the axe, throwing it over to the other shoulder. Rage is behind him again. Shibayon is surprised, movements impossible to follow with the eyes. Moreover, a fast attack as well. He continues to block with the axe, but realizes that it is impossible to block all the strikes. The general thinks, is this the continent's martial art? He braces the handle of the axe against the next blow. He thinks that if it continues like this, his weapon will not hold. At that moment, Rage stands before him, and Shibayon, whose forearm is streaming with blood, swings the axe. The general forcefully lowers the axe. His eyes are filled with silvery radiance. In the eyes of Commander Red Raven flickers surprise. Rage is amazed. He is faster. It can't be. Not only does he keep up with his movements, but the attack is also faster than his speed. The axe relentlessly falls on Rage's head, but the commander of the Red Raven still dodges the blow. The general is impressed. Even Julian could not have dodged his axe like that. For a few moments, the opponents just stand facing each other. Rage thinks, it's incredible that one can wield such a weapon so easily. He understands that he will have to give it his all. Right before Shibayon's eyes, 3 raids seem to appear, moving so fast. Shibayon is impressed. Wow, he increased the speed even more. However, these movements, Rage instantly finds himself behind Shubion. The general thinks, even if his movements are unusual. At this moment, the commander of the Red Raven rushes into the attack. Shubion manages to react, sharply turning back and stepping aside. He thinks that the type of this movement is familiar to him, but he fails to see the enemy. His eyes only catch the movement. Wounds appear on the general's legs, above the knees. The commander of the Red Raven is already standing behind Shubion again, and blood stains spread on the vest covering the general's shoulder. Reed is surprised. He wonders, coincidence? The sharp edge of the axe passes right by his face, which puzzles Reed considerably. The general delivers a kick to the place where he assumes his opponent is located. Reed rushes past Shubion, who only manages to catch his movement. The general thinks that this movement is exactly the same as Trent's. Shubion sharply turns back to where the commander of the Red Raven has moved and strikes with the axe. Reed realizes that this is not a coincidence. He reads his movements and strikes back. But how? The commander feels the enemy's weapon relentlessly approaching him. The general, turning around, strikes, and the axe is about to take off Reed's head. He barely manages to crouch, and the axe flies over his head. Shubion realizes that, although he accounted for the opponent's speed, his strike still did not reach the target. The general is stunned. What? The commander of the Red Raven became faster for a moment? A slight smile glides over the general's lips as he thinks, interesting. Here it is. At that moment, Reed throws his hand forward. Claws aim straight at Shubion's stomach. The general leans back and swings the axe. Shubion strikes with force, putting internal energy into it. At that moment, a silvery glow bursts from his eyes. Reed is again amazed by the incredible speed of reaction and strength of the general. He thinks that Shubion is a monster. The commander of the Red Raven, dodging another blow, wonders, can he kill him? The general, despite the speed at which the opponent moves, infallibly determines his location and attacks him again. The axe relentlessly approaches Reed's head again. The opponents stand facing each other. The commander says, he said to fight with full strength. The general replies that he was not holding back. Shubion adds, if he had continued pressing with the axe, Rage would have disappeared again and counterattacked even before he could regain his balance. The general says that at the very moment he was already lowering the axe, the commander was already preparing a counterstrike. A chill ran down his spine, and he really thought he would get hit. He only managed to adjust his stance at the last moment before it happened. Rage mentally asks himself, how? How did he know? The general says with a smirk, almost got caught twice in one exchange of blows. He admits that the commander of the Red Raven is truly incredible. Shubion adds, let him forgive him. He never meant to look down on him. Rage says that once he admired the greatest warrior of Haishi. He adds that Shubion is just as great a warrior. The general listens to the speech of the commander of the Red Raven with slight surprise. Rage says, he only wanted to say that this is much better than dealing with continental nobles. Slightly tilting his head, Shubion replies that he will take that as a compliment. He adds that in any case, since their skills are not that different, now they can fight seriously. Rage says that he has already seen enough. The general objects. No, he left a small reserve. The fact that his axe is intact is the best proof of that. Long black, straight claws appear from Rage's gauntlets. The general, noticing that the shape of the blades has changed, asks, what is this? The commander of the Red Raven answers that this is a weapon he engraved himself. Shubion can consider that it is connected to him and bears his imprint. The general asks, will he get something similar too? Rage answers that he does not know yet. It is born when you desperately desire it. Shubion's eyes are flooded with silvery radiance when he speaks. Then he will show him his despair. Rage replies that he will watch with great pleasure. The opponents immediately rush towards each other. The greatest general of the desert and the strongest mercenary of the continent have met again in a duel. Shubion's eyes shine with silver. They exchange blows with incredible speed. Their sparring after they once felt each other's strength turned out to be so fierce that it can already be called a real fight. Because they realized, even giving their all, neither of them can defeat the other. The same silvery light fills Rage's eyes. Golden sparks fly between the opponents from the clash of their weapons. The collision of their powers is so strong that the streams of energy coming from them crush stones in their path. The general's eyes radiate an incredibly powerful inner strength. The commander of the Red Raven is in no way inferior to Shubion. Rage stops the axe that fell on his head by blocking with his blades. The general says, with a smile, wasn't it a mistake not to let the power fully unfold? Rage replies that he did not feel the need to go that far. Crossed black blades hold back the onslaught of the axe. The commander glances somewhere behind the enemy's back. The general is worried. What? Something is behind his back. Shubion mentally curses if he releases all his power right now. Rage leaps forward towards the general. The axe crashes down on the commander, but he again holds it back with crossed blades. A black haze creeps up on Shubion from behind. In the general's head flashes the thought, his body. The axe with a severed handle flies into the air. Blood spurts from a deep wound on Shubion's shoulder. The black blades on Rage's right hand turn red. The commander of the Red Raven raises his left hand to strike. Blood gushes from the general's wound, and he clenches his teeth harder, holding back a painful groan. Behind the general stands a wide smiling creature resembling a ghost. Its eyes shine with red light, a wide-brimmed pointed hat is worn on its head, and it grips a staff in its hand from which black streams of energy emanate. An ominous laugh bursts from its mouth. Rage rushes forward and literally slashes the creature's torso. The smile immediately slips off its face. The Red Raven commander continues to advance, and the ghostly creature in a long white robe is forced to retreat. Meanwhile, the bleeding general collapses forward. The creature, grinning maliciously and using telepathy, asks what Rage is even thinking. He is helping the enemy. The commander replies that he declared the desert his enemy. They are not enemies to him. Raising the staff before him, the ghostly creature says that he will regret this. Rage continues to advance, and his opponent, shielding himself with the staff emitting black streams of energy, retreats backward. In the blink of an eye, the Red Raven commander is behind the ghostly creature. He says that this reckless stunt will come at a price. Rage adds that he will make him pay for it. The opponent snarls maliciously in response. The commander delivers a series of strikes with lightning-fast movements. His opponent is cut into many pieces. Frowning at Rage, he melts into the air. Commander of the Red Ravens freezes, looking at the white fog into which the creature has turned. Rage turns to Shubion. He silently gazes at the general, trying to understand how bad his situation is. Drops of sweat stream down Shubion's face. A pillar of light falling from above illuminates the figure of Julian, who is in the gray space. The voice of the leader reaches Julian. The history of the desert, which began with him, will bloom anew through them. The leader's face expresses sadness. Julian stretches out his hand as if pointing to something visible only to him. The voice of the leader reaches him, so let them be ready for this. At the place where Julian's finger points, a shining vertical line flashes, as if cutting through the gray space. The line thickens and soon turns into a pillar of light, towards which black energy streams rush. The voice of the leader sounds, the preparation will not be difficult. They are the sprout of this era. Black streams swirl in the gray space, drawing a pattern with circles and lines. Julian stands apart, illuminated by the stream of light pouring down on him from above. The voice of Chavasuela reaches him. Let him firmly protect himself. The gray space explodes with dazzling light. The voice continues. Let him not allow even a shadow of doubt. In the place of the black pattern created by the dark streams, circles lined up in 2 rows shine with dazzling light, at the head of which is the largest sphere. The leader says, the more persistently he does this, the stronger his will become. The pillar of light in which the chief stands expands. Bright streams of energy swirl around him. The voice continues to sound, and he will show those who follow him the same steadfastness. Streams of bright energy swirl around Julian, and his eyes fill with the same light. In the shining circles, the heads of warriors are visible. The leader says, let Julian lead them not by the command of fate, but by his own path. In the largest circle, located directly in front of the chief, the upper part of Chavasuela's head is visible, adorned with a crown. The head rises from the gray space, and the face of the leader becomes visible. He says that on this path they will go together with him. Kambaba walks on the sand, approaching the black earth. Lakri, who appeared behind him, says that this is the zone of black sands. Standing in the black sand zone, Kambaba says, if necessary, he can step forward with his warriors. But the others? Lakri replies that they have reached the limit and there is no need to go further. But even if they are forced to go further, it will not be a problem. Behind the woman, detachments of horsemen are visible. Lakri adds, the elder is here. Everything is fine with the elves too. The desert warriors are also ready for emergencies with quicksands. Kambaba says, it seems the warriors are not yet accustomed to chanting. Lakri replies that active maneuvers are difficult, but the woman says that the desert warriors have always avoided quicksands. They only began to actively use them recently because of the magical fleet. The response is understood. Until the return of the king of the Parea tribe, it is better to regroup here. The horsemen ride along a road surrounded by rising waves. Carrion thinks, so it has finally come. The deputy who approached him asks, should they really be here now? Carrion, glancing at him, says that the real boss has arrived, both Shubeon and himself. All this time it seemed like he was wielding a yataghan that didn't suit him, just aching bones. The deputy replies, yes, it was high time to put everything in its place. Running around everywhere made their organization loose and scattered. Carrion says, well, not so loose as to say it's a complete mess, right? At least the Red Storm worked well. The man replies that it's all thanks to Chanat. He was at the very center of events. He adds, if Chanat had gone abroad to study like the other candidates for promotion, they would have faced real chaos. Carrion asks, was it that bad? The deputy says, just let him be more careful. The same applies to himself, but his interlocutor will soon have to step back from the front line and train young warriors. Carrion asks, what is he even talking about? And declares that he can still fight for another 20 years. The interlocutor replies that these are just his thoughts. Instead of going into battle themselves, it's more effective to pass on their experience. That way they increase the young warriors' chances of survival. The great warrior Luna said he will soon send their entire class to training grounds. Carrion says he doesn't care. He adds that Haisha has returned, so everything will be fine. They spur their horses on, continuing to gallop along the road surrounded by huge crests of dark waves. Carrion, looking into the distance, asks, what is that? The deputy asks again, what? The answer is, there is definitely something there. Carrion gives the command, everyone, run, full speed. He spurs his horse and gallops ahead. The deputy lagging behind exclaims, Captain! He shouts to the squad, full speed, after him! Near the zone of black sands, a camp is set up. Tents stand near which kettles hang on tripods over fires. In the tent sits Orca, immersed in meditation. The staff lies on the floor before him. Orca slowly opens his eyes, mentally asking himself, what is this ominous aura? He understands that he feels the aura of a demonic beast. Orca immediately grabs the staff and hurries to the exit. The man rushes out of the tent headlong. Orca stops and looks into the distance with horror. A giant octopus, with eyes glowing yellow light, waves its tentacles, looming over their camp. The warriors rush at the monster. Orca cannot take his eyes off the creature. Mentally calling upon the gods, he says, where did this monster even come from? Hambaba, who appeared next to him, says that it suddenly came out of the Black Sea. He tells Orca that his task is to support from the rear. The response is understood. The green-skinned giant, clutching a sword in his hand, raises his eyes upward, staring at the giant octopus. The creature rages, waving numerous tentacles and flashing glowing yellow eyes. Baba thinks, yes, it was too quiet before this. The huge demonic beast is so big that people seem like bugs compared to it. For now, it is in the black sands, and the camp is set up beyond their border. Lakri stares wide-eyed at the monster, thinking she has never seen a type like this before. She wonders, is this the gatekeeper? Assessing the opponent, Lakri realizes that it is so large that it is simply impossible to deal with it. A huge tentacle rushes straight at the warriors. The command sounds, dodge! The tentacle strikes the ground with force, and the warriors barely manage to step aside. They immediately rush back, gripping their weapons. The desert warriors show no hesitation. The commander orders the warriors to gather. They are so used to fighting demonic beasts that it has become second nature to them. The warriors put their pikes forward. The command sounds, forward. Years of hard training have made their reaction mechanical. The warriors, lined up, attack the giant tentacle, stabbing it with pikes. They act as if fear does not exist at all. Their eyes burn with fighting spirit. A shout sounds, hold. The tips of the pikes press into the ground. A shout is heard, hold on. Let them not think about pushing it away. Let them just hold on. The warriors, gritting their teeth, grip their weapons tighter. They understand that the best option now is to hold out until reinforcements arrive. They themselves cannot deliver a fatal blow, but that does not matter to them at all. Fiery and blue flashes race above the heads of the warriors, who understand that they are doing everything they can and everything they must. Fiery and blue sparks are visible near the monster. But the problem is that the new demonic beast is a level above everything they have faced before. The orc, aiming the shining stone decorating the top of the staff at the creature, wonders mentally, is its defense so strong? Or does it resist fire because it lives in water? Lady Venari Eldar, sending another arrow into the monster, thinks that blunt strikes do not affect it. Everyone understands, if the spells do not work either, then it will be a problem. With such a scenario, a rider bursts into the camp and at the same moment leaves the saddle, letting the horse gallop on its own. Carrion, in a giant leap, draws his swords on the move and attacks the monster. He performs an incredible somersault in the air. Simultaneously with the flip, Carrion throws his hands forward with the swords, striking the creature. He lands next to a tentacle cut in two. Carrion shouts, "If brute force does not work, then let them cut it." He examines the monster, above whose eyes a vertical slit full of sharp fangs is visible. Carrion, assessing the size of the monster, realizes this will be tough. The exchange of blows between the warriors and the giant demonic beast does not stop. A giant tentacle rushes towards Himbaba. Clenching his teeth and gathering all his strength, the green-skinned giant delivers a crushing blow. The orc and Lady Venari Eldar continue to attack the creature, but before them is a demonic beast unaffected by spells. Although this does not yet mean the expedition is being pushed back, but waiting for the monster's stamina to run out is a bad strategy. A swing of the tentacle scatters the warriors. Everyone understands that the humans might run out of breath first. Carrion swings his swords, from which a dazzling glow emanates. Humbaba thinks this will not end like this. Ignoring the tentacle striking the ground, the green-skinned giant decisively steps forward. The creature continues to rage, swinging numerous tentacles. Humbaba's eyes are flooded with an unbearably bright silvery light. Humbaba stepped onto the blackened ground. A heavy aura immediately descends upon him. The green-skinned giant lets out a battle cry. Resolutely gritting his teeth, he, resisting the powerful pressure, rushes forward, mentally commanding himself to step firmly. He lunges forward, trampling the water-soaked soil into mud. His warriors follow him, overcoming the monstrous pressure of the demonic aura. The orcs advance. The Vade tribe, in a wide formation, begins to press the giant demonic beast. Kambaba, continuing the assault, thinks he will cut off at least one tentacle. With this weapon, he will succeed. Pushing off the ground with his feet, the green-skinned giant, clutching a huge hammer in his hand, attacks the creature in a leap. He raises the hammer above his head, and ahead of him appears a copy of his weapon woven from silvery energy, only much larger. Kambaba, bringing the hammer down on the monster, thinks that he will show a power surpassing this giant enemy. A huge projection of the energy hammer crashes down on the creature. The warriors of the Vade tribe slash the tentacle of the giant octopus with their swords. The fang-filled maw, located above the eyes of the demonic creature, opens wider. The mere burning fighting spirit was not enough to deal with the beast. The monster swings its tentacles, and the warriors are forced to retreat to the side to dodge the blow. The strikes of the tentacles against the ground raised sharp crystalline shards into the air, which wound the green-skinned warriors. A sphere enveloped in a greenish flame rapidly approaches the demonic creature. It flies past the orc, thrown back by a powerful blow from a giant tentacle. The wound on the chest of the green-skinned warrior seems to be cauterized by the fire that passed by him. But the warrior's attacks do not look reckless. The orc directs a magical staff at the creature. His squad also directs magical staffs at the monster. Even on unfavorable terrain, the expedition does not retreat a step. A huge tentacle is about to fall on Kambaba. The green-skinned giant cries out again, his eyes emitting a bright light. Kambaba spins to strengthen the blow of his hammer. The tentacle of the demonic creature looms over him. Carrion appears nearby, slicing the tentacle with swords enhanced by his inner energy. When the severed tentacle falls to the ground, Carrion shouts to Kambaba to retreat. "It's hard to provide support here." Kambaba replies that if they cannot strike his main body, they will fall themselves. Someone needs to distract his attention. He looks back and sees warriors armed with pikes rushing to their aid. Without hesitation, they cross the line and find themselves in the zone of black sands. Carrion says that this is ineffective. This terrain also has properties similar to quicksand, making movement extremely difficult here. Kambaba replies, nevertheless, the desert warriors have made a huge step forward. The very fact that they managed to get close is an achievement in itself. Carrion says that the question is only about effectiveness. He adds that the shamans are preparing a new spell. He adds that there is no need to rush things now. If they suffer losses because of just one demonic beast, that will be their defeat. They must win this battle. Carrion thinks that with the help of chance and feelings, they can still stay on their feet, but they are unable to properly put strength into the lower part of their bodies. However, they have no right to just stand aside and allow the warriors of the great tribe to sacrifice themselves. Carrion says that they must trust the shamans, trust the elder. Kambaba replies that he trusts them. Of course he trusts them. Looking at the raging creature, Kambaba says, by the way, its severed tentacles seem to have regenerated at some point. Carrion says, so it really is necessary to strike the main carcass? Kambaba rushes forward, saying that he will go first. He attacks the monster with a war cry and a leap. Ahead of him flies a huge energy hammer. He strikes the devilish creature's head with such force that he cleaves it down to the toothy gap that serves as its mouth. The blow immediately throws the green-skinned giant backward. Blood gushes from the split head of the monster, as well as from its jaws. Carrion curses and tells Kambaba that it is raging like a madman. He replies, it seems that's not the case. Carrion asks, huh? Then, Carrion freezes. From his lips slips, it can't be. A new demonic beast? The ground beneath their feet seems to explode. A command is heard, retreat! Everyone get out of the black sand zone! Carrion and Kambaba watch as the terrain suddenly changes. Everyone involuntarily succumbs to panic. Orca and Lady Venari Eldar observe the events from afar. At first, everyone tensed, thinking a new demonic beast had appeared, but the monster itself, as if frightened by something, tried to flee. A large red sphere, a gate, rises from the ground. It freezes opposite the demonic creature waving its tentacles. Julian appears from the sphere with the words, he has come to the right place. The darkness of the cave is illuminated by a bright flash. A man with a shield thrown over his back, on which a cross is depicted, stands under ash falling from above. Besides the shield, behind his back are sheaths with a sword. From beneath the open in front of his cloak, a whole arsenal of weapons is visible at his belt, among which stand out 2 swords and an axe. Noah examines a bracelet lying at his feet, on which an inscription is visible. He stretches out his hand forward, from which a light bright haze emanates. His hand immediately grasps the bracelet that was in his palm. Noah says, not bad. The ability to widely manifest the power of demon banishment. Hiding the bracelet in a secret pocket on his chest, he adds, it would be a nice gift. Turning his head to the side, he says, however, looking around, he says, what a curious place. A space where everything constantly changes and is recreated. He thoughtfully adds, even the most incredible things. Folding his hands behind his back, Noah says, because of this, greed and pride pierce the heavens, exterminating countless species. He adds, the heavenly punishment has fallen upon them. Noah spreads his arms to the sides, and a bright flash of energy surrounds him. Then the energy sprinkles around him with golden sparks. Walking further, he mutters to himself, and in their era, the collision of the past age with the present occurs. And yet, this labyrinth has no end or edge. I wonder what will appear inside this time. Julian appears from a red sphere in the zone of black sands. Carrion and Kambaba look at him in amazement. Chief! A scream bursts from the orc's lips. Brother! Julian looks back at the raging demonic creature behind him. Warriors armed with pikes run towards him, but they do it poorly as their feet get stuck in the mud. Looking at them, Julian thinks, could it be that they cannot move properly because of the black sand? He looks at the warriors and influences them with his power, mentally ordering them to obey. Julian continues to drill them with his gaze, calling them to obey. He, still mentally, adds, if they obey, let them move, accepting his will as their own. Amazement appears on the warriors' faces. Running has become much easier for them. A miracle. This could be called colossal progress compared to the past, when he did not even dare to take a step. But the warriors understand that the chief used magic, and their bodies became light. The god of war granted them strength, movement that was not very effective in real combat. Julian shouts, let them stop worrying about the heaviness in their legs and just run. Now that it has become easy for the warriors to move, as if they are running on flat ground, can this not be called a true miracle? The chief orders the warriors to run, block the creature's path, and not let it escape. Julian, stepping towards the monster trying to flee, says, well, now he will see how much his desert warriors have advanced. The warriors stand in the path of the bleeding monster. Shouts are heard, move, into formation. The warriors hold their pikes in front of them. The commander shouts, now, pierce! The warriors thrust their pikes from both sides of the huge tentacle. The command sounds, hold! From beneath the spikes embedded in the monster's body, Blood spurts. The demonic creature continues to wave its numerous tentacles. The other warriors keep running towards it. Many small copies of the monster burst out from its mouth. As if sensing the impending danger, the beast begins to spew countless duplicates of itself. The warriors, noticing the movement, shout, "Something is approaching." This decision of the monster can be called a clear mistake. A warrior cuts off the limbs of the small octopus that attacked him. If the warriors could not cope with the giant monster, then inflicting deadly wounds on the smaller creatures is not so difficult for them. Baba urges his warriors, "Don't fall behind. Let's show the strength of our tribe." Julian watches as the numerous army fights the creatures. Although the number of monsters has grown to incredible limits, the fighting spirit of the warriors, on the contrary, has flared up with even greater strength. Julian steps toward the place where the battle is taking place. Lockery watches the battlefield from afar. The woman is surprised. The atmosphere on the battlefield has clearly changed. Julian is surrounded by a light haze of bright energy. Lacree thinks, could this be it? The chieftain walks unhurriedly into the thick of the battle, past warriors dealing with the creatures. Lacree thinks, by merely being present nearby, he seems to share his will with the others. Looking at Julian, from whom silvery streams of energy emanate, Lacree thinks that usually it is transmitted through a battle cry, shouts, or songs, but here, the chieftain did nothing. Meanwhile, Julian stands before the giant octopus, and a smile appears on his face. Julian, examining the monster, thinks that if it were up to him, he would cut it down with a single blow. He looks to the side, where warriors are fighting smaller creatures. They are quite successfully dealing with the monsters. Julian thinks that his warriors are so eager for battle that intervening now would be the height of disrespect to them. The chieftain believes that all he can do is watch them and believe in their victory, as befits a ruler. Shifting his gaze to the giant octopus, he mentally adds, "Exactly so." Julian, also mentally addressing the monster, says that he is not the one who will look up to it. The chieftain, without taking his eyes off the creature, moves his hand aside. A sword appears in his hand, as if woven from dazzling light. The sword is surrounded by shining particles, as if emanating from it. For a moment, Julian freezes like that, gripping the sword in the hand moved aside. The chieftain looks no bigger than a bug compared to the giant creature that seems to have sensed something wrong. Its yellow eyes fixed on Julian standing before it, and the octopus recoiled. The chieftain smirks. Did it feel his aura and decide to retreat? He adds that the octopus is quite perceptive for an ordinary monster. Raising his sword, Julian, whose eyes are filled with the light of inner energy, speaks, but all his efforts are in vain. The chieftain delivers a slashing sword strike that flashed like lightning before him, the blow landing horizontally just below the monster's yellow eyes, and the very earth seems to tremble from the creature's fury. The warriors, sensing changes in the surrounding space, freeze. The orc, clutching a staff in his hand, even opens his mouth in surprise. Lady Venari Eldar looks unperturbed. A drop of sweat runs down Lacree's temple. She wonders what actually happened. Carrion tells Kambaba that in such a situation it is already difficult to say who among them is the real monster. He adds it somehow becomes empty in the soul. Julian swings his sword again, delivering a slashing blow. Blood literally spurts from the numerous wounds on the monster's body. The creature collapses to the ground. The leader says with a smile, "Yes, finally their views are on the same level." Shubayan, sitting on the edge of the bed, feels the bandage on his chest, saying that everything will be fine in a few days. His hands from wrist to elbows are also wrapped in bandages. The moon standing before him says that this burden belongs not only to the greatest warrior Shubayan. He is the treasure of the kingdom, so let him take care of himself. The general, crossing his arms on his chest, replies that Luna has no talent at all in such matters. He could have simply said he was worried. Luna says that Shubayan is immortal. One can worry about the leader's well-being, but he has never doubted the strength of the greatest warrior. The general says, with a smile, even for him a wound remains a wound. If his body is the property of the kingdom, shouldn't he take even greater care of it? Luna replies that he was not supposed to get injured now. The elite troops of the kingdom set out on an expedition to the border outskirts, and also to a place called the Black Sea. But shouldn't they keep absolute military power ready, even within the kingdom's lands? Shubayan says not to worry, his strength is quite enough to take on the gates alone. Luna replies, let him not be so confident. How can he say that without knowing what might happen? The general says that he is somewhat irritably aggressive today and lashes out at everyone. He asks, are things not going well? After a short silence, Luna asks, what about rage? The general inquired, is something bothering him, Luna asks. Was there anything suspicious? Shubaeon answers, if he wanted to commit murder, he wouldn't be sitting here now, just chatting like this. Luna says, a killer. The general himself said that he seemed to know about the existence of that phantom creature. Shubaeon answers, he knew, that's why he was angry. But even if he really wished him dead, he wouldn't have chosen such a method. Luna asks, what does that mean? The general says that Rage is a true warrior. At the very least, he would never stoop to a strike in the back. Luna still looks worried. He says, the fact that the Red Raven is one of the best mercenary squads on the continent is indisputable, but rumors say their main trade is contract killings. He adds that one must be extremely cautious with them. Unlike his interlocutor, the general is more relaxed. A slight smile glides across his lips as he replies, well, that can happen too, considering how exactly Rage fights. Luna says that the position, I like it and I don't care about the rest, is dangerous. The life of a great warrior belongs not only to himself. The general asks to trust him. He says that Luna, a man he once hated, he now trusts so much that he is ready to entrust his life to him. The interlocutor is stunned by his words. Shubaeon stands up and puts on a sleeveless shirt over his head, saying one way or another, Rage helped him defeat the killer. And in the end, he survived. He adds, and moreover, the commander of the Red Raven promised to create a weapon for him. Casting a glance at the interlocutor, the general says that Rage is a man invited by the mother of the desert. Even if all this seems doubtful, now is not the time to try to figure everything out. Shubaeon adds that they must show due respect to the guest. Luna says that he only wanted to ask the general to be more careful. A huge windmill stands on a small tower attached to a building with a green roof. On the stone surface lie multicolored crystals. Among them are red and black ones, but there are more blue and lilac than others. Rage, crossing his arms on his chest, stands surveying the wealth spread out before him. The commander of the Red Raven takes a blue crystal and throws it into the forge, in front of which the crystals are laid out. Rage stands watching the fire blaze. Looking at the flame, he thinks, a forge that doesn't even need bellows. Just think, and all this thanks to only one magical crystal. In the box lie rectangular blanks made of silvery metal. Molten metal is poured into the casting mold for a sword from a huge, slightly tilted cauldron, suspended from the ceiling by chains. Rage, reaching for the tongs, reflects. It has always been believed that in the desert, the methods of using magical crystals are much more primitive than on the continent. But at least in the skill of smelting, they are ahead of them by more than 10 years. Kneeling on one knee before the firewood stacked under the cauldron, Rage mentally asks himself, what is he doing? The commander of the Red Raven thinks that he has come to a country that could very well be their enemy, and decided to forge weapons for the greatest commander of this very country. However, he believes that nowhere on the continent can one find a place as humane as this desert. Savages? Who even gave them the right to call them that? A bright blue flame flares up in the furnace. Rage, covering his eyes, thinks that the most important thing is simply to remain human. He admits to himself that he likes this place. The commander of the Red Raven opens his eyes, mentally asking himself, the ultimate goal? Could customs really contradict their great goal? Or is this very path the great goal? Shubaeon, who entered the forge, asks Rage, has he finally taken up his weapon? The commander of the Red Raven asks the general, are his wounds all right? Shubaeon replies that it's nothing. They will heal after a few days of rest. The general says that the desert is a harsh place. Rising and approaching the anvil, Rage says, the general says it is harsh, but to him it seems a calmer place than any other. Shubaeon replies that that is exactly why it exists, and that is exactly why warriors exist. The commander of the Red Raven responds, simple and clear. The general asks, is there any reason for it to be otherwise? Shubaeon says that before him there were 5 ancestors. All of them were proud of their duty. Children learn by watching their fathers. Isn't it natural for the son of such fathers? Rage replies that these habits were passed down remarkably well. The general casts a surprised look at his interlocutor, then says as if savoring the word, passed down, passed down. He says it is such a natural flow, like sleeping at night or eating when hungry. Shubaeon admits that he had never seriously thought about it. Rage says, sounds impressive, to pass it on further. From one generation of warriors to the next, from father to son, from comrade to comrade. With a slight smile, Shubaeon says, yes, exactly so. The spirit of the desert is well transmitted. The commander of the Red Raven pulls the chain to tilt the cauldron with molten metal, asking, "But is it transmitted to everyone?" The general exclaims, "Of course." Shubeon says that there are cases when the wrong path is chosen, but they are very few. The overwhelming majority inherit it correctly. The general adds that Rage will understand if he stays here for some time. Meanwhile, the commander takes a hammer in his hand. Lowering the hammer, Rage thinks that he sees it, and that is exactly why it troubles him. The squad, led by Haisha, climbs the sandy hill. Leaving the warriors far behind, Haisha, smiling, easily runs up to the top of the hill. Sweating warriors wonder, how can people run like that? One of them asks, didn't they say that the great warrior Haisha moved to the administration? How is it to just take and go to the administration? Looking at Haisha rapidly moving away, the warriors are surprised. But why are they doing this? After all, there is almost no need now to run across the desert on foot. A shout is heard, "Let's go after them!" Don't stop, and the warriors continue running up the sandy slope. Having reached the top of the hill, Haisha stops. The squad commander appears behind him. He, like all the warriors, is sweating and trying to catch his breath. Kaisha, looking as if he had taken a walk in the garden, smiling, exclaims, "Incredible! No one neglected the training." The commander, looking around at the warriors, orders them to straighten their stance. He adds, "Do not delay. The great warrior speaks to them." The warriors immediately line up and straighten their backs. Addressing the commander, Kaisha, calling him Chanatu, asks, "He is the captain of this group, right?" The answer is, "Yes, that's right." Kaisha inquires, "Do they still conduct such training?" Chanatu says they run around the oasis to maintain endurance, but no longer train by overcoming desert hills. Kaisha asks, "Does the captain know why this stopped?" The answer is, "Not sure." Hanatu says the chief corrected all ineffective aspects of the old training methods. Kaisha clarifies, "Does he mean that this training remained from the old methods?" The captain replies that before the changes, the warriors of the early Red Storm ran like mad every day. Kaisha says, "Understood." He asks, "Then why didn't the captain ask?" Chanatu asks again, "What does he mean?" Kaisha explains, "They run through desert hills, which never happened before. So why didn't they ask why?" The captain replies, "Because..." Seeing that Chanatu doesn't know what to say, Kaisha says, "Because he is a great warrior? Because he is the senior warrior of the Red Storm?" The captain agrees, "Yes, exactly." Kaisha says, "But he is their captain. He surely saw the expressions on his subordinates' faces along the way." Chanatu, glancing over his shoulder at the warriors, remains silent. Kaisha continues, "He also had doubts about why they were doing this." The captain says, "It is..." Kaisha says, "If he didn't have such doubts, he wouldn't be worthy of being their captain." He asks, "Did Chanatu think it was unimportant because he himself manages without difficulty?" Kaisha tells the captain that he understands what his problem is. He explains that Chanat is the captain. He did not become captain just because he is stronger than his fighters, right? The answer is yes. Correct. Kaisha says that if you don't count the leader and Shubeon, Trent is stronger than him. But he is the true captain of the Red Storm. A hint of a smile appears on Chanatu's face as he says he understands. Kaisha says that the same applies to everyone else. While he was away, some kind of absurd atmosphere developed, as if there are people who consider themselves special just because they are from Krasnaya Bura. Surveying the warriors standing before him, Haisha says, "Well, that can be understood too. They became part of the Red Storm through harsh training and with a clear purpose." Kaisha says that the essence of a warrior is to protect family and country. Is not the one who does not join the Red Storm deprived of this essence in the desert? Would they say that their fathers do not know what honor is just because they are not from the Red Storm? In response to his words, sounds a united no spoken by the captain and his warriors. Kaisha asks, then why should he feel superior to the others? Of course, Red Storm carries out the most dangerous missions. He continues to say that this is exactly why everyone in the desert acknowledges their merits. So it's not just because they are from Krasnaya Bura. Kaisha adds, he does not want such conversations to spread after today. Can they keep only one thing in their hearts? To protect what must be protected? The response is a united yes. Kaisha says with a smile that they, Red Storm, are the strongest warriors on the continent outside the desert. Such a degree of pride is quite acceptable. He thinks they are still young, so they accept it so easily. He mentally addresses the captain, How did he train them, that it was so hard for them? A carriage rushes over the grass-covered ground. Voices come from the carriage, so in the end, he couldn't find the real culprit. In response, there is an apology. Hiruna tells the man sitting opposite her, calling him Lord Manu, that there is no need to apologize for that. She adds, they are among those ready to attack even in the very center of the imperial capital. The man replies, but because of this, the young leaders had to stop studying abroad, and he cannot help but feel guilty. The girl asks him not to say that anymore, since he sacrificed himself for years in this unfamiliar place to protect her and Katuna. If anyone should apologize, it is her. Glancing out the carriage window at the passing landscapes, Hiruna says, and returning home was her own decision, and yet she is burdened by the fact that she did it secretly. Lord Manu says, if he had known, he would have stopped it by any means possible. Lowering his eyes, Hiruna answers, everything would have been fine if only he did not sometimes become strangely stubborn. The man asks, it's true, isn't it, that the emperor values her very much? The girl replies that this is the main problem. He keeps sending those pale types to them. Sighing, she adds that it is terribly annoying. Lord Manu says that the young lady is someone anyone would want to have. Hiruna exclaims, oh, so he wants her to stay in the empire? The man answers, of course not. The girl says that, in any case, this is the best possible option. Katuna will manage on his own. Lord Manu replies, surely she will receive many complaints. The girl says that she is, of course, worried, but he is the younger brother, made to handle troubles, so... At that moment, two people in black cloaks with hoods stand in the carriage's path. Voices come from the carriage. Katuna will handle everything himself. In response, there is, most likely, a lot of dissatisfaction will later fall on her. The girl smiles, saying that she even feels a little sorry for him, but he is the younger brother and is supposed to take on the most annoying tasks, so... The carriage continues its journey. Hiruna asks, is it still far to the border? Lord Manu replies that they should reach the gates by evening. He adds that the special unit warriors will be waiting for them, so later they can relax. The coachman's gaze becomes wary and he pulls the reins, stopping the carriage. Lord Manu immediately opens the door and steps out, asking, what is happening? The response is, well, the coachman says that someone has blocked the road, but Lord Manu himself already sees men standing ahead, whose faces and figures are hidden by long black cloaks with hoods. Following the companion from the carriage, a girl appears. Lord Manu and Hiruna look cautiously at the people who dared to stand in their way. The men respond with grim looks, not uttering a word. Hiruna feels their oppressive aura and understands that both men are masters of power. A whip appears in her hand, which until now had been wrapped around her waist. The girl's eyes fill with the glow of inner energy. A thought flashes through her mind. The main thing is to break out of here. Carts and travelers on foot stretch towards the Abaham gates. The city streets are crowded. Everyone is hurrying about their business. In a tavern at a table with a wooden mug sits a man in armor. His figure is hidden by a black cloak and his face by a deeply pulled hood. The man raises the mug to his lips and taking a sip thinks, in the end, they made the whole journey here chasing the movements of monsters. If he had known how it would turn out, he would definitely have hired a guide. Then they could have moved much faster. Setting the mug on the table, he reflects that, after all, their goal was to save people. But the monsters turned out to be a more urgent threat. His attention is drawn to three visitors sitting at a table nearby. Their voices reach him. Oh, they still made it here safe and sound. They say the road here is pure hell. Sitting down at the table on which mugs and a jug stand, the visitors continue to talk about how, compared to last month, things have become somewhat easier. At least, the Empire has stationed quite a few troops at the border. In response, it is said, hardly because of the Empire. One of the men says, they say the elite of the Parea tribe exterminated all the demonic beasts in the corridor. For that, they should be grateful. The second man snorts. Does he really think they did it for their sake? These gates belong to the desert. If traders like them do not come, money will not circulate. That's the whole point. The third person sitting at their table says, in any case, didn't that at least give them some respite? Only 3 months ago, this place was teeming with demonic beasts. Then they couldn't even try to pass by them. The second man asked, but who primarily directed the demonic beasts to this border? The first is clearly surprised. What? Does he want to say that the kingdom of Parea is to blame for the demonic beast invasion? The second man answers his question with a question. Then where did all these demonic beasts suddenly come from? They say more than half of the gates form in the desert. For a few moments, silence reigns at the table. The man continues, "Well, what the desert elites are doing now looks like they are closing their eyes and pretending not to see anything." He adds that they even name this operation quite symbolically, the last conscience. The first man repeats in surprise, "Eh? The last conscience." The second says, "They themselves push the residents of the borderlands towards death, so their conscience ached. Therefore, they pretend to be kind and righteous and go to save people." The man in armor, attentively listening to their conversation, mentally agrees with him. One could think so. From their point of view, it is like a thunderclap out of a clear sky. He continues to ponder, the last conscience. For those in the know, it could be the last warning. Suddenly, a sword sharply falls onto the table where the three men are talking. The man, behind whom stand two warriors in dark robes, seems to press the weapon into the tabletop with his palm. The men jump up in fright. One of them exclaims, "What is that?" The stranger turns his face to him, adorned with 3 black stripes running vertically, and the man hiccups from fear. The stranger curses and says, "Some of them run until a rash appears between their thighs." Throwing the sword over his shoulder, he adds, "And some sit comfortably, eat, and curse. Looks like he wants to die, right?" The stranger addresses the man who spoke the most. The men realize with horror that before them are warriors of the Parea tribe. A man nervously mutters that he never intended to insult them. The one who started the conversation says the road was tough, so he exaggerated a bit. He assures that he never meant to tarnish the honor of the desert warriors. Hugging the first man by the shoulders with one arm and simultaneously pressing a sword to his throat, the stranger, smirking malevolently, says that his kind heart is already wounded. What are they going to do about it? Huh? What will they do? He mockingly adds, "So what will they do about his rash on his hips?" The men beg for mercy. The stranger insists that they take responsibility for his legs. He demands that they do it. Behind him, a voice is heard asking, "What is Hibanya doing?" The one called Hibani looks back at himself in surprise. Hile, accompanied by 2 warriors, asks, "Is he, being a warrior, threatening a peaceful resident?" Hibanya, spitting, says, "Finally something interesting after a long time." Turning to Hilai, Hibanya replies that he would not dare, especially when the special squad is watching so closely. Passing by her, he says that they, the pranksters, will leave now. Let her not make such a scary face with such a beautiful appearance. Leaving the tavern, Hibanya says, "When was the last time he killed someone?" "Before the unification of the desert. That was a long time ago. It was fun back then." The warriors accompanying him tell the captain that he cannot just kill someone like that. The great warrior Luna will scold him again. Hibanya asks hopefully, "So maybe just maim that guy then?" The response is, "That is also not allowed." Hile, heading towards the men frozen by the table, says that only these warriors can protect them in the desert. She adds that careless words can bring trouble, so they should be careful. Frightened and ashamed men ask for forgiveness, assuring that they did not mean to offend anyone at all. Hile silently watches them for a few moments, then abruptly turns around and heads for the exit. Hile thinks that recently such conversations have started spreading everywhere, as if someone is deliberately spreading rumors. Walking down the street accompanied by 2 warriors, Hile decides that this should be reported later. For now, she will only think about guarding the young lords. A man in armor and a black cloak exits the tavern and watches Hile and her escort as they walk away. He mentally wonders, "Special squad?" The Snow White Knight Eisen von Devon thinks that each of them possesses enough power to stand against the Master of Power. Walking down the street, he thinks about what he felt in Henkel. No country can stand against Parea alone anymore. And this is why it is good. Parea has so much power, and it prioritizes defense. A squad of horsemen gallops swiftly over the dark, cracked earth. A huge black sphere hovers above the ground, emitting dark streams of energy. Beneath it on the ground lie 4 red spheres, one of which stands out by being larger than the others. They emit the same dark energy. Julian, leading the squad, says to the people behind him, "Here are 4 gates, and one of them is extraordinarily large." He ponders, bringing his hand to his chin and says, If so, then nothing can be done." Hambaba and Orca, behind whom squads of humans, elves, and orcs have lined up, await his decision. They have been ordered to use gate number 2. Gate number 3 is assigned to Lady Venari Eldar. Lokri tells the chieftain that this is the narrowest path. The tracks of this creature will surely remain. Is he really sure that everything is fine? Julian asks the priestess not to worry. Lakri, who received gate number 4, bows her head and wishes the chief victory. Dividing into groups, the squads head to the gates assigned to them. Julian watches from afar as they disappear into the smaller red spheres. The chief, slightly turning his head back, addresses Carrion standing behind him, and he immediately responds. Julian tells him to support the priestess and the Share tribe. Carrion is clearly surprised by his decision. He exclaims, "Really?" He asks, "What will the captain do with gate number 12? Looking at the largest red sphere, Julian replies that this is the path he must take alone. He adds that it will be better this way. Carrion replies that it will be dangerous. Even if Julian is the god of war, there are things that cannot be handled alone. Julian, who by this time has already turned to face him, tells him not to worry and adds that he will not be alone. Carrion does not hide his surprise. He will not be alone? So he is taking some warriors with him? Julian answers him, "No, just a few strong people agreed to help him." Carrion asks again, "Strong people? What does he mean?" Julian says that in any case, he should not worry about him. Let them guard the priestess well. That is the most important thing now. After a few moments of silence, Carrion replies, "Yes, understood." He heads to gate number 4. The squad follows him. Watching them and waiting until all the warriors disappear into the passage, Julian says, "So it is time to see what the entrance to the field of the last battle looks like." Julian heads to the largest sphere, gate number 1. He enters the gate and walks along the illuminated narrow path, cutting through the dark space around with a beam. Julian moves forward step by step. In his head sounds the voice of the leader. Let him not get lost in confusion. He continues walking, and the voice continues to sound and does not wander back and forth. Julian stops. A strip of light rushes upward. He seems to stand at slightly open doors from which radiance bursts out. Julian raises his head up. He hears the voice of Chabasuela. Let him put all his strength into what he has chosen and move only forward. Around Julian swirl silvery streams of energy. Like a whirlwind, they circle around the motionless frozen leader. Julian's eyes are flooded with the dazzling radiance of inner energy. In his head sounds the voice of the leader, and so he will save himself. A stream of power rushes towards him, and Julian closes his eyes. When he opens his eyes, the radiance is no longer there, and he himself stands on hot, cracked earth, and fiery flashes break out from the cracks. His gaze opens to a battle of huge horned demonic creatures. Flames burst from their jaws. There are so many of them that they cannot be counted. No matter how far he looks ahead, his sight only encounters monsters fighting in the heated space. 2 demons with eyes blazing with fire open their jaws, and the fire seems to illuminate them from within. They stand knee-deep in fire, striking each other with clawed paws. They are simply incredibly huge. Julian silently watches them. Suddenly, both monsters turn to him. The other monsters also stop the battle and bore into the leader with eyes shining with fire. They loom over him, ready at any moment to tear him to pieces. They look as mighty as they are gigantic. Julian cautiously glances, examining the opponents. Fanged jaws, breathing fire, reach out to Julian, standing amidst the flames from all sides. There are many of them, but the god of desert martial arts did not hesitate for a moment. Julian's eyes are full of determination, and a slight, barely noticeable smile appears on his lips. Julian shouts that they are insignificant creatures. His voice, amplified by inner energy, is clearly heard by all the monsters. Streams of energy swirl around the leader. An angry roar bursts out along with flames from the wide-open jaws of the demonic beasts. But not a single muscle twitched on Julian's face. He remembers standing before the leader, tilting his head back to look him in the face. Julian asks, "Is he talking about causes?" The answer sounds, "Yes. No result without a cause." Chavasuela, above whose head the starry sky is visible, using telepathy says, "But the things that should be on the field of the last battle are now being summoned into the present world by the world itself without any cause." Piercing Julian with occasion of eyes shining with unbearably bright light, the leader says, "These are entities that the beings of the current world can hardly cope with. This contradicts causality." Julian agrees with him. That is certainly true, randomly appearing gates and powerful demonic beasts. He says meaningless things are happening, and he cannot understand them. The leader replies, "Since those who belong to Valhalla have come into the current world, those who stop them will also be able to manifest their power in this world." Julian, still standing with his head tilted back, because otherwise he cannot see his interlocutor's face, asks, what does he mean by filling causality? The answer sounds, Yahello. It means that they too can project the corresponding power into the present world. Julian asks again, what kind of power is it? The leader, behind whom his army stands, answers, there must be many different kinds. What is definitely known is that it will be a power equal to the absurd phenomenon called gates. In Julian's hand appears a sword woven from shining energy. He utters, with a power equal to the absurd phenomenon called the gates. Julian throws forward the hand gripping the sword. His eyes are filled with the radiance of inner strength. Bright energy streams surround him. A slight smile plays on his lips, and a thought flashes through his mind. He is too curious. He rushes forward, straight at the giant monsters, who open their fanged jaws even wider. A rider gallops at full speed along the road. Worried Hiruna thinks he surely escaped, right? The girl recalls that even after the warning, these people still tried again. She agrees to admit that she was too careless about her own safety. Hiruna bitterly admits that she made a mistake when she left without notifying the Empire. Red sparks flare at the girl's eyes as she thinks that, regardless of her foolishness, they will definitely pay for their deed. No, she will make them pay with their own hands. Hiruna stops the horse, seeing that something is happening ahead. Several people, having abandoned 3 wagons, stand back to back, surrounded by demonic creatures sneaking up on them from all sides. The monsters' eyes blaze with red light. The men, sweat streaming down their faces, grip swords in their hands, determined to sell their lives dearly. Hiruna thinks, madman. Who goes down this road with such ridiculous equipment? She wants to help, but she has no time to stay here. Hiruna spurs the horse, and it rushes past the people surrounded by creatures. The girl's determination wavers. She mentally asks herself, to save her own life, does she have to turn away from the lives of weak people? The battlefield remains behind her. Hiruna continues to ponder. Why is she in danger? If she keeps rushing back and forth depending on circumstances, without a single firm conviction, what will she be able to accomplish in the future? Hiruna thinks about the fact that she is the eldest daughter of the Provoke family, daughter of the god of war, one of the rising stars of the kingdom. The girl asks herself, are these titles meant for someone who fled, leaving people alone with demonic beasts? She sharply pulls the reins, stopping the horse, thinking, having shown such weakness, how can she dare to bear them? The creatures approach the men, behind whom stands an unarmed woman. The man and woman behind call out to the person standing ahead, calling him brother. He replies that he will distract the creatures, and the woman should run away with their older brother while there is a chance. Addressing the 2 creatures approaching him, he curses and calls them to him. Here, here. Raising a short sword above his head, he charges into attack, wishing them to die quickly. The man strikes one of the creatures with the sword. Green liquid splashes. He looks at his hand in horror, clutching a broken piece of the sword. The creature, from whose head green goo spurts, strikes with a clawed paw, wounding the man standing before it. Screaming in pain, the man, thrown back by a powerful blow, falls to the ground, dropping the broken piece of the sword. Blood spurts from his shoulder. The demonic creature, surrounded by a dark haze of inner energy, immediately jumps at him. A man and a woman standing nearby scream in horror. Brother! The wounded man stares wide-eyed at the relentlessly approaching death, unable to move even a muscle. But when it seemed that nothing could be done, the monster was instantly cut into 4 parts. Its clawed paw still reaches for the man, but it will never reach him again. The people left by the carts look on in shock at what is happening. The man himself looks no less stunned than his companions. Hiruna jumps off the horse, waving a shining silver whip in front of her. The girl says that it is dangerous here. Soon new demonic creatures will come here. Let them run straight to the gates and not delay. She stands between the people and 5 demonic creatures. Hiruna swings the whip, exclaiming, quickly! 5 people immediately rush to the cart. One of them supports the wounded man, helping him walk. Their shouts reach the girl, faster. The eyes of Hiruna are flooded with the radiance of inner energy. She lashes with a whip, cutting through the bodies of the demonic creatures that rushed at her. The man sitting in the cart asks the men sitting in the coachman's seat why they are not moving. Men look with horror at the 4 horsemen in long black cloaks who block their way. One of the horsemen, dismounting, says that it was a foolish decision. If she had just run, she could have avoided meeting them and reached the gates. Hiruna stands, clutching a whip in her hands. Around her, in puddles of green slime, lie the bodies of monsters. The dismounted riders surround her. One of them says that because of empty pity, She is about to lose the hard-earned chance. The girl replies that she has already escaped once. Wouldn't the second time be easier? The writer says let her, of course, forgive them, but she will not have a second chance. Now they know her ability well. The man in the coat adds that he found a way to prevent her from escaping. The people saved by the girl watch the events with fear. Hiruna says that there are ordinary people in the cart. If she leaves them like that, the chances that they will die are very high. No matter how the circumstances turn out, she will make sure they are safely escorted. The man in the coat drills her with a gloomy look, thinking, is the reason this girl is so confident arrogance? Faith that everything will turn out as she planned? Or, at this time the girl speaks, as was to be expected. Answering the man with an equally grim look, the girl asks, will they not allow them to stay alive? Her answer is silence. Hiruna scans her 4 pursuers with her gaze. The girl understands that they feel guilt and wonders, who are these people? Hiruna says, they feel guilty, but what can you do for the sake of a great cause? She snorts, how convenient. The girl asks, do they not belong to an organization that claims to create order out of chaos? Is there no place for ordinary people in their order, or do they simply not see value in human lives? Raising his hand before him, in which he grips a double-edged sword, the man in the cloak says, for the great cause, sacrifices are inevitable. Enough words. A crooked smile appears on the girl's lips as she says, a great cause? What kind of cause is that if those who are supposed to protect people betray them themselves? Her eyes fill with the light of inner energy. Whipping the whip, the girl says, even manure rolling over the sand has at least some purpose, and their so-called business does not look useful at all. The girl thinks, judging by the fact that these people are here, there is a high probability that Lord Manu has successfully escaped. Hiruna swings the whip, which immediately begins to shine with the power infused into it. The girl says that one way or another, they will definitely pay the price. 4 men in black cloaks attack the girl from different sides. Hiruna, decisively swinging the whip, exclaims that she will drag at least one of them down with her. The girl raises the whip, which traces an arc around her, forcing her opponents to jump high up to avoid the strike. After the whip strike, a rather deep mark remains on the ground. Hiruna, looking at the men standing beyond the mark, thinks, before her are 2 masters of power, and the other 2 are no less strong. She realizes that she has no chance to escape. The only hope is that they want to capture her alive. Red sparks flare in the girl's eyes as she thinks that she cannot become a hostage and be used by them in any way. The heir of Perea will never tolerate such humiliation. Hiruna, clutching the whip filled with her power, literally rises above the ground, soaring high above the heads of her opponents. The red sparks in her eyes blaze, promising nothing good for her pursuers. Red light fills her eyes. The girl decisively raises her hand in front of her, gripping the whip around which golden lightning flashes. Hiruna uses the technique of the mind of heaven and earth, Thunderfall. She thinks, if that's the case, then she chooses death here and now. The girl swings the whip, and golden fiery streams of power crash down on the men. 4 men in black cloaks look fearfully at the girl hovering above the ground. The golden energy blazing down on them causes them to instantly leap away, avoiding the strike. A light of inner energy flashes in their eyes. One of the men raises his hands before him as if in prayer, and an impenetrable sphere forms around him, protecting him from the strikes of golden energy. Hiruna looks from above at the rather impressive craters in the ground, near which stand the men who managed to dodge her attack. The girl descends. Her foot touches the ground. The men in black cloaks gloomily gaze at her. Hiruna, answering them with the same look, thinks, as expected, they are not easy opponents. But she is confident she will handle them. She remembers her childhood. Hiruna, very small, sits on the shoulders of a man racing across the desert. He asks the girl, is it fun? Hiruna, clutching the black mane of hair with her little hands, answers, yes, Grandpa. She adds that he is much faster than Dad and her uncles. Noah increases speed and in the blink of an eye covers a rather large stretch of desert. He asks, what else? Hiruna says that when he runs forward, he also dodges right and left. Grandpa says, sharp eyes, good intuition. She is definitely better than her father. Her father realized this only after a whole year of training. He pushes off the ground and, soaring high above the earth, says that her dad is still the strongest of all, and all this is thanks to her grandpa. The girl replies, Dad says there was and will be no one stronger than him. The man answers that he has heard this many times. But the reason why Grandpa is the strongest in the world is not in martial arts. Hiruna asks, then what is it? The answer is imprudence. The man pushes off a rock with his foot and soars even higher into the sky. He says that one should not enter a fight they cannot win. For this, the most important thing is to preserve one's life. The girl exclaims, "Ah, so this is the running method needed when retreating." Grandpa carefully lands on the ground, holding his hands behind his back. The fearless girl holds onto his hair with both hands, smiling cheerfully. The man carefully takes the girl off his back and sets her down on the ground in front of him. He says, correct, more than any technique, she needs to master this one first. Grandfather stretches out his hand and Hiruna jumps onto his palm. He asks, is she ready? The answer sounds, yes. A burst of energy helps the girl soar high into the sky. Hiruna flies upward, leaving the grandfather standing on the ground, watching her flight. The girl rushes forward, pushing off the rocks with her feet. Little Hiruna, having covered quite a distance, lands on the ground. One word escapes the grandfather's lips, run. Little Hiruna replies, yes, and rushes forward. The girl, gripping the shining whip in her hands, uses the heavenly dragon step technique. And now several Hirunas rush toward the opponents defeated by her martial arts. One of the men says, "You're." The man standing nearby immediately responds, yes. The men simultaneously deliver cross strikes with twin swords. A flash occurs from the collision of energies. The man is amazed. Their two simultaneous attacks were deflected. The girl rushes between the opponents, attacking her with incredible speed. The man notes her astonishing speed and wonders, is she going to escape? He thinks that this is not a speed they couldn't keep up with. Both men immediately turn after the girl. They attack her again simultaneously, but Hiruna increases her speed and slips under the swords descending on her. The men's blades crash to the ground. The girl's opponents are unpleasantly surprised. Even if the attack was not aimed at killing, she was clearly within sword reach, and in such a position suddenly accelerated once more. The girl rushes forward swiftly, clutching a shining whip in her hand. A thought flashes through her mind. It worked. Feeling that the ground beneath her feet turned into quicksand, she pushes off a stone with her foot and soars upward. Hiruna wonders, did they use magic? One of the pursuers appears before the girl, rushing swiftly above the ground. Hiruna understands. They are trying to stop her so she can't escape. The girl glances at the opponent, mentally asking, a mage? She decides that she needs to deal with the mage before she touches the ground. Hiruna sees the mage standing on the ground, folding his hands in front of him as if in prayer, and a light silvery mist surrounds him. The man is clearly exerting incredible effort. His fingers are tense and his eyes are closed. He sharply throws his hand forward, directing the strike at the girl. His eyes shine with an unbearably bright light of inner energy. Energy circles appear above Hiruna, descending onto her. The girl is impressed by the speed with which the mage casts spells. The mage's energy crashes down on Hiruna, and she falls down, hitting the ground with force. The earth beneath her cracks from the impact. Overcoming the pressure of the enemy's energy, the girl, though with difficulty, still forces herself to kneel on one knee. A man, whose armor is visible beneath his cloak, steps toward the girl. Children are playing near the pond in the oasis. Some boys are fighting with wooden swords, while others splash in the water. Haisha watches the frolicking children from afar. The man thinks about how well he knows how hard it was to achieve all this. Haisha glances over his shoulder, mentally asking the question, do they know what it took to reach this moment? He turns and asks the people standing before him, isn't this truly a beautiful sight? He adds that more than 10 years have passed since the desert became a unified state. Haisha says that now children can run freely like this. The days when they shed each other's blood are gone, and thanks to this there are almost no tears over the loss of loved ones. The men listening attentively to his speech respond with warm smiles. Haisha's face becomes stern as he says, but the warrior command system is still not united. The smiles leave the faces of his listeners. Haisha says, if they continue to compare themselves with other families and think only about the benefit of their own clan, how long will this situation last? An elderly man addresses him, calling him a great warrior. He says, as for the unification of the command system, didn't Gru grant the main clans autonomy for the sake of efficiency? Haisha replies, because at that time it was the right decision. Although everyone agreed to unite, old grudges between the tribes and the demonic beasts swarming everywhere did not allow them to forcibly change the army structure in that situation. The elderly man responds, exactly. And so they overcame the times of turmoil and reached the present day. Haisha says, And immediately after that, he adds that their king was absent for 10 years. The people listening to him look anxious and mentally wonder, what does this mean? Could it be that among them there is someone plotting a rebellion? The men understand that this is not something they can simply ignore. They try to understand what Haisha is hinting at. Meanwhile, he says that someone secretly ignored orders from the royal oasis. The people listening attentively look alarmed. Haisha continues, or used all sorts of excuses to postpone them. He adds, especially those who, under the pretext of ensuring regional security, did not send the planned number of warriors, but instead only increased their own forces. Haisha says he even heard this rumor when he was in Henkel. The men, avoiding his gaze, think as expected. They wonder, and why is the conversation going in this direction? Which tribe, which clan dared to oppose Gru? One of the men says that among their eastern clans there are no such people. They sent all capable ones to the royal oasis. He asks, what does the great warrior think this means? And answers himself, it means that their families actively support Gru's cause. The man standing next to him agrees, saying that Lord Ambra is right. He adds that their clan also sent capable people, of course. And even the exams of young warriors are conducted exclusively only in the royal oasis. One of the men asks, what makes the great warrior feel such anxiety? The old man adds, if the great warrior says so, it may look like a threat to their clans. Kaisha answers, how could he do something like that to them, the lords of the clans? He says yes, such things did indeed take place, though not everywhere, only in certain clans and on specific issues. Because of this, rumors spread across the continent that something ominous would soon happen to their kingdom, right? Lords do not even entertain the thought that Haisha is simply bluffing. Looking at them, the great warrior thinks, how bitter. He never thought he would have to use the method he used against the imperial nobility, against the heads of clans again. Kaisha says, of course not. He is sure of it. The great warrior adds, but even false rumors can eventually turn into truth. Lords know this very well, don't they? His bluff worked perfectly. The elderly lord thinks the fact that it is not just anyone speaking, but the great warrior Haisha himself, must mean that things are more serious than they thought. His opinion is shared by other lords as well, because the one who bluffed was Haisha himself. Meanwhile, Haisha continues to speak. That is exactly why he dared to ask for cooperation in this way. If rumors that the kingdom is on the brink of upheaval spread further, they will destroy other plans that are currently being successfully implemented. Although Kaisha is an influential figure in the kingdom, he is one of those who always takes risks. He tells the lords, the heads of the clan, that they need to gather their forces if they truly do not want their kingdom to appear fragmented to outsiders. Kaisha knows that he is a person trusted by the majority of warriors and clans, so he will never arouse suspicion by using such a bold bluff. On the faces of the clan heads, smiles appear again. They assure that everyone will cooperate as always. Haisha says that all warriors will have a unified command system, like the Red Storm. He adds that in this process, some clans will suffer losses. Haisha promises the clan heads that he will definitely remember and repay for everything they lose. Satisfied, Haisha stands before the astonished Luna. The great warrior says that he only asked to deal with complaints from clans and units, and he did something so grand. Haisha asks with a smile, when will he ever manage to handle all these complaints one by one? He believes the only way is to unite everything into one and make his work their work. Luna, sitting at a long table covered with papers, says that they have already discussed how to unite the warriors with the regent, mother, and Gro gathered together. He did not expect it to be resolved so easily. Haisha replies to him, even if it is an honorary position without real power, they must create several posts. The bluff worked, so the clans will actively cooperate for some time, but they will definitely start whispering again. Luna says he sees that Haisha has thought everything through to the smallest detail. It turns out he was not idling in Henkel at all. Haisha shouts, hey, let him stop saying he was resting. It was not easy for him. He had to deal with those cunning scoundrels from the Empire on the diplomatic front. Luna says they should summon the great warriors. He adds that the workload has greatly increased, but they cannot miss this chance. The unification of the military system will significantly strengthen the kingdom's power. Haisha replies with a smile that Luna will have to work intensively with the regent for some time. Everything will not go smoothly at once. For a few moments, silence reigns in the office. Luna says, Haisha talks as if this is not his job. The response is, why? Nodding at the piles of papers on the table, Haisha asks, what about these documents? Now he also needs to return to the field. Luna is puzzled and curious. In the field? What does he mean? Haisha replies, wasn't Luna going to send him back to the field after this job? He says he never even thought about that. As Haisha said, at first nothing will go smoothly. That's why they need constant reorganization. Where does he think he's going? Luna says with a smile. Let him work with the documents together with him, as if fighting a battle on the battlefield. Haisha says, there really are a lot of documents here. Luna exclaims, and even more behind. Haisha thinks, maybe he should go back to Henkel. There was clearly something flashing on his face, and Luna immediately says, let him not even think about it. Think about. A man is cultivating the land with a hoe. Nearby, a shabby hut, a row of trees, and a tall mountain are visible. The sky is painted in the colors of sunset. Sweat is pouring down the man's face. Behind him, an energy circle flares up. A ghostly creature in a pointed hat, with burning red glowing eyes and a staff in hand, says, my lord. Looking at the man's back, the ghostly creature says that he must act. If he stays in place, he will lose part of his strength even before everything begins. The man with whom Noah had previously spoken drives the hoe into the ground and straightens up. Without looking back, he says that he acted too hastily. This will backfire on him. The ghostly creature replies that the desert has gained more strength than expected, and they had to take some action. A man with white hair and a black beard, casting a stern look at him, says he is making the same mistake again. Because he used the power of the world, now it can also use that power. The ghostly creature asks, wasn't the arbiter biased from the very beginning? He says they needed so much power to restore balance. The creature adds, if given more time, they might have to use more than half of their strength just to hold back one. A man, raising his face to the sky, says, time. Looking at the orange sky, he says, after all. With sadness, the man says that they will have to go out to the final battlefield. The sword in Julian's hand seems to be made of light. The leader says, a power equal to the absurd phenomenon called the gates. Julian's yevas are filled with the light of inner energy. He throws forward the hand in which he holds the weapon. A cold smile slides across his lips. He thinks that he is even too curious. Julian fearlessly rushes straight at the crowd of giant demonic creatures. He rushes so swiftly that it seems as if he does not touch the ground with his feet. The battlefield is the domain of the god of war. And for almost 10 years, the god of war fought with those like him. Fire bursts from the monster's jaws. With a swing of the sword, Julian cuts off the flame rushing at him. The battle-hardened Julian has not the slightest doubt. This is his battlefield. He rushes straight at the creature that, opening its jaws, rushes directly at him. Julian does not doubt that he will definitely manage. His shining sword cuts through the huge carcass advancing on him. He strikes intuitively, not even looking around. He knows exactly where to strike. His confidence in his strength and victory is by no means carelessness, and it is definitely not unfounded arrogance. Julian's tension is revealed by the bulging veins on his temples. The crowd of monsters runs straight at him. For the god of war, destroying demons is as natural as breathing. Putting inner power into the sword, Julian directs it at the enemies. From the tip of the sword bursts a bluish glow and rushes forward, turning their bodies to dust. The force of the strike is so great that after it, a deep trench remains on the scorched earth, and there is not even a trace left of the monster swarming around. But a new wave of demons is advancing on the chieftain. Julian throws his hand forward, directing his palm at the approaching creatures. He thinks that he is eager to find out what kind of power this is. A cluster of radiant energy bursts from his palm. Julian pulls his hand aside and the energy, obeying, follows it. The power emanating from it covers more and more space. It strikes the two monsters looming over Julian. He thinks that if destroying these scoundrels allows him to see it, Julian sharply spreads his arms to the sides, striking the monsters trying to surround him with dazzling energy. An evil exultation appears on Julian's face, and a thought flashes through his mind. How can he not rejoice? In one hand, the chieftain grips a sword, and the other he raises above his head. Streams of radiant energy swirl around his body. The cluster of energy, significantly increasing in volume, obeying his movement, moves and hovers above his head. Julian recalls the true scripture of the heavenly demon. The boundless sea releases the heavenly demon. The chieftain directs the menacingly spinning energy forward, saying, "Let it return to where it came from." The energy continues to spin, radiating streams of power that strike the approaching demons. Then a dazzling flash occurs. When the light disperses, a squad of noble warriors of Valhalla stands before the demon army. Julian shouts, "Or let it be destroyed here." The cry of the god of war is answered by the heirs of previous generations of warriors. Clutching weapons in their hands, they rush at the demons. Now the creatures have found opponents equal to themselves, not inferior to them in height or strength. Under their onslaught, the demons began to disappear. Watching the battle, Julian thinks, did he appear because the causal connection was fulfilled? Or could he have appeared because this battlefield also belongs to them? He decides that this can be checked later. The leader nails the last opponent to the ground with his sword. Only his warriors stand on the battlefield. All demons are defeated. The sword in Julian's hand dissipates. He places his hand on his chest, expressing his gratitude to the warriors. Chevasuela barely nods his head, and in a moment, he and his warriors scatter into small, dazzling shards that fall around Julian. The chief walks along a ray of light, cutting through the darkness of the gates. Step, and another. The darkness dissipates. A voice reaches him. Have they arrived? Julian, surrounded by shining pollen, stands before Lakri, behind whom are Carrion, Hambaba, Orca, and Lady Venari Eldar. The priestess asks, were there any problems on the way? Julian answers, no problems. He inquires in the others. Carrion replies that they were tense and burning with fighting spirit, guessing what enemy would appear. Hambaba adds, but not even a single ant was there. Lady Venari Eldar says that it was the same here. Orca says it almost seemed like a trap and asks, what about Julian? The chief thinks that everyone has gathered on his side. He answers, nothing that could be called a problem happened. Julian asks, have they already arrived? Lakri answers, yes. Shifting her gaze to the portal glowing with blue energy in an oval shape, Lakri says they have reached the abode of the King of the Dead. She adds that there they can obtain information about the evil god he serves. Casting a glance over the bleak desert landscape, Julian says, they said they are the chosen ones, and he does not understand why there are so many obstacles on their path. The priestess replies, because this desert is the center of the world, and not far from here is another seal. That is why the world's interference seems strong. Lakri adds, probably that is why the leaders of two clans are present here. Lady Venari Eldar says, perhaps that is why the mother brought them here. Kambaba says that they know nothing about such things. Here simply appeared a new homeland. Julian answers, correct, Bashen. Lord Hambaba and he are merely warriors who protect the place where they live. The green-skinned giant agrees, yes, there are many things so complex that he does not understand them. He asks, shouldn't such complex matters be decided by elders and wise ones, like the priestess here? Julian says, right, as long as each of them gives their all in what they do best, isn't that enough? The chieftain casts a glance at the shining portal. This is the path to the King of the Dead. He thinks that a much bigger problem is that huge black hand called the evil god. Julian decides that this time they will end it once and for all. The portal narrows sharply, and blue lightning bolts emanate from it. Then it again takes the shape of an oval, resembling an egg of some fantastic bird lying in the desert. Julian steps out of the portal glowing with blue energy, from which lightning bolts emanate. Around is the same desert land. Behind Julian, Lakri, Carrion, Kambaba, Orca, and Lady Venari Eldar emerge from the portal. They are moving forward, and behind them from the blue glow continue to come the warriors of their army. What was seen here did not at all resemble what everyone expected. Julian stops and examines the building standing ahead. Before them stands an impregnable palace, surrounded on the sides by tall pillars. The building is as gloomy, gray, and bleak as the surrounding landscape. It is distinguished by straight lines in the absence of the slightest architectural decorations. A glow of yellow energy appears in Julian's eyes. The chieftain sees that on the wall above the gates leading into the castle, warriors have gathered from whom dark energy emanates. Julian thinks that the scene sharply differed from everything he had seen in battles with monsters. He wonders, although the appearance seems strange to him, isn't this an ordinary castle? Examining the skeletons in warrior armor with burning red lights in their eye sockets, the chieftain thinks, the only difference is that the castle's defenders are dead. Julian stands, gazing at the opponents waiting for them, and behind his back the warriors line up, preparing for another battle. The chieftain looks displeased. He mentally wonders, could his presence have been revealed? Crossing his arms on his chest, Julian says that everything looks completely different from what he had imagined. He asks the priestess, does she know anything about this place? Lacree replies that she herself has never seen anything like it. The priestess adds, only the king of the dead rules here. Julian ponders, the king of the dead then. He recalls a conversation with the mage. Orca and Julian are in the tent. The mage says it seems that on the continent, necromancers are sometimes called that. The chief asks again, necromancers? Orca explains, they are mages who command the dead. He asks, can he be called a necromancer? Julian asks, and he is called king? The mage says that such a name is given to far from everyone. Orc adds, the strongest of all necromancers. So he is a kind of master of necromancy? Julian thoughtfully says, master of strength then. Interesting. The chief says, well, then he all the more wants to fight him. Orca says that such techniques exist, but no desert tribe would allow such a thing. He adds, even if these are the souls of animals. After all, it affects karma. Julian calls Carrion and orders to form a battle formation. He adds that from now on he should take command of the troops. The response is, yes. Julian speaks to Carrion, Humbaba, Orca, Lady Venari Eldar, and the priestess lined up before him in a semicircle. It seems this is not an ordinary punitive operation, so he would like them to temporarily come under Carrion's command. Madame Venari Eldar says, so be it. Lacree exhales, yes. Humbaba agrees. Let it be so. Julian turns to face the castle again and examines it carefully. The commander of the squad of the dead, the same skeleton with a horned helmet on his head, answers him with the light of red flames in the eye sockets. Julian thinks, so they are not monsters, but the dead? The leader says, well, to begin with, they will greet them. Julian steps forward, leaving his people behind. He approaches the stone pillars standing on both sides of the passage to the castle. The commander of the squad of the dead raises a battle axe above his head, from which black energy emanates. His warriors immediately go on combat alert. Archers draw the bowstrings, preparing to release arrows. Continuing to walk, Julian thinks, he should have made sure of this. The commander of the undead squad authoritatively swings his axe. Obeying his command, the archers immediately release a hail of arrows at the approaching Julian. The chieftain stops. From the castle, a cloud of arrows flies toward him, released by the undead archers. Julian raises his head and looks at the approaching arrows, thinking, well, the creatures have started to develop intelligence. The arrows rain down on the chieftain, and for a few moments he disappears behind numerous flashes. When everything calms down, Julian continues to stand calmly, raising his head and looking at the opponents. The arrows reflected by him cover the ground at his feet. The archers release arrows again. The chieftain thinks they have determined the attack distance and opens simultaneous fire following orders. Julian raises his hand, showing a palm radiating a stream of power, meeting the flying arrows. The chieftain wonders, could the monsters have evolved? The arrows have already approached the boundary of the energy emanating from his hand. Some arrows fly past Julian. Those that meet his power simply fall to the ground, unable to harm him. The chieftain thinks, or have the undead really risen from their graves? Julian stands amid arrows raining down on him, surrounded by a protective dome. Countless questions swarm in his mind. The chieftain slowly, step by step, moves forward, continuing to ask himself questions. If the creatures have changed, is this their limit? He lowers his hand and now walks freely, surrounded by a protective sphere. Arrows flying at the chieftain hit the dome and fall to the ground. He thinks, if these are not monsters, but those who are truly dead? Julian pays no attention to the arrows falling around him. He continues to ponder, why have they not found eternal rest and are still here? The entire path Julian has walked is studded with arrows, but he, surrounded by the protective sphere, calmly continues to step forward. The chieftain stops before large, tightly closed gates. He has accumulated many questions demanding answers. Looking up, Julian thinks it seems this is the only entrance. A cloud of steam bursts from his mouth. Julian's eyes fill with unbearably bright light. Streams of energy swirl around him, and behind his back grows a giant figure of a demon with burning eyes. The chieftain raises his fist, clenched for a strike. He thrusts his hand forward, and his power delivers a crushing blow to the closed door. Before Julian appears a magical circle with various symbols covering the door. Julian understands that this is witchcraft or magic. He thinks, could it really be surrounding the entire castle? From above, a giant blazing sword rushes at the chieftain with incredible speed. Its tip is aimed at Julian standing below. Julian raises his head and realizes that these creatures are definitely not monsters. The sword enters the ground, causing it to literally explode. The king of the dead, Amal Baum, watching the events from the wall, sees that Julian managed to jump far back. Meanwhile, the chieftain thinks that he has already figured out the main thing. The king of the dead stands, gazing at the chieftain, clutching a staff in one hand topped with a skull, while above the other hand hovers a sphere containing dark streams of energy. Julian understands that they are facing not a cleanup, but a real war. The chieftain tells the comrades gathered around him that this is not a hunt for monsters, but a war. Moreover, it will not be a field battle, but a siege. Silence falls, everyone plunges into thought. In such a situation, the completely unprepared squad inevitably found itself at an impasse. Julian thinks if they need to break through by force, it is quite possible. But the chieftain addresses Orca, saying that he had the chance to see his true strength. And judging by the fact that he is still silent, something happened. Orca replies he was recalling what he saw when the chieftain crushed the fortress gates. He addresses the priestess and Lady Venari Eldar. They both saw it too, right? The very power that protected the wall. Lady Venari Eldar replies, ancient symbols that defy interpretation. Lakri says she felt incredible magical power emanating from them. Orca addresses the chieftain, saying that preparation will take considerable time, but destroying the gates is quite possible. However, they do not know how those they are to fight have prepared. Julian asks Orca, does this mean that if he and his shamans run out of strength, they will not be able to resist the enemy's magic? The shaman answers yes. He thinks it would be wiser to choose a safer path, even if it takes time. Orca, addressing the priestess, says they have too little information about the enemy. He asks, is there a way to get at least a general idea of what they are dealing with? Lakri says, surely the magical tower has far more information about ancient magic. She adds that she will immediately request their help and figure everything out. Julian says, it seems they will be tied hand and foot here for some time. It is truly bitter to realize that the pace of their advance will slow. There are pros and cons to this. Therefore, they will stay here until they prepare a counterplan. The elf woman says that in that case, the chieftain can leave for a while, since events outside are developing rapidly, so his presence there is necessary. Julian replies that his friends in the Expedition Corps fighters are the main military force of the desert, and just in case, it is better for him to stay here. Remembering the king of the dead, the chieftain thinks that it was a power only he could handle. At that time, the commander of the Red Raven continues working in the forge. On his bare forearm, hieroglyphs are visible, some of which are crossed out. Rage, without looking back, says to Shubeon standing behind him, doesn't he have other matters? He doesn't need to be constantly by his side. The general replies that his own weapon is already taking shape. He will check it every time he has a free minute. Looking at the inscriptions on Rage's forearm, Shubeon asks, by the way, what kind of tattoo is that? The general says, he heard that on the continent, many get tattoos to show their belonging to some clan. Shubeon adds that Rage's tattoo does not look like that. He asks, is there a story behind it? For a while, silence reigns in the forge. Then Rage, without taking his eyes off polishing the axe, says that these were the names of those he was obliged to eliminate. Shubeon thinks, so the rumors that he was an assassin were true. Continuing his work, Rage, sitting on a chair near the table on which the axe lies, says, that time was the reason why he chose a different path. He adds that there are too many vile people in the world. The commander of the Red Raven admits that the sight of the desert struck him deeply. Here, the general says that the world is full of rotten people everywhere, but this is the land of warriors, and warriors strive for honor and are faithful to their duty. Rage replies that still the desert is a beautiful place. The commander of the Red Raven mentally asks himself, if he had been born here, would his choice have changed much? Shubeon asks, may I ask something? Rage replies, let him speak. The general asks, isn't there enough work on the continent? Why did Rage stubbornly settle specifically in the desert? Placing his hand on the whetstone, Rage answers that he wanted to learn many things. And just at that time, he was entrusted to create a weapon for a great warrior, which made him immensely happy. Shubeon is interested. And what? Did he learn what he wanted? The commander of the Red Raven answers, to some extent, yes. The general says, it seems he really liked it here. If he likes the desert, why not settle here? Rage replies to him that, unfortunately, it is impossible, because the time has come to take responsibility for his choice. Shubeon reflects on his words, choice, responsibility for it. Lately, he often hears such words. Rage, turning to him, says, but will he really not ask? The general is surprised. Ask what? The commander of the Red Raven explains, he means the one who attempted to assassinate the great warrior. Shubeon says, and if he asks, will Rage answer? The commander says, if he asks. The general says, let him forget. He was silent until this moment. But since he is asking now, this is a matter to which he clearly has no heart. Shubeon adds that he only hopes the commander of the Red Raven can fully focus on his weapon. Rage replies that he does not want the great warrior to have any misunderstanding. The commander says that since the king of the desert has made his choice, the general should be extremely careful, because such assassination attempts will continue to happen around the king. Shubeon asks, what does he want to say? Rage answers that the war started a long time ago. They just hadn't felt the situation on their own skin until now. The general asks, does that mean they will now experience everything firsthand? Rage says, therefore let them not treat this so lightly. The king's convictions, whether they are true or not, will sweep through like a storm, sweeping away everything in their path. The general ponders his words, the king's convictions. A memory flashes through his mind. Across the desert, illuminated by 3 nightlights, 2 riders gallop. One of them says he didn't understand a word. So now these seals are broken and all sorts of creatures are coming out? And he says the chief can restore these seals? The reply is that he also didn't really understand much. Julian adds, they constantly seal and then awaken again. So now it's hard to predict what will happen next. They say even species changes occur. Shubeon listens carefully to him, holding the axe thrown over his shoulder. Julian adds, that's why he gave up trying to understand it. Shubeon asks, and what is he going to do? The reply is, what else? Whatever happens, he will simply protect his people. Julian says passionately, no matter how this world changes, he will do everything so that the desert never turns red again. Standing before Rage, the general says that their chief's conviction is to protect. And this is the conviction of every warrior. He asks Rage, maybe his choice contradicts his will? Turning to the grindstone, the Red Raven commander replies that he himself does not know. He made the choice he considered best. But how this will affect the desert, that's another question. After a short pause, Rage says, he only hopes that everything will get better. In a starry, shining blue-purple space floats a female figure. Rays falling from above illuminate a girl floating with closed eyes. She changes right before the eyes, turning into a beautiful young woman, continuing to float with closed eyes. A girl in violet-colored clothing, with a cloak of the same shade trimmed with black fur draped over her shoulders, slowly opens her eyes. She sees a dazzlingly shining sphere ahead. The girl thinks just because a person has not repented does not mean he has no chance for forgiveness. And since he has grasped this chance, a dazzling radiance emanates from the girl's figure. She thinks because of this, many people will die. Against the backdrop of the starry sky, a chaotic intertwining of staircases is visible. Between the stair landings are flights decorated with columns. The girl stands at the very bottom of the flights rising above her, connected by steps. The girl says she should not have awakened him. The Lord of the Magic Tower, standing behind her with a staff in hand, says that Sir Eisen would be very upset if he heard this. The girl replies that she does not want his sacrifice. Turning to face her interlocutor, she adds that the reason for his choice, it is all because of her. The Lord of the Magic Tower replies, with his character, he would have acted the same way, even if it were not her. The girl asks, and where is he now? The answer is, he must bear responsibility for his choice. He is in the very center of chaos. From the girl's lips escapes, could it be in the desert? The Lord of the Magic Tower says, is he there? The girl's eyes are flooded with dazzling light. She says to her interlocutor, let her never again force a choice without a choice. Next time she will not forgive. The Lord of the Magic Tower replies that her offense is unjust. She adds that she does not believe in such things as fate or chance. The girl sharply turns her back to her, saying that she warned her. The Lord of the Magic Tower thinks, be that as it may, the desert will gain great power. The will of the Desert King and Eisen are directed in the same direction. His will be united with Eisen. Hiruna struggles to stand up, clutching a whip in her hand. The opponents look at her in shock. A man approaches the girl, under whose cloak armor is visible. Hiruna turns her head to the person approaching her. Her pursuers stand on the other side of her. The man removes his hood, and before them stands Sir Eisen von Devian. Hiruna, looking at him, thinks, judging by the fact that he is not wearing the clothing of the Enum Empire, he is from the Eastern continent. He definitely must be a master of power. The girls mentally note that the gray hair does not match the age. Among the masters of power, the one who possesses such hair, Hiruna understands that before her stands the first sword of the kingdom of Rossini, the Snow White Knight. The girl remembers that he is called the lady's guardian knight. This is Aizen. One of Hiruna's pursuers tells Sir Aizen not to interfere. The girl is surprised. Do they know each other? And yet he wants to help her, although they are complete strangers? Sir Aizen says that he has not seen Knight Yar for a long time. The man replies that 5 years have passed. He adds, back then at the gates near Permi, he thought they were quite good comrades, or not. Sir Aizen says that he received great help. Knight Yar replies that they also received help, so empty courtesies are unnecessary. Let him retreat. Sir Aizen says that he does not know the circumstances, but 4 grown men against 1 girl. That seems wrong. The knight replies that is why he tells him not to interfere, because he does not know the circumstances. Sir Aizen, grasping the sword hilt, says, well, then they will find out now. Through dialogue, Knight Yar raises his hand before him, holding a double sword, saying he warned him to retreat. Does he even understand what kind of person she is, since he defends her so much? Sir Aizen answers with a smile, of course he knows it. She is a brave girl who risked her life to protect an ordinary family. Hiruna thinks, so he heard everything. But from where? She did not feel any energy. Looking at the nearby cart, Sir Aizen says, he does not know apart from those 2, but 5 years ago he saw those 2, Yar and Yor, fighting for people, risking their lives. But why have they changed so much? The knight's faces darken. Behind Sir Aizen, another figure in a cloak rises from the ground. The shocked Hiruna exclaims, danger! The knight who appeared behind Sir Aizen swings a double sword, exclaiming, for the great cause, all obstacles must be eliminated. It seems that Sir Aizen's death is inevitable, but he seems to dissolve into the air, and the sword cuts through empty space. The attacker's face, the lower part of which is hidden by a mask, stretches in surprise, vanished. The Sir Aizen who appeared behind him, whose eyes are filled with the light of inner energy, says he will eliminate anyone who stands in his way. They have gone so far as to associate with a bad person. The man sharply turns back, throwing forward the hand in which he holds a weapon. The sword cuts through Sir Aizen's head, but he melts into the air. The illusory silhouettes of Sir Aizen continue to flicker behind the knight. He spins around, trying to strike the enemy, but only shadows flicker around him. A cry of despair bursts from the man's mouth, and he now just wildly swings his sword around himself. He is surrounded only by a light white haze. The man notices Sir Aizen standing beside him out of the corner of his eye. He turns his head, but the first sword of the kingdom of Rossini is already on the other side. A crushing kick to the stomach makes the man's body bend in half. With the next strike, Sir Aizen sends the opponent's body flying. The man falls and, rolling several times on the ground, freezes motionless. Hiruna thinks that those movements are undoubtedly. Sir Aizen, addressing her pursuers, says, let them retreat. He does not think that their further stay here will turn out to be good for them. Yar and Yor raise their weapons before them. Yar says if he intends to feud, nothing can be done. The second knight adds, this is a mission they must accomplish, no matter what. Sir Aizen replies, if he has to fight those 2, at least it will not be here, because their opponent is not him. One of the knights asks, what does he want to say by this? Hearing the sound of hooves behind them, they look back. They see a squad of horsemen rushing towards them. At the head of the squad rides Hilai. Right behind her follows Hibanya, making fierce faces. Hiruna looks in amazement at the approaching squad. Sir Aizen asks the knights, do they intend to stay here any longer? And adds, they must be madly eager for battle. Curses escape from the knights' lips. They were already so close to the goal. They decide that they need to leave, and picking up their stunned comrade, hurry to the horses. Yar, addressing Sir Aizen, says that he will surely pay for what he did today. The first sword of the kingdom of Rossini replies that every choice must be taken responsibility for. He only hopes that they both made the right choice. The knights spur their horses and quickly ride away. Hiruna thanks Sir Aizen for the help. The squad rapidly approaches them. A shout is heard, young chief! The girl tells Hilai, who has dismounted and is looking at her in amazement, that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and politely asks how she has been. Hilai anxiously asks if the young chief is all right. The girl assures that everything is fine and asks not to worry about her. Hibanya says, it's amazing how she managed to survive. Hiruna, smiling, asks Lord Hibanya, how has he been? He, gazing into the distance, replies with a question. Is that an enemy? Should we seize him? The girl answers no and promises to explain everything a little later. Hiruna asks Hilai, how did they end up here? She replies that she was scared to death when Katuna contacted her. Does Hiruna even understand what is happening at the border now? How could she have gone there alone and without guards? Bowing her head in shame, Hiruna asks for forgiveness. She says she has realized everything and promises that this will not happen again. Hilai turns her head to Sir Aizen and asks, and who is he? Hiruna says that this is Sir Aizen, the first sword of the kingdom of Rosini. He saved her. The man is a little surprised. He thinks, how did she find out? Hilai thanks him, saying that the desert will not forget his help. Sir Aizen responds to her with a courteous bow. Hilai, looking at him, thinks, the first sword of the kingdom of Rosini. He is not used to showing off. So few can recognize his face, however. She knows that he is known as one of the 3 strongest warriors of the entire eastern continent. Why then has he come here? The streets of the night city are illuminated by lamps. Hilai is stunned. From her lips slips, what? Sir Aizen, sitting at a tavern table together with her and Hiruna, says that he came to save people. However, he is poorly acquainted with this land, so he has no idea where to go and where to start. He asks, the operation zone where the warriors will be sent? Is that the place with the most monsters? Hilai answers, that is indeed so. However, Sir Aizen asks for permission to go together with the warriors. He promises that he will not be a hindrance. Hilai thinks, a hindrance. This man is so strong that even great warriors cannot guarantee victory in a battle with him. Hiruna also ponders, he came to save people? But why to the desert? She thinks, no, first of all, he is an aristocrat of the kingdom of Rossini. He surely knows about their alliance with the Silence Empire. Sir Aizen says, after all, saving people does not depend on their origin. From the tent in the camp set up near the castle of the dead king, a voice is heard. The situation has become completely unpredictable. The night darkness is dispelled by fire burning in special portable lamps. Lakri, looking into a magic orb in which the face of the Lord of the Magic Tower is visible, listens to her words. The Lord says, monsters were not enough for them. Now they will have to fight the dead. The priestess replies that she understood and will warn them, as she said. But still, Lakri says, there is a high probability that the Desert King will not retreat because control over the quicksands has become a problem requiring immediate solution. In response, it is said, yes, next time she will pay a visit personally. Looking at the magic orb in which the face of the master of the magic tower is no longer visible, Lakri thinks, if this continues, the front line will stretch out. It is obvious that the strength of the desert warriors alone will not be enough. The priestess steps out of the tent when the night darkness receded, leaving only the usual gray twilight for this place. Lakri sees 2 human silhouettes on the rocks. Julian, standing next to Orca on the cliff, asks, so he thinks that it is possible? They are examining the castle, the road to which, made yesterday by Julian, is stuck with arrows. The shaman replies, everything depends on luck. The smaller this number, the greater the casualties. Orca adds, it is terrifying even to imagine how much their army will weaken after this. He fears that he will not be able to cope with this burden. Julian says, why should he shoulder this burden? He is responsible for any consequences. He adds, however, he, as a leader, will listen not only to his opinion, but also to the opinion of the priestess and the elder, and only then will make a decision. Julian tells the shaman, so let him do what he must. The response is, all right, brother. The warrior who approached the rock shouts that the priestess requested an audience. The chief replies, good, he understood and will come down soon. Julian tells Orca, his younger brother, whom he had considered just a child, has now truly become the greatest warrior. Seeing the burden he has taken upon his shoulders and how it weighs on him, he understands that he has earned this title. The orc, with a crooked smile, replies that Julian's burden is much heavier than his. With that, they end the conversation and decide to descend. The warrior in a red cloak strikes with a sword in a leap at the demon advancing towards him. He lands on one knee and pieces of the sliced carcass, splattering green goo, fall around him. He slings a huge red sword over his shoulder. A scar is visible where his left eye should be. The other eye shines with the light of inner energy. The era of magic surpasses any, even the boldest expectations. A woman standing on a sandy hill directs a stream of power at a giant winged monster, with the help of a staff, making it roar in pain. A huge monster crashes to the ground, breaking its wings. Among the desert rises a tall tower. the era of the greatest power of humans. And therefore, it was an era of arrogance when people believed that it was not worth believing in gods and needing them. But the price that had to be paid for this arrogance turned out to be truly cruel. Words that the world would come to an end became reality. Lakri continues her story, standing in the tent before the chief and the shaman. She says the ancient civilization they speak of belongs precisely to this period. And now that very ancient civilization. The priestess continues to speak. She stands before them like a threat of her resurrection. Madame Vinari Eldar asks the priestess, "What does this mean? Does she really want to say that the dead rise from their graves?" Lakri answers, "Not exactly. It would be more accurate to say that they are seeking the possibility to return to life." Julian asks, "Is the problem in printing?" A group of 5 comrades stands around a rectangular table. The priestess says that all forces without exception were drawn into this war. Because of this, the bonds sometimes strengthened, sometimes weakened, until they finally lost stability. They know all the intricacies of this complex process, but Lakri adds that this world belongs to the living, but also to those who, eager to return to life, will turn it into a battlefield. Akambaba says, "What is she saying?" The priestess answers, "Before humanity became the dominant species, countless other species went extinct or were on the brink of disappearance. They should think about where the origins of those they now call monsters really lie." The elf asks, "Does this mean that the current monsters are those very extinct species?" The priestess answers, "Yes, and these species drawing power from Kes dream again of resurrection, like those who are already dead." She continues to explain, "Just as creatures leave behind magical crystals, so too after the new humanoid monsters remains equipment whose nature is impossible to understand. They must have heard this news." Lakri's gaze stops on the huge hammer belonging to Kambaba, now standing, leaning against the wall. Lady Vinari Eldar says that all this is magical weapons in the heritage of an ancient civilization. Lakri replies, "Yes, they have returned to be resurrected." The orc says he does not understand. The priestess said the dead have returned to be resurrected. How is that even possible? Lakri answers, "There are too many phenomena in the world that defy logic. The only thing they can do is follow the unfolding events." Julian says, "7 seals, the chosen and those who watch." He adds, "So now it is a war with the dead and extinct species." Red sparks flash in his eyes and laughter bursts from his lips. The orc looks anxiously at the transformed Julian, whose appearance has become sinister. The chief says, they will start a punitive expedition against the monsters. The priestess answers that there is still not enough information about the enemy. If he gives her a little more time, Julian, now calmed, says that they will obtain the missing information in the process. They need not dead knowledge existing only in records, but living information about the present. He adds that he takes responsibility for the risks that may arise. He addresses the orc, who, startled, responds, "What?" "Yes, chief." Julian orders to prepare magical spells for a large-scale siege war, and he says that he himself will win the necessary time for them, and they will prepare. The chief tells Carrion that he and Orca will open the fortress gates. As soon as they are opened, Carrion will break through to the very center. He replies that he will follow the chief's order. Addressing the elf woman and calling her the elder, Julian tells her to take charge of the defense in case of a sudden counterattack by the enemy. Lady Vinari Eldar replies that she obeys him. The chief asks Hambaba, "Is he with them?" The answer is, "Naturally." The squads of humans, elves, and orcs lined up before Julian, with Carrion and Hambaba standing behind him. A squad of shamans, led by Orca, stands on a rock. The chief walks past the ranks of frozen warriors. Julian says he is the chief and a warrior. He repeats these words again, but louder, reaching the ears of everyone present here. Continuing to walk, he says that from now on his only goal is to protect the place where they live. Walking between the squads, Julian continues to speak. His faith is unshakable, and he will not change it under any circumstances. And whatever happens, he will remain true to himself. Julian adds, therefore he, the chief, intends to establish several principles. His eyes fill with the radiance of inner energy, and a light mist of a bright aura arises around him. Julian glances over his shoulder at the castle of the King of the Dead. At the top of the tower stands the king himself, clutching a staff in his hand. On the mask covering his face, 6 eye cutouts are visible, from which red light bursts forth. Julian shouts, anyone who goes against the oath to protect their land will be considered an enemy. Turning to face the castle, the chieftain exclaims, "And the enemy must be destroyed without delay." White flakes fall on the rocky ground, where rare scattered rocks are visible across the area. Bright streams of energy pierce the space. A terrible explosion shakes the castle walls. Bright streams of energy rush into the open gates. In the open doorway yawns impenetrable darkness. A man emerges from the darkness. A sturdy old man with a neatly trimmed gray beard, dressed in armor. A bluish glow of inner energy flickers in his eyes. He raises his hands to the sky, and white flakes continue to fall all around. He thanks the heavens for the opportunity given to him and promises to devote himself entirely to it. Words break from the old man's lips. "Come, and once again share the glory with me." Black streams of energy flow from the dark passage. The old man lowers his hands and gloomily gazes at Julian's army. Demonic creatures burst out from the castle entrance. They run past the old man, flowing around him on both sides. There are many monsters, and they all continue to run out of the dark passage. Black energy surrounds them. The old man's face expresses grim determination, and his eyes shining with